And the Venom being connecting to Benji, he is going to be forced out, and that's another stun. Snox is not going to be able to run, even with the Cataclysm coming in from that Illumia. The stuns are nonsensical, because even if the stuns hit, there's not much damage that you're going to be expecting from Nova Esports, and the third tier turret is there. Skyfall hits his spin with the Sunshine and stunning down another. Another's going to be able to dash out. Post tries his best with the Kunai Blitz, but he is going to be obliterated from the damage of Pikachu. Gets another kill for Team Flash. Nova Esports doing their best, but the Nexus lock is going to be done. Team Flash closes out the series strong with a 2-0.
Doing the best for Nova is just not enough to break down Flash. Flash is a monster of a team. They takes the game, they played it really well with the confidence and aggressive. They have known to play it like this, but now is the question, did Nova can survive in Group A? Because of they lost 2-0 to Flash. Flash takes the lead again. It's similar to game in the day number 1, and this is day number 3. Nova kind of looks like is more shaky than day 1. So the possibility to just not advance into playoffs is big for Nova.
Yeah, definitely. One of the biggest lapses that I've seen for Team Nova Esports is that they are always trying to go for a 5-man rotate, which doesn't really make sense, because in the early part of the game, even in the middle part of the game, you want to actually farm out, build your advantage. Yes, you get some assists on kills, but kills aren't all the numbers that you need to think out of. And Pose always gets obliterated in a 1v1 scenario, in a 2v2 scenario, because he doesn't have the gold to actually show for it. He doesn't have the resources to actually fight it out against the archer that he's going to be facing, especially in the case of Team Flash's case. He is always subpar. One of the reasons is that he always leaves the lane, he doesn't farm, and he always roams the map like a support.
Yeah, the rotation coming in from Nova, I would say kind of a bit messy, that needs to be corrected before fighting down Talon after this, because it's going to be something that Nova has to look for. The rotation coming in for Flash is a little bit too perfect for Nova to just cope with that dynamic that Flash has. He knows that he needs to live a case like maybe 5 minutes into the game, just find a way to just rank up or takes a lot of gold and buy some items. In terms of how damage is Cafney could provide into the mid game, leaving the lane for Pose, that is some kind of the big mistake that Nova made. The rotation of 5 men with the Illumia, I would say the not so much right choice to make in terms of what happened in game number 1. Game number 2, they make a right choice to just rotate a little bit early onto the top side, kill down ADC, because ADC steals away the red buff. That is the punishment they give. But after that, not so much of the aggressiveness that Nova showed to be winning that game. So Flash just happened to take the lead and also take the game to be won at 2-0.
Yep, and it has been a dominating match for Team Flash. Nova Esports still need to find the place that they need to do. They need to actually refine their laning phase. Actually, it is a disastrous laning phase. They do have a good start. I could see the aggression that they have. They're not letting up on. They're not letting aggression from the other side actually get unanswered. If we're gonna see Team Flash invade, they're gonna be invading as well. And what falls off is after the objective is going to be spawned, the first dragon, the first layer, because that's where we usually see the 5-man rotate coming in for Nova Esports. And if they're still not going to be staying on their lanes, because usually what we usually see in the rotations is that on whichever side is going to be invaded, that's when you actually go and help out that lane, whichever is. For example, we're going to see the blue buff in the Abyssal Dragon lane. That's when the Abyssal Dragon lane is actually permitted to help out. But if it's going to be on the Dark Slayer lane, it should be the Dark Slayer laner that's gonna be helping out the jungler.
Yeah.
Not including the Abyssal Dragon laner, who's gonna be definitely leaving a lot of resources if he does rotate to the top. And we're gonna see here on the stat line that it's a very, very one-sided game. 8 kill deficit in favor of Team Flash. In terms of gold, that's an almost 10k.
11k, yeah.
Yeah, almost 11k. In terms of objective as well, only one tower has been taken here by Nova Esports, and the rest of the objectives are on the hands of Team Flash. You can see in the graph as well, no wide swings again here in game number 2. It's all about Team Flash. They finished it up with a 9-minute and 41-second mark. And definitely Team Flash deserves this best of 2 sweep.
Yeah, because if Nova could not handle the 10-minute mark game, it's going to be something that they need to look up, because the aggressive that Flash has in terms of the dynamic they bring into the game, that is too much to be handled by Nova. Look at the damage coming in for another 10k damage. In terms of ADC, has 25. So the potential of scaling that ADC is just given another something of a hard time to just deal with the damage. But now the MVP for Flash is Case, has been left alone onto the Abyssal lane, this farm up with the plus 1052 goals different coming in with that game itself. So yeah, we know this Cafferty has some items with the Bloodlust and everything. It's going to be something that you need to look up for. Cafferty late game is a glass cannon. He just bursts down and giving a lot of, with the Fusilite as well. Just, you know, at that team fight, you cannot survive with the damage Cafferty could give.
Yeah, and definitely Cafeni having the leeway to actually just farm up without any kind of contest. You know, you're gonna be sure that Cafeni is gonna be breaking out in the mid game. Even only a Clay Sancti could actually bring a lot of boost into the damage that Cafeni can bring, because when she is in the railgun mode, he's gonna be able to have a bigger chance of a critical strike. But that's enough of the first series of the day. The next series of that we're going to be looking out for is going to be Valencia CF Esports against One Team Esports, and we'll be right back before that series start. My name is Vittorio, this is Mikos, this is the AIC 2022. We'll be right back after this short break.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, whole pace, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb you on the light declare, I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test to me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go, I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit, my mind's on city mode, I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wild, I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded, my destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Winning street, my dubs elite, I bring it. Yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to speak my G, I'm with it. Yeah. Sun shines, I dream bigger. Believe in myself, I maintain rigor. Be what I wanna be, don't be little. Me.
No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, whole pace, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare.
Hey, send me up at any location, I hold up and mow them down. Look at the constellations for consolation while I retain my crown. Back in the background, I'm a background, what goes gon' come back round. I'm self-made, built every day from the ground up, I say it proud.
No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, whole pace, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen,
Hello and welcome back to the Arena Valor International Championship 2022. My name is Vittorio. I'm going to be one of your shoutcasters. With me is Mikos. Our next series of the day, it's going to be Valencia CF Esports against One Team Esports.
Yep, the game that we saw before this, that's kind of a long game with One Team and Valencia. This is the kind of a revenge that I would say that Guian Gaming mentioned before, that Valencia claims the win against One Team, the first win that they had in terms of 2 years. But for now, it's a redemption for One Team. If they want to win against Valencia, they need to do it for now, because before this is one game, now it's 2 games to be played and 1 point to be better around in this kind of matchup. In terms of the hero pools, and as well as the dynamic that they can bring into in the game, I would say that Valencia has the most counterable ability, that they know that they just defend away One Team playing aggressive. They defend, they find some mistakes that One Team could make, and that punishment that Valencia gave in that last possible second, that is when they know a couple of doors could be knocked over and win the game in day number 1. So yeah, I would say the caffeine pick for Valencia will be interesting in this kind of matchup.
Yep, actually I'm actually very excited to see Valencia CF Esports actually perform well. They haven't been performing in the international scene well, and I don't know. It's just that a lot of things are just not clicking for them, and it has been a curse for VCF as well. They had the same curse again as the same as the RPL champions at It's Bacon Time, who actually falls off during the playoff run or even in the group stage run. They actually don't perform well in the AIC or the AWC. But right now, we saw It's Bacon Time actually had a 3-0 yesterday, so maybe we're gonna see VCF actually break that kind of thinking that, you know, VCF can actually perform well as well in the AIC. But we're gonna see, since they're gonna be looking to actually face off against One Team, one of the juggernauts in the scene.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about curses in AIC, I would say the best curse that we know in the AIC is the Buriram United. We know how Buriram United will always choke into the playoffs, but now Buriram is not in AIC. It is kind of surprising to to the fans of AIC as well. But now representing the Valencia CF, we have Teos with the key player with the KD 2.2 and the kill participation 100%. I would say Valencia needs some kind of new movement or strategy to just bring down one team, because day one they played too much defensive and a little bit mistakes could be punished by one team. So if they make a lot of better judgment into the movement or maybe position with the archer position, I would say Valencia could have a good game versus one team. They could win one game between them. So Valencia could need more kind of dynamic strat versus one team, because we know for a fact that one team has the most potential to take a clean win here.
Yep, and right now we're gonna see here Lun Lun being shown up in the stage. He has been performing very, very well for one team with a KDA of 6, KO participation of 75% as well. You can see the big impact of the Dark Slayer lane of one team esports.
Yeah, Lun Lun plays really well with the Roxy and Scott gameplay. Before this, it kind of looks like it's hard to just shut down Lun Lun onto the Slayer lane, and of course it's going to be something of a moment that Valencia needs to focus on. Maybe Lun Lun, maybe the mid laner, because how AIC has been shaped into the meta of mid lane has a lot more energy to be bringing into the matchup. So if one team need this revenge to be redeemed, they need to win in terms of mid lane matchup. Lun Lun needs to be more aggressive. Looks like what KD do in game in series number 1. Flanks, that is the best possible outcome for one team.
Yep, and if we're gonna look at what one team is actually gonna be showing us, is that they are consistently a team that actually goes out into the playoffs, playoff run of any international tournaments that they've been. I haven't seen one team actually underperform in the international scene. Not much pressure right there. They usually get knocked off on the second round of the playoffs, and that says a lot on how big the confidence of one team has built for themselves. But VCF, they need to prove us wrong that they are not a team that just is gonna be for the introduction of any international scene. They need to prove that they are one of the premier teams here in the AIC 2022. In the first ban, it's not actually surprising. Omen is still gonna be banned out. They paired it up with an Akrot ban on the one team esports. They're gonna be banning that the Lorient and also the Aya.
Yeah, the first two bans is kind of like the rules could be picked by any teams, because we've seen only one Aya has a chance to be played in the currently in the AIC 22, but now the Iggy has been taken by Valencia, opening for Crexy as well as the maybe Liliana or Kathleen into the first pick. They still have the Arthur if one team wants to give the Arthur pick with the Crixie. I would say that is kind of the best kind of possible, but we cannot just forget how Kai uses the Elsu with a couple of snacks just happen to be the main reason why one team is so strong, because that Elsu pick.
Yep, and we're seeing a lot of range already. One team is very, very versatile on their kind of lineup. Crixie can be used in every composition that you can think of. She is one of the mages that you can actually rely on in terms of being able to burst down supplementary damage as well. You can burst down tanks, you can burst down ADCs, you can even win the 1v1 duels on the mages in the mid lane. That's how big of a pick Crixie is right now. She is mostly the favorite of the of every team that I've seen here in AIC. Iggy as well has been having a strong presence whenever Lorian is not going to be available. She has that stun. You can spam the shadow bombs as well, and you have the capability to use Ember's Gaze that has a lot of damage and insane range as well.
Yeah, I love how Iggy is currently into the meta because of how Lorian is much of a headache if Lorian has been played with the Serenade as well. But I would say the Pena pick for Valencia is just to counters away Elsu, because one snipe coming in with the maybe we'll say in the mid game that has 1.5k damage, it just heals up. So the Pena pick is kind of balanced type of pick coming in for Valencia, because they know they need some healing. But if the Tome of Reaper has been made by Crexy, it's going to be really hard for Valencia. They need one more answer for that Elsu snipes coming from one team, because we know Elsu has much of a damage and Kai plays that Elsu pretty well. Crexy has no answers yet by Valencia in terms of they picked on Iggy with the Shadow Bomb, has much more damage. But in terms of team fight, range will be win by Iggy, but face-to-face fight, Crexy is much more great in that kind of range. So I would say that Valencia is happened to losing a bit in terms of drafting with the three picks currently with versus one team.
Yeah, and the picks of one team is actually more of boundary control. When you have Baldum in the mix, it gives a lot of protection. You have a lot of leeway as well. You can use the wild person to actually set up the plays for yourself, or even get the numbers down temporarily if he can actually hit that wild person on the side of Valencia CF Esports. But on Valencia CF, they are looking to actually have that zone control for the Paina and also the Iggy, who's definitely gonna be dealing a lot of damage as long as the Elsu is not gonna be able to snipe those squishy heroes. One of the biggest counters they actually came up with against an Elsu pick here in the AIC is the Paina pick, which can actually just regenerate the snipes of the Elsu.
Yeah, I think the plus onto Volkov is the best pick that Valencia Esport could give, because we know if Volkov has the ultimate, he can just run into Elsu face, and Elsu happen to just click away the ultimate, just need to run away with a desperate kind of mechanism. So if the Valencia need to push Elsu away from a suitable kind of position, just want to snipe the members of Valencia, this is kind of draft you need. You need an Irie, you need a Volkov to just wait where Elsu is, just find that sniper, just shut down that sniper in a couple of minutes. So Valencia wins a little bit in terms of draft in the last two picks with the Volkov and Irie. I would say that the Kira and the Zuka pick is kind of a lot for one team. They have much crowd control, burst damage coming Crixie and Akira, and Elsu with the poking, but Baldum here is going to have a little bit of a hard time to landing the prison wall because of the Irie and the Volkov.
Yep, and we're gonna see here the entirety of the composition. Irie, Volkat, Iggy, Akafeni, and Apina. They have a lot of heroes that could jump in and probably target the Elsu in the clashes that's gonna happen. Well, on one team, there's a lot of assassins as well, and they have a lot of zone control on the Crixie and also the Baldum. And you're gonna be expecting the Zuka and also the Kira to actually go into the backline and not let any space and not let any free looks for the Kafeni. Let's see who is gonna be on top of the first game of this series. Is it gonna be Valencia CF Esports? Or is it gonna be One Team Esports?
this is hard to say who's going to win the first game because Valencia wins on top of one team in day one, but this is day number 3. At phase 2 into the playoff, we've seen the much of the changes from Flash and make it the game looks easy for them. So if one team currently is mad about Valencia, what Valencia did with the comeback that Valencia did in day 1, this is going to be something of a nightmare for Valencia. Early game matchup is won by one team because of the range that Elsu had, as well as the Zuka rotation, but they need to wait for the Kira power spike for one team. So a little bit late versus if Valencia has the Volcas and the Iggy with a couple of damage could be provided into the mid lane. So early game Valencia has the potential really big in terms of one team. They need to play along into the mid game and just proceed into late and win the game.
And definitely Valencia CF Esports is not really doing a lot of aggressive plays. They're just playing it as safely as they could. But if we're gonna look at the standings that this team's at, One Team Esports is the champions of the GCS region. Well, yeah, we saw Valencia CF Esports actually the 6th placers in the RPL. They were able to beat out Buriram United in the qualifiers here for the AIC. And that says a lot on how big VCF has been adjusting themselves into the pro scene. And not much we're gonna see. Kai is gonna be getting that snipe in, and it actually hits Staus, but not much of a damage is gonna be felt here. He's just gonna be regenerating it with the healing light.
Yeah, that is kind of a suitable moment, but Kai is not hitting a lot of snipes in this early matchup, but this is the first Emerald Dragon coming in with the Yeet coming for Prison Wall for Baldum. Z takes the lead, but the Emerald Dragon is still alive and the fuselage has been turned out. Couple of more damage to takes the first kill for Anbang. Secures, but they traded Anbang for NK, but QQ takes NK as well. Valencia takes the lead in terms of 1 kill, and one team that doesn't have enough resource. They didn't take the Abyssal Dragon. They lose 2 members instead of the giving 1. That is a small win for Valencia.
And definitely a very, very big win for VCF. They got an almost 1k gold lead here against one team, and that's going to be a good start. We're going to see QQ being aggressive here, actually harassing Zay at the bushes. He's not giving any leeway for any vision wars to actually be won here by one team. And most of VCF is just going back into the lanes, trying to get a lot more resources for themselves. They're going to be trying there. Wild charge being used here by Zay. That's a wild prison, and it is going to be a lock-in and a snipe from Kai. That's a sure kill for one team. Zay is running for the high heels. Are they going to be able to run Emperor's Gaze? It's going to be used. It's not going to be enough, as we can see that the Baldum was able to use wild charge at the right and crucial moment.
That is wild for Z. He just make it in time with the Shadow Bomb coming in for QQ. Just even land the kills in terms of QQ. A little bit late rotation onto bottom side. So yeah, one team just punish the mistakes coming in for QQ. That wild charge did take away Chaos in that current switch. That is the best possible outcome for one team. They take 1 kill, they're still alive, they take 1 Slayer onto the top side, they pressure away the SRY. One team is bringing the energy in. They need some dominance into this matchup if they want to scare away Valencia, and that snipe coming in for Kai lands at the perfect moment when the members of Valencia just pop-ups coming in for that wild prison. That is the best one team could provide currently for now, because they cannot wait for that Caffney has some items. That is some lunatic kind of situation if Caffney has item, and Valencia could make a comeback.
Yes, and definitely it was actually equalized here. It's they were able to equalize the kill score. It's a 2-for-2. Not much of anyone taking the advantage right now. They're gonna be in a stalemate. While Prison is gonna be used, two of the heroes are gonna be caught out. Pichu might be in danger. Wild Charge is gonna get a hit. Moonfall is being used here by Wawa, but I guess this might be a return kill. But QQ is gonna miss the Umbral Dreams yet again. He's not gonna be able to zero in onto the Baldo. Then props to Zay, he was always able to use it in a crucial moment. And QQ is just gonna be back into the lane. Lulun is actually waiting there. Sacred Ground has been used by NK to actually have the mobility and have his abilities reset. QQ is just waiting in the area. He spots out here NK, who is gonna be able to see NBank here on the Dragon Pit. Zay is gonna be entering the fray yet again. Taos is gonna be the target here. Dealing light is not gonna be enough with all of the damage being procced out here by one team, and now they're gonna be in the right position. Lulun is gonna be joining the fray. Skyfall is gonna be used. Umbral Dreams is not gonna get a hit on NBank, and still with the reset there, he's gonna make NBank get back into recall back into the base.
Z is using a lot of luck for today because he's just so lucky that he just escaped to Umbral in the current matchup on the bottom side. And one team plays really well when they just wall charge onto Teos and just, shut down onto Teos as fast as possible because of how Valencia is really much dependent on that healing coming in from Teos. If Teos died in that team fight, no healer, no stealers coming in from Valencia. They're gonna take down Abyssal. They're gonna just take a lot of objective. They lose one objective on the dark side as well as Abyssal and the towers on bottom side. They leaves alone NBank. Bottom just have to clear, and NBank as well as Pichu has to share a lot amount here, but coming in again with Lunlun takes the kill onto QQ. Not enough of a burst damage QQ could provide, and the kill's a little bit too easy here coming in for Lunlun. As we said, Lunlun is the best player for one team, takes the kill and takes the lead from currently into this matchup. Kai finding away some snipes, but Valencia is crumbling into the ground. They don't know what to do with the dynamic that one team provide in this matchup.
Yeah, man. Props to the LSU of one team. Kai has been doing a lot of the good work. He's been hitting his shots in the right people. Taos always gets suppressed in most of the moments, and that is a big thing. If you have an LSU in your team that's very, very good, who has sharp eyes, he can actually get them. SRY is going to be using his Ryu to clear out the waves, and he needs to use his ultimate for the damage reduction because the damage coming in from one team is just too substantial. They catch up QQ in here in the mid lane with a wild charge. Zay is doing it, making the dream work for one team. They've been getting a lot of good looks, a lot of good positions on their team because of Zay.
Oh, that pick on that Baldum is just so good for one team. Wild Charge, Wild Prison, and also the stuns that Baldum provide with the snipes follow up by Kai, and as well as stuns with the boomsticks with Wawa had, and K with a couple of crowd control makes the dream a living for one team. Valencia needs to answer what would they do in the current stages, because this is one team that respond into their losses in day number one. We've seen this happen a lot. One team has the upper hand in terms of goal kills and also the game, but when late game appears, it's Valencia all over again. If Valencia could hold into late game, the Caffney could give a point for them, but if the Caffney could not play well in this matchup, it's going to be really hard for Valencia to just proceed into the next stage.
And right now, not much of any contest here on the Slayer take. One team is now controlling the map, and we're seeing VCF actually grouping up together, and there is going to be a hit on QQ. Healing line is going to be used again. The snipe is not going to get hit, but we are going to see Moonfall being used by Wawa to get a lot of damage in. Zay is going to be ready for the wild charge. He's going to be getting one, and still, and back is going to be able to use Ultima to get a lot of invulnerability, but it's not going to be enough. Wawa takes out the kill again. They get a lot of kills. 2 for none. One team is now spiraling out of control as they are going to go for a push here onto the mid lane. Lulun is waiting into the brushes. Kai is going to be finishing up the second tier turret here in the mid lane, and the bottom lane turret has been taken by Wawa as well. Lulun is going to be positioning himself up in the upper lane. Let's see what is going to happen. BCF right now needs to hunker down, needs to make a bunker strategy wherein they need to prolong this fight to actually get the late game advantage. They have an Irie on their side, so probably they can still go for this. Let's see what is going to happen, but there is going to be a clash again. It's going to be used. Knife is going to not going to connect, but still the wild charge is going to be used on Nbag. He uses the Ultima to reposition himself up.
Yeah, they lost 2 members on that clashes on top side. This is not good for Valencia. They cannot just go outside because of the position that one team had. One team had is too much to be handled with. This is a couple of damage that could be in terms of damage that one team has. This is going to be really hard. Okay, Moonfall coming in with the Ambang, needs to run away with no ultimate left. Well, Lulun is a bit too low. Kai needs to run away with a couple of damage left, but QQ needs to find more damage to connect. If not, the defense is not there for Valencia.
Yeah, definitely. It is going to be a hard fight here as VCF is actually not that doing great here, as most of the combinations are actually falling for one team. The wild charge, the snipes, you can also see the Moonfall dealing a lot of damage coming in from the Crixie as well. And of course, Lulun is adding into the mix the Kira as well. So not much. VCF is just losing out in most of the contests in the 1v1 scenario as well. If they do fight Zuka in a 1v1, if they do fight the Kira in a 1v1, they're going to be losing out. They need to actually just group up at this point. But even if they group up, it is detrimental for them because they don't have the firepower to actually match out one team esports.
Yeah, because one team has more confidence and as well as goal and objective. That is kind of a big retribution that given for one team. They takes a lot of lead. They give much of a nightmare for Valencia. We saw how Valencia cope with the damage that one team gives. They just can't because they have the Pena, not the same kind of defense that one team has as well. Maybe look at how the Baldum play, the Wild Charge, also the Wild Prison, just initiate what possible combo that can be bring. If none other than Elsu Snipe, it will be the Moonfall coming from the Crixie, and as well as the Kira will just play a lot more aggressive. And Lulun plays it really well into the Dark Slay lane. He knows where to come in. He knows where the flanks will be. And the couple of objective takes by Lulun is much of an impact coming in for one team. So in terms of Valencia, they need to defend. They need to wait for QQ who has the boost, it has the Hakaris to just give much more damage. If not, the defense will not work for Valencia. That is too shaky defense. The defense is not good as they do in terms of what we saw in day number 1.
Yeah, but definitely it is. Valencia CFV Sports are actually just trailing most of the time. They need to make a lot of. They need to actually look for some place for themselves, but it is very, very hard at this moment because remember, it is going to be an Elsu Archer. You have a lot of, even if you're not in the place, he's just going to be putting out the traps. He's going to have the vision. He's going to be able to control the information through the map. And that's one of the biggest things that we're seeing here. One team is the one controlling the information. And in that moment, if the only time they're going to be messing up is if they do commit in a very, very bad position clash, which is going to be a rare thing to happen for one team at this point.
Yeah, one team is so dominating into the game that we want to saw how Valencia just cope with the defense, because if Valencia cannot defend, it will be the same thing what happened into Nova. But you know, but how Valencia defense currently just happened to spend much more time than Nova, because of how Nova just ended the game before the 10-minute mark, but still happened to arrive like maybe 13 to 15 minutes because how the defense and the draft coming in for Valencia. But the Pena pick here, I think, is kind of not suitable for the side of Valencia. Yes, they can just heal up a little bit of for the time to just happen to skip the damage coming in for Elsu, but the Pena is too up front. It's going to be really hard for Valencia.
Yep, and before we actually start there, we're just going to be waiting for the teams to be ready. Yet again, we want the best possible action to happen. But before we resume the game, we're just going to be going for a short break. This is the AIC 2022. My name is Victoria. This is Migos. We'll be right back in a few minutes.
Welcome to our video introducing the Dual Arcana System. Arcana System is a pre-battle strategic system independent from the enchantment system. It allows you to increase heroes' attributes throughout the battle. The system will be unlocked after the player reaches level 7, and the slots within the Arcana list will also unlock one by one as the player's level increases. You will need to use Arcana Fragments, or gold, for the purchase and upgrade of Arcana. It can also be acquired through other sources, such as completing achievements. Before the start of a game, player will select the Arcana system in the preparation slot to create an Arcana combination best suited for their hero. The appropriate combination of Arcana can give players a clear advantage when the battle is begun. Arcana is split into 3 categories based on its functionality. Red Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to attack. Purple Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to self-recover. And Blue Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's defensive abilities. Arcana of each color is further split into 8 categories based on their bonuses: attack, life, defense, function, lifesteal, attack speed, critical hit, and pierce. Each independent Arcana has 3 levels. The higher the Arcana level, the more bonus it grants the hero. On the Arcana page, players can freely pick as they wish to create the combination from red, purple, and blue Arcana. Players can create their Arcana combination on the Arcana page based on the role of their hero and their own playstyle. After choosing your Arcana, you can click the top right of the Arcana page to rename and save your combination. In addition, the system has recommended combinations based on roles and playstyles for the player to select directly and use. Depending on the different combinations in a match, Arcana will enhance a hero's performance in different ways. Even if the player uses the most advanced Arcana for their combination, the bonus provided for the hero will not greatly affect the balance of the game. Then, how will the Arcana system help players? During the early stages of the match, the basic attributes of heroes are quite low. Even if the Arcana did not offer much bonus, it could bring about a considerable and substantial difference. Such a change will help the player decide their early game strategy and playstyle while adding more variables to the battlefield. Arcana combinations are not absolute. According to one's understanding of the hero and their playstyle, players will all have different combinations. Should you focus on certain enemy heroes or making up for the shortcomings of your allies? Should you take the initiative in teamfights or increase roaming efficiency? It is entirely up to the player. This marks the end of our video introduction to the Arcana system. Thank you for watching, and good luck on the battlefield.
Best?
Yep, and we're back again in the Arena Villa International Championships 2022. My name is Victoria. This is Migos. We'll be jumping right back into the action in a few minutes. And we're just waiting for the game to start.
Yeah, I think most of the time that we saw what happened into the game, that given the possible outcome for one team to win that game is much bigger than Valencia. But I would want to know, what is the what is the style and strat could Valencia do to win the game? Or maybe they strengthen their defense on some sort of maybe items or changes that Valencia need to do to just hold and wait for the Cavalry to have a little bit of item to just counter attack and win the game. What could be possibly do by Valencia?
First thing that they need to do is not be hit by the Wild Prison, because if the Wild Prison actually connects, that's a lot of the firepower out for Valencia CF Esports. But that's a hard thing to do as well. And also they need to wait for the late game items of the IRE, which is the late game monster as well. We could probably see in the late game the powers of the capabilities of IRE that can just burst out that Crixie, that can burst out that Elsu, but that is still on a lot of parts of this game. It's gonna be harder since we also have a Baldum in the area. That's not gonna let things easy for anyone.
Yeah, because if the IRE builds a way, like we saw the medallion and as well as the Curse of Death, but if they bring out the Yoga Age for the IRE, I would say that is not the build to be to be doing in this kind of matchup, because of how slow that enemy is kind of the more potential to just being catch by the Wild Prison. Because if Ari uses the ultimate, she still has the movement speed, he can just run away. But if being catches by the Wild Prison, the ultimate could finish before she just get up from the Wild Prison and gets sniped as well as a Wild Charge. So the matchup currently is always on the favor of one team, but one typical kind of a strat could be made here. They need to scale away into the late game, wait for the Cavalry as well as the Eggy to have much more damage. The medallion pick for Ari, I would say that is smart move. Just want to skip away the damage coming for the Crixie, but they need, as what you said, they need to just skip away the Wild Charge and Wild Prison. If that possible, I would say Valencia could win the game.
And one of the biggest problems there is when Taos is actually out of the contention in the clashes, their firepower actually falls down a lot, because the synergy of Paina and Kafeni is there. As long as there's gonna be a attack speed boost for coming in from the Paina, then they're gonna have a boost on the damage that they can do. So as long as they're gonna be able to keep the Paina alive, at least soak up some damage and be able to actually get back safely into the back line, they could actually win the clashes for themselves. That's how big of a factor Paina is going to be. And if we reach the late game, definitely VCF has a winning chance to actually get back the game, as long as the turrets are still going to be intact for themselves.
Yeah, I think if they defend well, they wait for the Infinite Dark Slayer, that is the moment that they need to steal. They need to win that clash onto the objective to win that game. But a couple of moments here that we are going to see a lot of potential is going to be really, really hard.
Yeah, and before we get back into the game, we do apologize for the delay. We're just creating an environment where everything is going to be fair and all of the players can be able to show all of their potential. So we'll just we're going into a very, very short break. And this is Vittorio, this is Migos, this is the AIC 2022. We'll be right back to Touch the Browser.
私が行った方が手っ取り早いのに本当バカ。何？私じゃ不満なわけ？ けばよかったじゃない。次はあんたの番よ。全部私が片付けるから。ほら、最初から私がそれで怖がるとか思ってるの？ Enemy has been defeated. 最初に
Welcome to our video introducing the ping system in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate conveniently while reporting and delivering quick, accurate information on the battlefield, Arena of Valor has a context-sensitive built-in ping system that is easy to use. The ping button prompt is placed on the top right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle Alert Pings. When players are on the move, they can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button prompt to their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness Status Ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map, or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal Status Ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill in cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death countdown to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy Status Ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation Alert Ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard. There are hundreds of different ping options in Arena of Valor. Players should use them strategically to give themselves and their team a leg up on the competition. Be aware that the ping button is only a notification. The key to victory lies in making the right informed decisions. This marks the end of our video introduction to the ping system in Arena of Valor. Tell us your favorite thing to ping in the comments. Thank you for watching. Good luck on the battlefield! Arena of Valor is a popular mobile MOBA game with a total of 200 million players worldwide clashing on the battlefields of Athenor. AOV has top-notch graphics, featuring over 100 unique heroes, excellent balanced battles, rich underlying lore and story, and a well-established global esports scene. AOV has had so many highlights, but let's pause for a moment to return to the original question. What is AOV to you? Arena of Valor is a mobile-based multiplayer online battle arena where you control heroes in a fair multiplayer competition on a battlefield known as Athenor. In the game, each side will occupy one side of the map through constantly attacking the enemy destroying their towers until the eventual destruction of the enemy's crystal base to secure victory. The extremely large number of unique heroes, filled with the imagination and creative skills, the excitement of confronting real players in real time, and the uncertainty that comes with teamwork are all factors that make every game you play a refreshing and unique journey. The thrill of the warrior's brutal attacks pummeling defenses, the mage's arcane abilities that control the flow of battle, the agility and fatality of an assassin ambushing from the shadows, the marksman's incredible long-range burst damage, the support's incredible offensive buffs and team protection abilities. There's a hero for every playstyle, with the amazing variety of classes in AOV. On top of that, your growth as a player is something even more exciting. Operating skills, the number of heroes you can comfortably play, game sense, situational judgment, split-second decisiveness, and courage. The accumulation of all this growth will give you a stronger ability to win games. Maybe one day, you too will grow up to be a professional player on the stage of AOV's global tournament and become a star that everyone looks up to. Welcome to Arena of Valor. Welcome to our video introducing the Dual Arcana System. Arcana System is a pre-battle strategic system independent from the enchantment system. It allows you to increase heroes' attributes throughout the battle. The system will be unlocked after the player reaches level 7, and the slots within the Arcana list will also unlock one by one as the player's level increases. You will need to use Arcana Fragments or Gold for the purchase and upgrade of Arcana. It can also be acquired through other sources such as completing achievements. Before the start of a game, player will select the Arcana system in the preparation slot to create an Arcana combination best suited for their hero. The appropriate combination of Arcana can give players a clear advantage when the battle has begun. Arcana is split into 3 categories based on its functionality. Red Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to attack. Purple Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to self-recover. And Blue Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's defensive abilities. Arcana of each color is further split into 8 categories based on their bonuses: attack, life, defense, function, lifesteal, attack speed, critical hit, and pierce. Each independent Arcana has 3 levels. The higher the Arcana level, the more bonus it grants the hero. On the Arcana page, players can freely pick as they wish to create the combination from red, purple, and blue Arcana. Players can create their Arcana combination on the Arcana page based on the role of their hero and their own playstyle. After choosing your Arcana, you can click the top right of the Arcana page to rename and save your combination. In addition, the system has recommended combinations based on roles and playstyles for the player to select directly and use. Depending on the different combinations in a match, Arcana will enhance a hero's performance in different ways. Even if the player uses the most advanced Arcana for their combination, the bonus provided for the hero will not greatly affect the balance of the game. Then, how will the Arcana system help players? During the early stages of the match, the basic attributes of heroes are quite low. Even if the Arcana did not offer much bonus, it could bring about a considerable and substantial difference. Such a change will help the player decide their early game strategy and playstyle while adding more variables to the battlefield. Arcana combinations are not absolute. According to one's understanding of the hero and their playstyle, players will all have different combinations. Should you focus on certain enemy heroes or making up for the shortcomings of your allies? Should you take the initiative in teamfights or increase roaming efficiency? It is entirely up to the player. This marks the end of our video introduction to the Arcana system. Thank you for watching, and good luck on the battlefield.
Hi there, rookie. Welcome to Arena of Valor. This is a multiplayer online battle arena mobile game. This may be your first time with a MOBA game, and you're at a loss about fighting with real players. Fear not, you have Arthur, a trustworthy pal to help you around. He will lead you into this legendary battle and show you the exhilaration of this game. See that crystal over there? Smash it with your divine blade and victory is all yours. Pretty simple, eh? But what about before that? Patience, pal. One step at a time. First, you have to destroy every defense tower in this lane. Of course, your enemies will not let you. They will do anything to stop you. So, do not rush to the tower. Wait! Get back! No! God! Please, no! Well, at least it won't get any worse.
You have been defeated.
Never mind, pal. We cannot run back time, but you will fully respawn as the countdown ends. See? Dying is no big deal in this game. Don't chicken out. Just go for it like a warrior. I see you have realized that you're not even qualified to fight against your opponents. Hurry up! Grab your Divine Blade. Embark on the journey of getting stronger. There is only one thing you need to keep in mind if you want to become stronger. That is, to get richer. You can buy all these dazzling items with the money you earn to improve your combat capability. Creeps on each lane. Monsters in the fields. Even your enemies are all resources of your economy. The process of killing these targets and improving your abilities is called farming in Arena of Valor. Also, remember that you are not fighting on your own. There are 4 partners standing beside you. You will be a tough tank after you are fully farmed. Charge, hero! Charge! Your teammates will support you without reserve. Let your enemies fight back as all they want, but all in vain. You are no longer the rookie you used to be. Consolidate at every step. Break down every defense tower in sight. The glory of victory will eventually shine upon you. Woohoo! But if you keep dying all the time, your side will progressively lose ground. In the end, your base is destroyed by the enemies. Are you really prepared for the... So what? Just take another round. In AOV, failure is just the experience you need to grow stronger. Come on, rookie. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
Welcome to our video introducing the team communication systems in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced, competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate quickly and clearly in-game, Arena of Valor has introduced team communication systems, such as pinging, quick messaging, built-in real-time voice chat, and emojis. Players can press the context-sensitive ping button prompt on the top right corner of the screen to instantly notify teammates of their status on the battlefield. Players can also drag and hold the ping button to various elements in-game for different alerts. Depending on the context, pings can be divided into types such as battle alerts, wilderness status, personal status, enemy status, and situational alerts. Check out our ping system introduction video to learn more about how you can use the ping system in Arena of Valor. Players can use the in-game quick message system to plan and communicate. Quick messages first appear as part of the pre-battle strategy screen.
Rally for a team fight.
Before the match, the player can set selections and adjustments within settings. These pre-made messages can be split into 3 major categories: defense, offense, and communication. Players can select 8 messages from these 3 categories to use as quick messages within Arena of Valor. Some quick messages even have voice lines that play when being used.
Let me get the buff.
In the event you want to communicate in more details with your teammates, you can also tap the box beneath the quick message window to enter text. Keep it clean. Aside from quick messages, voice chat will always be the most accessible and concise way to communicate on the battlefield. Players can use the game's built-in real-time voice chat system to speak and converse with their teammates directly. To use voice chat, tap the microphone button on the left side of the screen. When the player is queuing with friends in a pre-made party, they can choose the voice chat to be party only. Emojis are a fun and expressive way to communicate within Arena of Valor. Before the start of the match, players can equip emojis with their customization suite. Make an emoji selection while in a match to use the corresponding emojis. When triggering certain scenarios, heroes will automatically release their preset quick emojis. If there are teammates nearby that use an interactive emoji, and the player responds with an interactive emoji of their own, a new effect will be created for both emojis. One last thing to note, emoji displays can be seen by your enemies. Use your smileys wisely.
Hey, welcome back to Arena Valor International Championship 2022. My name is Vittorio, this is Mikos. We'll be jumping right into the action in a few minutes. Once again,
Yep.
This is the Valencia CF Esports against One Team Esports. We're already in game number 1. We just had some technical issues on the players, so we're just waiting for them to start it up.
Yeah, I think in a couple of minutes we'll be diving again into the game. But in terms of minutes that has been stopped, is I think they stopped around 11 minutes and 20 seconds, I think. And to recap, what happened is one team is still in the lead, and they make a lot of progress into the inner turrets of Valencia. They are knocking on the door like 3 waves in. They're knocking top side and mid. In terms of a couple more items to be finished by the Cafni to just making a comeback. So I would say one team will end this game as quick as possible because they had the most energy as well as momentum to do so.
Yeah, man, we're starting it up again at the 11-minute mark. And let's see what is going to happen. Is one team going to be able to actually just maintain the lead that they have against Valencia, or is it still going to be the same?
You can see how Valencia already has a couple of direction into the jungle to just wait for this red buff to spawn, and a couple of seconds in terms of one team they back off a little bit just to refresh the momentum they had, stealing away a couple more objectives. We recap onto the towers that one team has is 6 versus 1 towers for Valencia. The Dark Slayer has been spawned. They need this objective, but I don't think that Valencia could make a contest into Dark Slayer because of how much damage that one team could provide and just annihilate the members of Valencia if this contest happened for them.
Yeah, and you can actually see on how big of a factor the the wards of Kai at this moment. They have a lot of information. They know that they can just sit pretty and go for a push. And the mid lane tower is actually just 1 hit away from being obliterated. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be summoning the Dark Slayer here onto the top lane, but they already take the 3rd tier turret here on the top lane as well. The bottom lane is the only inhibitor turret left, and they still have the Slayer, and they summon it up. They're gonna be doing their best for the defense here. The snipe from Kai is not gonna connect. Wawa is already damaged. Some of his health has been shaved, and we're gonna see here Taos might be caught up, but he is not gonna be committed here by one team. They know it's going to be difficult since there's still a turret, and there's still also Nexus View has been used up. SRY is doing his best. Lunlun goes in for the duel. Moonfall is going to be used here as well. Zay is dangerously low, and Pichu gets that crit with that railgun, and they get a kill onto Wawa.
Yep, Wawa has not much of a damage with the Moonfall has already been used in terms of is too early, and the Dark Slayer has been taken away onto the bottom side. Valencia successfully defend their only tower onto the bottom side, make it a kill on number 3. Wawa a little bit aggressive there in terms of they had a poking ability with the snipes coming in for Kai, but I think if Wawa stays a little bit more defensive, they could take the bottom tower a little more easy in terms they doesn't have one waves to just help the Slayer to just be there. now the whole bit still with a couple of more minutes, and now Chaos and Pichu finding a way to find out Enke. Enke with the ultimate has been pushed. Need to find a way. Pichu is a little bit too offside here, and Enke claims the kill. The members of Valencia, they need to disengage because of the kill onto Pichu. Pichu, the sole member of Valencia, could defend with the damage with the Caffney kick, but no, one team takes the lead with that kill, with brutally just happened to punish Valencia with that same mistakes they made before this. See, with the Wild Chance coming in with no Wild Prison just yet. Wild Prison doesn't even connect. Tails will be taken away one by one. Next to fall is QQ, but QQ maybe survive. One more hit onto the backside here. SRY with the RE is still alive on the last tower possible, but one member versus 3 members for the side of one team. One team claims the car. QQ cannot do anything, but still survive nonetheless. One team takes the positive impact, claims the car, and takes the first win.
Yeah, but that was a big mistake for Valencia CF Esports. Pichu being taken now. He was the only lifeline of VCF in the defense. He was dealing a lot of damage, and the bulk of the damage of VCF relies heavily onto Pichu, but he spectacularly failed. He did not go in a retreat path with the Pina, and it costed them this game. Definitely that's going to be leaving a scary mark. One Team Esports taking in game number 1 in this best of 2 series. They have the momentum. Maybe they're going to be able to close this out in a 2-0 fashion, like what we witnessed in the earlier series. Let's see if VCF can jump over and take back what they lost in this game.
Yeah, I think VCF really needs to pray onto the devices to be working well, because they need some time to just take a lot of aggressive impact. But look at how early game VCF is still under control. They take a lot of objectives. They bring a possible outcome onto the fights, but happen to pick the Pena versus the Baldum. That is not a good matchup for one team. So Valencia in game number 2, they doesn't need to pick down the Pena again because of the global bans. They need something that could bring a much of a defense in terms of like an Arthur or maybe a Baldum itself. Just make it possible to make a comeback. They need some mid shield to just protect them. Caffney, this is when it's too far away for the members of Valencia. She is too far and also too ambitious with the damage he has to complete the quest onto the bottom side. Then it's punish away. The winning side of one team make it possible for taking the game 1.
Yeah, it was very, very possible. VCF did have a lot of good looks in the early part of the game, but one team was able to just take the reins. They know who they should target. It was a Pina who was always the target of choice. The damage that was being dealt was too painful for the Pina to actually just regenerate. He was not even able to use Nature's Rally and even the Healing Light to actually sustain the damage because of all of the chain crowd controls that she's been suffering from. Once the Wild Charge hits, that's going to be the stun next coming in from the Crixie, and then there's going to be the sniper shots and also the moonfall for the Crixie, and that spells a lot of damage. And he was not able to last. He was just bursted down in a matter of seconds. And at that moment of time, the only thing that you can do is maybe let go of your phone and then just wait for the respawn timers to actually set in.
Yeah, because how the Pena pick is not working for them because of he only counters one champ, that is an Elsu, but we saw how Elsu been played by Kai is not one of the backbone for one team. That is one of the mistakes that one team that Valencia could make is the drafting on the Pena, because they focus much on the defense rather than attacking is a little bit lacking for them, because they doesn't have maybe like a aggressive kind of composition like an act of maybe a pain into the jungle. They spend so much onto the defense, but they cannot defend as much as a Baldum could provide. That is the main problem that the support of Valencia have in that game versus the Baldum just happened not to be the best matchup for Valencia.
I could say the Pina actually works. I do agree some of the points, but the problem here is that the rotation coming in from one team was just too fast. They were able to zero in on the weakest link, which is a bot lane. Not much of any help is going to come from the other members of BCF, and it was evident that without the help of the others, the jungler and also the mid lane, we could always witness the ganks coming in from Pikachu here, and also in the mid lane has always been being ganked by the mid laner of one team, and that gave them a lot of space. I mean, Pichu.
Yeah, Pikachu is Team Flash. It's Team Flash.
I'm sorry. I mean, it's also the same, so I do apologize for that. But you can see in the stat line that there is a 7-kill deficit. One team has been leading on throughout its game, and the only parts that they actually lost to BCF was on the early parts of the game where they actually contested the Abyssal Dragon.
Yeah.
Where Endback was the only casualty and they got 2 kills and an objective at that. I think in terms of objectives, you're gonna see most of the objectives fell into the hands of one team, because after that Abyssal Dragon clash, it was all one team that actually won everything.
Yeah, because at that point we've seen a impact that Fusilat has in that Dragon Pit, that it just covers a lot of area and give him much more damage that Valencia had. But look at it, the MVP from Kai. Kai plays a really bit slow kind of gameplay. He just snipes away who he sees with the KDA of 405, make it possible for one team, claiming a lot of area and push back many players of Valencia into their bases, because the snipes was too fast and too hurt to be filled around. That Pena made it better with the healing, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of good things. The late game could actually be won by VCF. The damage for Pichu was already up in the table. You could have burst down the Elsu and also Wawa on 2 railgun shots. Only 2 railgun shots while the healing light is up, and that's big. They could have taken a lot more if Pichu was not taken in the last clash. We're in a very, very good call from NK using Sacred Ground to actually zero in and put the gap close. Because even with the sprint up, if you're going to be hit by Umbral Dreams, there is going to be a delay onto the speed up. There is going to be kind of slow, and that gave them a lot of space for the other members of one team to actually be able to zero in onto Pichu. A very, very good call from NK, and it actually sealed the deal for one team. There's not much that they can rely on to the damage of the other members of VCF. Only Pichu was keeping them alive, and also the mid laner, which is the Iggy. If the Iggy did not have the help of the Fusilad of the Kafeni, he couldn't actually get a fast clear onto the minion wave that was crashing down on the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think the Iggy plays, QQ plays really well in terms of that matchup, but the luck from QQ is not much as Z, because we saw a couple of times Z just escape with a 10% health coming in for the Umbral skill, but it's going to be sometimes happy for Z that he can just escape from that prediction coming from QQ. But if the skills landed and QQ make the kill confirm, I would say QQ has more items and more damage in that game, and will scale much faster in terms of waiting on the Cafety. They could defend more better and makes the game go longer and tries to win with a couple of contests into objective. Look at how in that late game none of the members of Valencia could contest the Slayer, because they doesn't have damage. He doesn't have the same kind of power that could just level, could just scare away the members of one team. And one team, they defend bottom lane a little bit too far and makes P2 the sacrifice at that moment of time and give one team win the game.
Yeah, and there was also the fact of the matter that Zeo was very, very lucky in that game. A lot of close attempts for QQ to actually secure the kill, but I guess the way he made the Emperor gaze, there was a slight delay. He was making sure that he's gonna get a hit, but at that moment, at that split second, we could see that Zeo was able to had the cooldown ready for the wild charge, so he was able to reposition himself, always escaping in a hair spread. That is a very, very unfortunate for QQ, but
Yep.
it is part of the game. You need to have faster reaction times. You have to have faster hands in terms of releasing your skills if you really want to land your hits up.
Yeah, I think the map knowledge plays a big role as well. Just you know when to, you know the timing, you know how much damage you could give. So maybe QQ needs more a reaction time kind of training, maybe. But in terms of game number 2 that will proceed after this, is that they will maybe swap away Krexi and Iggy for both teams, and we're waiting for the Tachi to be picked here, and as well as the Zuka pick in terms of the meta. But the Kafni and the Hayate will be swapped out as well. Omen, as we speak, will not will get played in the game. So in game number 2, Valencia had much more high tier champs rather than one team, because they span on the Kafni, they have Hayati, they still has the Tachi to be played in terms of support. Mid lane, they could bring the Krexi if they want to, and they have Zuka onto the jungle. Despite of one team still have a couple more like a Chi, maybe a Richter to be picked. Scott is still open for them. Lubu, I think, kind of matches the synergy that one team has. It's kind of hard to say it's a 2-0 win, because Valencia still has the potential to defend out and bring what they give in day number 1.
And there's still a lot of available heroes. We probably, if Lorion's going to be open, Lorion is going to be able to be taken here. The Elsu should be banned at this moment. You can see the suppression that it can bring into the table now, like just on the Iggy. As long as you're going to be hitting the shots, you are going to be excelling on that Elsu pick. Even if you hit the tanks, it doesn't matter. In the early part of the game to the middle parts of the game, he's going to be hurting a lot. And in the latter part of the game, yes, you can deal a lot of damage as well on his passive. And the normal attacks is definitely going to be hurtful for any type of situation. Let's see what's going to happen on game number 2. We're just waiting for the players to be ready and for the game to actually start. And to actually discuss, do you think VCF has a fighting chance to actually close out this game in a 1-1, Migos?
Yeah, I think they can if they swapped up the if they play like an Arthur support, maybe a Baldum pick for them, a couple of more, maybe a Toro could be played as well for Valencia if they had such a big armor sustain ability onto the support role. It could be possible for Valencia because they played much of a defense game in the mid game. So if they bring like Pena, maybe a Krizix into the game, they are aggressive in the early game. They could win in the early phase, but in terms of one team, is much more fast. One team has more integrity into their game. They are faster in terms of discipline and also the experience. Valencia needs that basic kind of heroes that could defend. Maybe a Toro, maybe they bring around an Astrid or a Superman to be a support. They could win it in the late game. To be in fact, sometimes one team trying to end the game into the mid phase.
and right now we're actually seeing the Roxy being banned out as well here by one team. They're going to be putting out two flex heroes that can be in the support area, the Dark Slayer lane. While on Valencia CF Esports are going to be bringing out the Aya out of the equation and also the Lorian. Nacron is going to be the first pick here by One Team Esports. They're going to be very, very confident. A lot of mobility, a lot of split pushing potential as well is going to be in the hands of One Team Esports. They are going to be sporting a mobile setup for sure if they're going to be pairing it up with a Nacron or someone that can actually have a lot of zone control. So even without the Nacron's help, they're going to be able to win the clashes. Well, HSCF Esports though, they are going to be hovering onto the Liliana and onto the Zuka pick.
I think the Liliana and Zuka pick is the best pick versus the Nacross instead of if they bring out the Grixie as well. Because the stuns coming in for Liliana could make it Nacross hard to just engage and disengage. So with the Zuka has a couple of knockups, could make Nacross a hard time in this game. But they need a Tachi for support for the side of Valencia if they wanted to play a more aggressive lineups. Touching maybe a Prizix if they want to. And Richter, as I mentioned, the Richter could be placed here. Early matchup, Joker, Richter, and the Necroth has high sustain and movement ability, as well as the burst damage could give by the Joker. Early game matchup coming in from one team. So much of ability could be spent on one champion to win by one team, but Valencia respond with the Scud pick. I love the Scud pick, just to find and giving a hard time for the Richter.
Yep, and it is gonna be a matter of fact. They are like my predictions. They did go for a very, very mobile setup. They went in for the Joker as their archer, who has a speed up of himself. Also has some invulnerability whenever he uses a cat laughter. Has that range as well. The Killing Joke can actually be used to counter up if ever there is going to be an Elsu pick. Usually, whenever an Elsu is being picked up, they pick up a Joker. So they already had actually preemptively to maybe deter the Elsu pick in the first 3 picks. But we're going to see here one team actually banning out the Elsu already. So they are going to be removing the Archer with the most suppressive skill set. While Valencia CF Esports removed 2 Dark Slayer lanes yet again, and even the jungler, a jungle Kilgrot, a Dark Slayer Kilgrot, and a Dark Slayer Florentino. They removed the Hayate for the last ban of one team, so archers are definitely going to be limited. Maybe a Kafeni, no, not a Kafeni. It's already
Violet.
Violet is actually going to be a viable option here for Valencia CF Esports.
Yeah, I think, if they go for a Tate, maybe a Slims and a Violet could be picked by Valencia. They still have the whips if they want to. I don't think that the Moran could be picked by Valencia, because Moran really needs a long time to farm, because they already been banned onto the Hayate and the Elsu. Elendor pick on the side lane maybe could work. Maybe they can put onto the Zuka jungle, Elendor side lane. That is maybe the best possible outcome could be made by Valencia. Richter and Joker could be something of a nightmare for Elendor itself, because the Can of Laughter could just burst down Elendor in a matter of seconds, and the L'Oreal and the Varus pick. That is some defense could be set up by one team. Team fight mechanism on the Varus and L'Oreal. Richter, Joker, and the Nacroth could find a way to just making the game possible to just pick off any heroes could be seen in the map. So one team has a balanced composition instead of Valencia really has the team fight composition with the Tain and the Scud alongside the Liliana. Laville pick, I love Laville pick. That double trouble could just making a game and just stun away maybe Joker or Richter.
Yep. Usually, the double trouble Laville is the one that they actually use to engage to start the clash and that's gonna be a good sign if it's gonna get a hit. But if it does not hit the right people, it is gonna be difficult. But with this kind of combination, there's a lot of crowd control on the side of CF Esports, which they can actually just use to chain crowd control a person. Then definitely Valencia CF Esports is good for pickoffs. But on the side of One Team Esports, it's a very mobile composition. Everyone has the mobility to actually go in hard. So let's see if it's going to be translating. There is a lot of sustainability of Valencia CF, but if they do get a pick off onto the Leville, onto the Liliana, into the Zuka, then it's going to be a disaster waiting to happen for Valencia CF.
Yeah, Valencia, if they got caught up with Richter and Necros, they still can run away. If Zuka got caught up, Zuka can still run away. If Joker is present with One Team, that is where the moment get a little bit tricky, because the kind of lapse that gives slow movement if going to be really hard if the Joker is one of the members who could rotate with the Richter. So One Team has much more promising draft in this game number 2. I'm kind of rooting for One Team because they had much of a sustain, and the Richter pick is making the game possible for them with the Man of Mark and as well as the Can of Laughter. But inside of Valencia, they had a lot of team fight tactics. They bring a lot of potential with the Tain, with the Kiss of Glory, but numbers of team fight that One Team could provide is not much. So Valencia needs to take the lead and make the fight happen for them. They have to force One Team to take the fight.
Yup, and right now we're seeing some aggression here. Taos is going to be pushing back Zé. Zé is going to be entering the fray. He's going to be helping up the clear wave here by Wawa, who is going to be using the L'Oreal. It's actually new to me that we're going to see a L'Oreal here in AIC. We haven't seen it in 2021, but now it is being openly taken here by One Team. We're seeing a loss in the trades. Wawa is being pushed back here by QQ using that Liliana.
Yeah, Liliana in early game little much damage rather than the L'Oreal. L'Oreal has the I think one of the slowest movement kind of in the game. Look at damage coming from Pichu on the side of Kai. Kai is still giving damage as well, but the Laville has the more potential to just poke down. The DPS coming in for Laville is too much to be handled by Joker, because we know Joker has the burst damage rather than DPS. So if Laville trying to fight Joker in this early game much more, Joker could have a much more difficult game rather than the Laville. In terms of rotation, I would say Valencia has the much more grabs in this game rather than One Team, because they need to wait for the L'Oreal has the baby the boomsticks before they want to take a fight.
Yup, and right now they're actually playing it as safely as they could. The Dragon has been spawned here with a Slayer. They are going to be starting here on One Team. One Team has the advantage here right now on the Abyssal Dragon Pit. Not much that Taos is going to be doing. He's going to be using Abyssal Spear, but steal is not going to happen. Movement as well is just in the area. He's not going to use the Venom at that point. QQ is going to be able to safely get away. Disengage with the Fox form. And yeah, NK is going to be starting up here. He's not going to be hit with the Shining Light. The Double Trouble as well is not going to get a hit. With all of the members grouped up, no hit at all. NK is doing his best to go for the steal, but the members of BCF are just going to be ready in the side. It's not going to be a possible invade here for One Team.
Yeah, One Team a little bit too eager to find a way to take the red buff. I think that is the desperate moment for One Team, because they lost the chances to steal with the Dark Slayer. With the Double Trouble coming, it doesn't even connect to anybody. Meanwhile, has 4 members of One Team on top side. That is kind of not a good engage for Valencia. They know that fight could be won by them, but none they need that Laville. If they get the double trouble to connect, they could win and take with the first blood. But Laville is not there. The DPS is not providable for that team fight. So Valencia need to trade it pretty well. Meantime, into the mid lane here, a couple more damage has been landed with the L'Oreal here. I think this is going to be a chill game for one team. They need to find a way to just give a lot of gold for L'Oreal as well as the blue buff, but the double trouble doesn't connect for the second time. One team is still safe in terms of their rotation because of Laville that doesn't connect in the ultimate. Oh, what the? Oh!
Oh! Kai gets that kill using the canned laughter with a killing joke as well, because he knows that there is no double trouble ready for that Laville. He doesn't have the crowd control to actually deter Kai on using his skill set. And NK right now and Lulu and the others are going in high. Look at the damage here in the replay. Kai finishes that off. And he is very, very good in landing his skill shots from the Elsu and now from the Joker. He is a top tier archer in terms of the skill shots that he can actually bring to the table.
Yeah, but the killing joke takes the first blood and the second blood coming in for one team. This is blue buff will be contested by the members of one team. They find a way. Joker is still alive. Kai really needs to run a bit. Double trouble with the flash hits here, but Tay doesn't have the connect into the CC chain. They want to take the revenge on the first kill. They managed to take away Kai first, but still low onto health with Z. Z is still in contention, but Z managed to survive the damage. DPS coming in for Pinchu to take the first start for the side of Valencia.
They do get that tower. They do get a kill. One on the top lane. They get a tower themselves for one team esports. And we're going to see here Wawa coming in hot. Using that L'Oreal, he's just going to be dashing in, dealing some damage, getting some slow to mid lane as well. We're going to see VCF going back into the resources. But the stacks for the junglers are definitely going to be in favor of NK, who has repeatedly taken the resources of Venbank from VCF. He's just harassing them repeatedly. He's not giving in the right stacks. But right now on the mid lane, we're gonna see Zé being in trouble. The ultimate here, NK gets the Abyssal Dragon, while Wawa is gonna be able to spam up his skills up into the faces of VCF.
Again on the top side with the cannon of laughter, really needs to run away for Zuka. Still able to survive with State as well on the top side. Three members with the rock, with the killing joke. Still goes in with L'Oreal, but the damage doesn't even dare. He just can't much more chunk of the damage on the top side, but one team really give much of a punishment for the members of Valencia because they currently, this is going into the mid phase. Valencia doesn't know what to do with the double trouble hits, but none other than helped by the members of Valencia. Takes another turret for the side of one team, make it to 2 turrets before Valencia could manage to get the same level of goal here, because the lead is getting wider and wider for one team.
And one team esports is now actually being more aggressive on their takes. Yes, they do get some they get pushed back, but at the same time they're the ones always in the pushing position. We're gonna see Zé here using the parry, using the Mark of the Hunter as well. We see Wawa use the smite. A lot of the regeneration is there. Kai uses the cat laughter, and the first damage is gonna be there. And Lunlun, meanwhile, is going in for a duel here. He uses the stuns, and that's a lot of crowd controls on their side. Impact almost taken out here by one team, but superficially, we're gonna see an outplay coming in from Wawa using the blink. He becomes invulnerable, and the damage coming in from QQ is not gonna be enough to burst down anyone from one team.
Just really hard if you've 2v1 Judgment on top side. That Pichu is still alive, but a Can of Laughter is still available for Kai. The fight is still engaged, but the members of Valencia, they need to defend this mid tower. If not, they will get exposed into the jungle. Killer Jones takes a little bit of information onto the face of Teos. Teos is a little bit more passive rather than the members of Valencia. Plays really aggressive in terms of they need more resources, but this is versus an Acron Judgment again with the Jury Fury coming in. But SRY survived that chaos in terms of how NK is aggressive as he could be, taking away the Holy Abyssal Dragon. Valencia is still has no answer with the aggressive they could give by one team.
Yeah, well, we're gonna be almost building up to a 2.5k gold lead for one team. It is not that big. It's still winnable for VCF, but at the same time, they're gonna be grouping up here because they cannot actually win whenever they have the they have number disadvantage. The Slayer is being started here by one team, no contest at all. We're gonna see a shove here into the bottom lane. The Varus is gonna be rotating into the bottom until it's a 4v5. If ever there's gonna be a clash, NK is gonna be doing his best for an invade. And yeah, not much that they can do. All members are gonna be hit by the killing joke. That's gonna be the smite. The blink is almost going to be barreling down the skill and health of Taos here. And the damage coming in from Wawa is too substantial at this moment. The AR just gonna be harassing. He's using the blink and the invulnerability at that moment to actually just soak up the damage coming in from VCF.
Valencia needs to run away from the Ring of Fire. That is the moment that we see Wawa a little bit too aggressive with the ultimate she had. Playing away with the Aloria coming in with the re-engage. The damage could be delivered by Wawa. Wawa has no ultimate just yet, haven't been pushed. But now it's connected, takes one Wawa, and Bank has been taken away. They lost QQ as well as Teos. Wawa takes the triple kill. They need the Darkseid to just engage into the mid lane. They bridge on top side. Two members of Valencia really need to defend their base. This is going to be a hardship. The Nightmare coming in for one team. Takes another one. SRY take it away, and next to fall is Pichu as well as the car. One team takes the lead with a 2-0 win into the Group B.
Oh man, one team esports showing themselves why they are the GCS champions. They have sweep VCF in this series, and you know what? The spectacular performance coming in from Wawa using that L'Oreal justifies that pick right here, right now, beating up a stronger and more favored mid laner like the Liliana.
Wow. The L'Oreal pick is kinda new, and it is an innovation. They need the L'Oreal not to be in the late game. They burst away with a couple more damage that L'Oreal could give. That is much suitable kind of position that one team has. They had much more confidence. They know the power spike that be given by the Necron first pick. Whoever does that, that is some believable moment that one team could give. The Varus pick is the best pick possible to give by one team. Lun played really well with the Bloody Kiss and as well as the Venom. The sustainability that Varus could give in that mid lane is paying the price for one team. They played it really well and make it the game possible for them. Look at how the Venom's entering the game, and one team just roll his team onto the side of Valencia. They just, crash away Valencia hopes into the AIC. It is much possible to be made by one team. One team, like you said, is the champions of GCS, but for Valencia, they won against PRU is not enough to just sustain them in this group.
Yeah, and definitely one team having a spectacular performance. They were able to actually just, whenever they get the control, it just spirals into their side, and they never let go whenever they get that lead. And that's how you do it in this kind of game, because if you have the lead, you have the confidence to go in, you have the confidence to go for the invades, you have the confidence to be aggressive in your place, you have the leeway because you have the advantage, you have the itemizations. As long as you are still gonna be you're still gonna be using the rotations with the teammates that you have, because usually when we see an overconfident player, we're gonna see a lot of mistakes, and that overconfidence somewhat destroys the rotation for your team. But here
Yeah.
we're seeing a very clear cut on how they're doing the strategic call outs, on how they're actually interacting with each other. They never go in alone. They always have something in mind.
Yeah, it brings a lot of confidence to just trust your team members that made one team a fierce team, that making the possible outcome for them, taking the 2 win against Valencia. But in terms of AIC history, that still 2-1 win for one team, because Valencia wins against them in day 1, making it a maybe the best of 7 if they kind of knock out a little bit early, just face down in the playoffs to be more possible. But kudos to side of one team. They won a convincing game in game number 2 with the draft that could not brain a little more because of that L'Oreal pick. They draft so much heavily into crowd control that Varus had, as well as the Joker, Necros, and the Richter pit. I will say that we have not seen much of a play coming in for that Richter, but for that Joker, we have seen a lot.
With a lot of plays coming in from Kai as well. Kai was one of the winning pieces in the early parts of the game, and then when it went to the middle game, it was all Wawa who was just racking them up. He was using the L'Oreal, and he has a lot of confidence on his usage of the L'Oreal. He was not... Basically, when he comes in, he knows when to use the blink to actually use the invulnerability to soak up the damage from VCF. And that gave a lot of space, a lot of breadth, because the skills are being wasted onto that L'Oreal.
Yeah, the L'Oreal pick is the best pick that one team could bring in that game. But yeah, that is the outcome for the winning 2-0. Beside that, how Valencia could survive after this in that group, it will be much fearful in terms of matchup after this for Valencia. If they cannot win 1 point, I would say Valencia maybe we're gonna say goodbye to AIC a little bit more early, other than other teams in their group, because how the members of one team is too much of a damage, and the confidence is there, making a way and open some path to the playoffs.
Yup, and definitely we're gonna see here on the game stats. Only 1 kill for VCF, 8 kill deficit. One Team Esports definitely dominated this game. You can say it's a dominating game because we only finished this match at 10:31. That's a minute. That 10 minutes is, for me, it's a very, very short one, especially in pro games. And in terms of objectives, it's all about one team taking all the towers. Abyssal Dragons and the Holy Dragons was theirs. Only 1 Slayer to the name of VCF. And goal difference over time, you can see VCF again taking in some of the early advantages. But it didn't matter because it didn't really translate too much, because we saw most of the game was controlled by one team. Once we reached the 8-minute mark, it was just uphill for One Team Esports.
Yeah, they just cannot deal with the damage that Wawa has in terms of team fights. Yes, they had the Liliana onto QQ. QQ could just crowd control onto the Necros, but Necros is not kind of champs that just go inside, engage, and in the team fight long more than maybe a Breakneck, because that is the kind of the heroes that can engage and disengage in a matter of seconds that make him the MVP. NK played really well for versus Ambang, but Ambang really needs a lot more time to just make it possible to survive in AIC.
Yeah, NK was very aggressive on the nap front. He just knew the right places, the right lanes to gank, the right places to be whenever there is going to be an objective. He always goes aggressively, and he didn't let NBank actually take a lot of resources in the jungle, and that resulted to a lot of big things. Because if the jungler is shut down, the main problem here is that the objectives are going to be easily taken by your opponents. So moving forward, I hope we can see a stronger VCF, but the next match is going to be against Nova Esports against KFC Talon. But before we go to the next match, we're going to be going for a very short break. My name is Vittorio, this is Mikos, this is the Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. We'll be right back. Don't touch the browser.
Right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle alert pings. When players are on the move, they can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button prompt to their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness status ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal status ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill in cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death countdown to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy status ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation alert ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard. There are hundreds of different ping options in Arena of Valor. Players should use them strategically to give themselves and their team a leg up on the competition. Be aware that the ping button is only a notification. The key to victory lies in making the right informed decisions. This marks the end of our video introduction to the ping system in Arena of Valor. Tell us your favorite thing to ping in the comments. Thank you for watching. Good luck on the battlefield.
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain, I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him and get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pain.
and
when-
welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. My name is Vittorio. With me is Mikos. We're down to the third series of the day, and it's gonna be Nova Esports facing up against KFC Talon.
Yeah, I would say that Nova, after their maybe a little bit of embarrassing game versus Flash in series number 1, they need some redemption. They need some more energy to bring versus KFC Talon, because if this is the game that be casted by GG, he would love KFC Talon, man. He knows how KFC Talon is one of the best team in the league. He knows, but in terms of Nova, we saw what happened in series number 1. 8 minutes game, 9 minutes game. That is not the Nova we know. Nova needs something that could bring into the defense. What happened to Valencia before this is the same kind of momentum that Nova produced in series number 1. If series number 2, Nova still produced the same kind of energy, they will be the one who fall from the group stage.
Yeah, and definitely Nova Esports has been underperforming on their rotations that they've done. If we're gonna see another 5-man rotation, I think it's gonna be another disaster waiting to happen for Nova Esports.
Yep.
And I've said this again and again. That kind of rotation does not work if you're not going to be able to clear your lanes. If you're going to be able to advance clear your lanes, maybe go to the second tier turn and then clear up the lanes, then that's the moment that you can go for a 5-man rotation. But if you can't do that, then better yet, just stay on your lane, try to go and build up some items for yourself, especially if you're an archer that needs a lot of gold to be effective.
Yeah,
you just need to stay in the lane.
Yeah, I think the staying in the lane, I would understand why Nova is not staying in the lane for an Hayate, but if they pick up away with the Kafni, I think it's going to be really hard, because Kafni needs some farm instead of Hayate. Yes, Hayate has some stacks with the true damage. Yes, it could make it possible, but it's hard to land full stacks coming in that team fight as well. But Kuna Blitz doesn't even connect. It's going to be really hard for Nova. But if Nova want to bring away that 5-man rotation, they need the Joker. Maybe they need the Elandor to bring some of the movement kind of early composition heroes to just cope with the 5-man rotation. If they bring up the Kafni again, maybe a Violet is going to be really hard. They need to stay on lane. They need to play a basic kind of abyssal lane. Just stay in lane, get some farm, maybe 1 or 2 items, just proceed for the next objective.
Yeah, actually, if you want to go for a 5-man rotation as well, you need to have an objective in mind. And most of the times how we see a 5-man rotation, they just want to get and secure a kill, maybe surprise a jungler, but after that there's no objective actually open for the taking, because usually what the pros do is, even if they do they actually die out on their lanes, they actually clear up the waves so the pushes are not going to be possible, especially in the early game where the death timers are relatively low, wherein they just go back into the game, get back up in the farm, and just delay the pushing off their lanes.
Yeah, I would love to see how Nova cope with their mistakes in series number 1 and making a hard decision to just play a lot of early composition like an Akrath, maybe a Crixie as well to be played. If they want to bring the Tachi again, they need some kind of early aggressive that they did in day number 1. It could possibly work. They need the Mina, they need the Tachi as well as the Crixie, maybe an Iggy into the mid lane to bring some spice into the game. But in terms of how the jungle play like another, we've seen a lot of maybe a selfish gameplay when he bring himself to just steal away the blue buff. None of the members of Nova is there. He just cannot run away. Instead of, he knows he plays in our way, he can run away, but versus Izuka as well as an Iggy, it will be so hard to run away. The touchy play from XB before this a little bit too perfect to execute by XB. So if they could make it possible, they have the Mina, they have the touchy, they as well as the pain before this in day one, they make it happen versus Terry Hope, they still can survive. Maybe number 2 in the group.
Yeah, as long as they're gonna be able to shut down KFC Talon, and that's a what if. That is a what if. It's gonna be a daunting task. To say the least, KFC Talon is one of the was the number 1 seed on the qualifiers, and also they had the experience to be the AWC 2021 champions as well. This is the same lineup that we saw on that day, so. Yeah, probably it is still going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, you're not convinced that Nova could win against Talon, is it?
I'm not going to say now, things can happen, but if we're going to look at the power rankings, the way KFC Talon plays, then based on logic, I would say the based on statistics that it is going to be KFC Talon is going to be having a sweep here. But if maybe Nova Esports is going to show us a different kind of play, wherein they're not going to group up again in a 5-man rotation, then lose 2 towers in the other lanes, like the mid lane and then the bottom lane. Like what happened where they got 2 towers in the bottom lane, 1 tower in the mid lane, and they even got kills.
Yeah, I think if we want to see more an easy logic is that Flash loses to KFC Talon. So if Nova could not beat Flash, it would also say that Talon will have an amazing game versus them because of how they lost. Because how Nova lost to Flash in the matter of minutes before we hit the 10-minute marker. So if this is going to be a mountain to climb for Nova. They need to find a way to just shut down Talon, because Talon currently is one of the most perfect team that we know in this AIC, the Group A, same as well as the Flash. But Nova lacking onto rotation as well as their drafts, and maybe some of the players has not enough of experience into AIC. They bring it to play it pretty well. They played Mina from Hey so good, but in terms of realistic thinking, Talon could have a 2-0 win.
Yeah, and looking at there, it's just that KOC Talon is just looking strong. They are the top on day number 1, so they're the top team in Group A. They're the top dog that needs to be beat. But yeah, it's gonna be hard. It's the first place against third place on day number 1 of the group stages. You already know there's a reason why they are the first place in Group A. So basically, you don't need to have rough analysis on it. You just go by the base of logic. That's gonna be the result, definitely.
Yeah, I would imagine that right now Goyang Gaming is still with the Talon. He's just go Talon, because he knows that Talon's gonna win. But what are you guys' thoughts onto this kind of matchup? Do Nova could win against Talon? What could Nova do in this kind of matchup? Because we know for a fact that Talon has the most talent inside of the teams, and the potential to win for Talon is much bigger than Nova Esports. But Nova is far from being the underdogs into the game. They have much of the experience itself, being the number 1 in the EU region, but still finding a way to win against the big games and also big teams in this AIC currently. But Talon Esports really finding the matchup to be really hard versus Nova, because Nova has the potential to bring the early game to an early Independence Day, because they know early matchup is their strong point. But for Talon, mid game and late game is their sweet flavor. But inside for Nova, if they can win the early game, then make no mistakes into the execution in the early game, they will have much of a control inside the minds of Talon Esport.
Yeah, and we're gonna see in your screen, it's gonna be KFC Talent, Tony, the Fox, Appa Pro, Moop, and TNZ. You saw earlier the lineup of Nova Esports as well. Snox, you can see another, Hey, Benji, and pretty excited what they're gonna be showing us. The key player for Nova Esports is gonna be Hey with a 4.8 KDA. 73.3% kill participation. He's been doing the bulk of work here for Nova Esports. He's looking happier. Let's see what is gonna happen as this might be the last day that we're gonna be seeing Nova Esports.
Oh, you're convinced now. Okay.
The key player for KFC Talent is gonna be Tony with a KDA of 7, and of course he's been taking the bulk of damage for KFC Talent, 25.4% at that. That's a big number. Almost half of the damage taken by KFC Talent has been shouldered by Tony.
I think if another plays a little bit more discipline and have patience, this is going to be some game that Nova could deliver, because we saw a lot of mistakes made by another. He is too aggressive in terms of rotation. They play Aoi, he play Pain, but if he plays Pain, he knows when to enter a fight. He plays a little bit more defensive. He rotates a little bit more slow in terms of he doesn't want to get caught up, but he plays Aoi a little bit more aggressive. He always in front of ADC. He trying to just close ADC rotation, but it doesn't even make the point that ADC play the Zuka, ADC play the Kira, so it's going to be really hard for versus his Scott as well. So if they want to play a little bit more defensive in this kind of game, or balanced type of composition, they need to sit down another. They need another to be more alive in that game rather than play more aggressive and not enough of a backup plan if he been caught up with that rotation.
And right now we're gonna see a hover on Little Bam. Florentino has been the ban of choice of Nova Esports. Maybe they want an Omen pick for themselves. Aya is gonna be the ban of choice of Talon, and Surefire that is not gonna be into the hands of anyone as long as you're gonna be thinking straight.
Yeah, I think if they want an Omen, they ban Florentino, as well as maybe a Yena ban here, maybe a Nakroth ban as well, but Aya has been taken away, and Lorian will not be. I think Lorian will be banned by Talon, and Talon will not just give a Lorian away for a couple of games for Snots. I think the Mina pick here will be something of a big changes. If they doesn't pick down the Omen, this is going to be really hard for Nova. If they need Omen, Mina, as well as Crixie. If they pick Crixie away, Omen will be taken away from Talon, because if Katie gets Omen, that is maybe a game over, because we know how Omen is currently the best Dark Slayer laner in the game, and currently Yena could substitute it about, so it's going to be really hard if Omen been taken by Talon.
Yeah, and right now, I feel like it's a nonsensical pick that you picked up Crixie and then you don't pick up the Omen. Now there is a reason why it's always a first ban in most of the cases, and even in
Omen and Nakroth, god damn it.
Yeah, main 3 regions, AOG, GCS, RPL, even in the ASL, they banned out that Omen, and then you left it open and you're not gonna be able to take it. That's, I don't know what to say.
I would pray that Nova has some sort of counter attack if they doesn't want to pick the Omen. They doesn't ban it. They doesn't pick it. They pick that down to Crixie first. If they want to pick the Mina, yes, that Mina could counter down the Omen, but it could do so much. They need some helping in terms of maybe a Wukong pick here that is kind of be the best pick possible, but I don't think versus an Omen that is a good pick. If they want to pick an Elsu, maybe disengage more versus an Omen, but you would lose a lot of objective. If you want to versus an Omen, you need that Roxy. Roxy has to be present for Nova. If Mina want to be the support, yes, the Roxy has to be the Darksayer versus an Omen.
And at this moment, at this kind of matchup, I guess Mina is very, very decent against the Omen. But the problem here is that the Omen is not going to be zeroing in onto that Mina for sure. He's not going to be going for a duel with the Mina. He's just going to be running in most of the scenario. And if you pair that up with a Mina as well, it's going to be a very, very scary concept because you have additional attack speed, you have additional health. If the and the synergy with that Omen is definitely going to be boosted up with that kind of support.
Yeah, because they pick up the Necro for Talon that we know for sure that Omen is not the heroes that go for a split push because there is a Necro. They pick the Omen, they pick the Hayate. Early game for sure secured for Talon Esport. They have early damage, they have sustainability, and also shutdown coming in for that Necro. 3 champs picked by Talon is already most completed kind of composition they could bring. But Tachi and Mina will go for the Baron and Tachi support kind of composition. Nova wants to bring the some sort of the same kind of composition that Flash do with the Tachi and the Grixie. If they lack of early damage, they need some sort of ADC that can has early damage, maybe a Elendor to fight up around the Hayate, but the Joker has been taken away. The early comp has been deflected by Talon. You don't have the Joker, you still have the Elsu if you want to pick it, but a little bit too much to mid phase if they pick up the Elsu.
And right now, they're hovering onto an L on their bat for KFC Talon. They don't want any kind of fast clear to happen for Nova Esports. They're not going to be letting that pick go. And right now, it's hover for Nova Esports. They're banning out the Liliana. Ipa Pro is a very, very well-known Liliana player. He's a very, very gifted mid laner, so to speak. He is in the conversation with Nunu as one of the best mid laners in the AOV international scenes. We're seeing a lot of the resurgence of mid laners that can actually make a difference in that lane. iPad Pro, Wawa, a lot has been has been seen in this kind of players. Those players that has MVP performance as well.
I think if they pick a Zata, maybe a Tulan pick here for Talon. This is an early composition that Talon needs to shut this game before 10 minutes mark. So if the Zata pick here, maybe into the mid game phase, they need some securance into mid. They could bring the Lorian, the L'Oreal if they want to for Talon, but I think Zata pick is good as well. Because of the Ascent give much more damage, and now Nova respond with a Kafni pick. Oh god. This is going to be something for Nova. They bring away Kafni late game and Pain. Maybe Pain is a good answer rather than Aoi. Because we see how Aoi played by another in the first matchup. It's not as good as the Pain played by another.
Pain, I don't know. I've seen Hyper Pro use the Zata, and I'm pretty scared for Nova Esports because I've seen him coming in from the Dragon Pit into the bottom lane just using the Ascend. And Nova Esports did lock onto a Kafeni and also to an Avoy to actually match up the mobility of the Nakrot. But a problem will arise here. They're going to be needing to defend Kafeni, and if it is going to be a Tachi support, it is going to be a difficult thing to actually execute for sure.
Yeah, no members of Nova, or maybe the damage in the Nova could provide, just needed to just take away the numbers of health for Dane. They doesn't have a lot of early damage. They only have the Tachi as well as the Aoi, but the Tate pick here is the number one problem for Nova. The Caffrey early game is not much of a help, and they have the Mina. Maybe Mina is the giving to Snox, because we know how Snox plays Mina. Plays pretty well, but in terms of energy and synergy that Nova has is currently depleting. It's going to be really hard. Plummets away for Nova. They need to just execute it perfectly with the comp they had. Mid game galore for Nova, but for the Talon, they had early matchup all the way along. They have the security into the Hayate and the Omen mid game and late game, but the Nacross and the Zada is the best way possible to go in the early game. Possible invade coming in for Nova is big because they have the Mina. But if Talon knows about this, there's going to be 2 kills early for Talon Esports.
Yup. And we're going to be starting and entering the entire battlefield soon enough. Yeah, big expectations for Nova Esports. I still think this is going to be KFC Talon's game unless we see something changes on the rotation of Nova Esports. Let's see if that change is going to be substantial enough to actually propel them to win this best of 2.
Alright, no invade coming in, but they need to clear first wave first, and Benji as well as Heihei just go onto the red buff, waiting for another to arrive. But a couple more damage here has been neglected by the members of KFC Talon. They know the invasion coming in. They wait for Defoxin on top side. They swap a little bit of lane, leaving Caffney versus a Omen onto the bottom side. A little bit low here for Benji. Benji needs to back off. Defense is solid for the members of Talon.
Yep, and we're seeing here Hayate picking up the Dark Slayer lane. They want the advantage against Benji and Snox here onto the top lane as well. I think they actually went for they actually switched lanes. Hey, he's gonna be in the mid lane.
Yep.
A usually was in the Dark Slayer lane, so I got confused. So Snox is going to be the Dark Slayer laner, while we're gonna see Benji still the support right now.
Yeah, this is what happened in day 1. Heihei and Snox just switch places when they pick up the Mina and as well as the Crixie. This is when they versus Talon before this in day 1, I think. It's the same kind of composition they bring.
Yep, and right now we're gonna see a 5-man commit here. They went for a advanced play. This is the only time that it's gonna be possible, and they do get moved here with another blocking in. IFA Pro using the Ascend. The Kunai puts as well from the Fox.
Another? What?
Dragon's Run is gonna be used here by another. He is gonna be caught up. He's gonna be pushed back, and he is gonna be taken by NTNZ. That's a lot of kills for their side. That's a 3-4-1 trade and a possible kill on Snox, but Defoxin does not commit. And that was a big clash. iPad Pro is going to be messing up the Twister.
This is what I'm concerned about. One mistake made by Nova jeopardized their form into the game. Another just engaged back when they know they lost the fight after the fuselage has ended. It's going to be really hard for Nova. They know for a fact that they had the damage, but the position that another is in and posed is a little bit too exposed to the members of Talon. Talon can chuck one by one, but they had the retribution in. They takes 1 kill back, make it a true 3 trade here. But the mid lane sums up 1 more kill, make it number 4 for KFC Talon. That is some finger licking good coming in for Talon.
Yup, Mobley's coming in using that Judgment Blade to actually just deter against the creep wave, and now they have an open tower take here onto the ball and move. Lady Foxen are gonna be trying to destroy that tower as soon as they could. There is still a lot of time that they could actually take the first tier turret as early as the 4-minute mark, but they are gonna be disengaging. Still, that's a few more hits, and they're gonna be able to take that tower already. Here on the mid lane, there is gonna be a lot of the rotations by Nova Esports. 3 of them are actually found here, and TNZ might be in danger as we're gonna see Benji and the others actually grouping up there. It's a 4-man rotations on the top lane, and TNZ is dangerously hot. He is gonna be able to rock out and change someone, but at the end of the day, he's not gonna be able to kill all of them. But still, it's a 3-man engagement again here on the bottom lane. They did get that trade up, and still the gold is 1k up for the KFC Talon.
It's good that we know Nova has much of a potential to just after the kill they trade towers on top. That is good for Nova, but they cannot leave Snox alone on the bottom side, because how Mina is with the passive, we know we can just lifesteal a bit with the damage, but versus the Foxing onto Hiyari, that is not a good matchup for Mina. Now, the charge coming in for Tony, but still doesn't want to commit 100% onto that team fight because of 45 seconds into the next Abyssal and 4 seconds for the Slayer. Top side, moves coming in with the Kuna Blitz coming for Devoxin, really needs to disengage, but now coming with the scare jump for the Crixie. Hey takes the kill. Mob on the top side coming in with the Akafni. Really has the orb. Still needs to survive the couple more damage. But now the Judgment and the Jury Fury coming in from Mob. Takes the trade onto the face of Nova. Talon Esports takes one more lead in terms of kill. Another is still there, but versus NTNZ is not a good matchup for an AOE.
Yo, Benet able to secure a kill of themselves, but the Tech Talon is not gonna let that kill unanswered. They get the kill for themselves, and this has been the story. Whenever KFC Talon knows information that there is gonna be a number of people on the other side of the map, they're gonna be competing hard, and that's what happened. Even with the right timing on the orb, and even the skill of Benji to use the Cliff Breaker where he's immune, the Ascent was not actually connecting, but it doesn't matter because the damage coming in from Mappa Pro, his move is just too substantial. They don't really need to use the Ascent to actually just get the kill. And Nova Esports right now is trailing still by 1k. KFC Talon and is actually doing a lot in terms of the rotations here. It's the one dictating right now where the placements of the clashes are gonna happen. But you know, Nova Esports is actually doing pretty well in this game.
Because this is a do or die moment for Nova Esports. They already played 2 games. If they loses this in terms of 1-1 or 2-0, they will not advance into the knockout stage. Coming in again with the Judgment coming from Move. Another arrive into the mid lane. Tony with the dashes trying to lock onto Benji. Benji is still chilling in terms of how many damage he could receive with the passive that Benji has. Bottom side, bottom side, Hyper Pro and NTNZ is trying to push away the tier 2 turrets, and now 5-man rotation coming in for Nova. They want this Slayer, they want it, but Benji with the ultimate coming in. Super armor has been called, but Tony is still alive. Kuna Blitz has not been taken away, but Devoxin really needs to run away. Bottom side, tier 2 title will be taken away with the orb. Hyper Pro secures onto Snox. Mid game, mid lane is not in the favor of Nova because of Talon Esports has been just putting away the members of Nova into 2 different groups and just slay one by one.
This is a divide and conquer by KFC Talon. Again, I said it's going to be used by Alpha Pro. Very, very scary there. Pose is going to fall with Benji, and TNT makes sure that they are going to be securing that kill. And we're going to see Hey here on the top lane. Moop is going to be in the fire of that turret. Hey uses that moonfall. He's going to be able to actually run away. Hey is not
Another?
is going to be able to
Oh,
live
no.
another day. And TNZ is there again in the area. They're going to be going for an invade with move. They get that blue buff. They are now open for the taking onto the Slayer or to the Dragon. Are they going to be taking the tower yet again here in the mid lane without any contest? And the answer is yes. They're going to go for that Slayer next.
This is what happened if you leave Omen's side. Omen is still playable onto okay, another coming in a little bit too early onto the Dark Slayer. The Fox is a little bit too late with the Gunnar Blaze. Mobs takes away the Dark Slayer, takes one. Benji is still alive. None other than members coming in for Talon and Nova has been taken away just yet. And TNZ is the first one to fall, but a sense for an Hyper Pro, it doesn't even connect. But now Tony is alone with the members of Nova. Tony survived. They trade one per one. And TNZ and the Hates of another. Jungle with the Baron. I think that is the win for Talon.
Oh my gosh, that prediction outplay coming in from iPad Pro after the Dragon Strand. It was already iPad Pro using the Ascend. Moop is going to be caught out here by Snox. He doesn't care.
No
Uses the Desert
damage.
Blade to actually go. Although there is no damage coming in from Moop, it doesn't matter. He's just going to be securing a lot more resources. A lot more of the waves are going to be taken here by KFC Talon. We're seeing a almost 4k gold lead. He is now
Oh,
harassing
no.
here Benji, who's not able to deal damage to Whoop whatsoever. The top lane turret is going to be falling down. 3 of the members of KFC Talon is there. They're going to be taking more resources from the jungle
Oh, no.
as well. Nobody is there. You're going to see here the Desert Blaze connecting into stock. Tony is dangerously low. Slot has been used, and TNT uses the rock shield. He's going to be able to live. Another is going in hot. He is going to be trying to get that kill. Dragon Stride is going to be used, but he is going to be used and pulled back by NTNT. They are going to be securing that kill for sure. KFC Talon is going in hot. It's just one clash after another. More action is going to be seen here as they're going to be pushing here the third tier turn. We're going to see IFI Pro. Maybe he is going to be using the ascent, and he scares down Hey, and he is going to be staring down on that middler laner using that ascent.
Talon accepting a clash that make a splash for Nova. None of the members for Nova could handle the damage that Talon has currently right now, because I don't know why another just goes in alone there. He knows he's an AOE, he can run away, but the damage and the crowd control that Talon has a little bit too much to be handled by AOE itself. Another really needs to back off a little bit because of how the damage that Hey could give. With the Moonfall, he needs that. And also Snox, a little bit too early. Benji checking bushes with no securance ability. That is so much of a mistakes coming in for Nova. Talon knows. Another trying to find a way to find Tony onto the bottom side here, but 4 members of Nova really want to secure their jungle, but Tony is there. The Tain is there. He cannot do anything with the damage that Nova could give currently. No, the sickle doesn't even connect coming in for Snock. The members of Talon trying to find the gate is open on the top side. Mid lane and bottom side here is waiting to fall with the damage that Talon could give. And TNZ bringing some fight. Bottom side here, Ascend coming in for iPod Pro. 1 member's Benji maybe is the first one to fall. Dane, they take some retribution. Nova with a counter attack. They take 1. Living Talon with 4 members left. Nova is still alive.
Yes, they are still alive, but they're being choked out here by KFC Talon. They're going in hot again. NTNT goes in with the Desert Prison. Gotcha pulls here. Kunai Blitz is going to be used. Almost killing up against Benji. Benji is going to be bursting out. Defoxin gets that kill. Snox as well has been killed up by Defoxin. It's a 4 versus 1. Are they going in for the defense? But there is going to be a low health on both of the members. iPad Pro might be attempting for an outplay. Is he going up for an ascend, or is he going to actually just look and have a stare down here? He's going to be using the Desert Break. Ascend has been used as well, but he is going to be taken out by A. That's a book ball to the face, and he was able to actually buy that orb even before that clash, but he is not going to be able to do anything as Defoxin is going to be zeroing on into that Nexus, and they take game number 1 of this best of 2 series.
I would say this is the best game that Nova gives us. Nova knows Talon gameplay, but Talon is lucky enough and disciplined enough, has a lot of patience to win this game and make the dream possible for Talon. I would say this is the third points for Talon, and the game after this, Nova is nothing to lose anymore because we know Flash already has 2 points, Talon is 3. So the number 3 in the spot in Group A is Nova Esports. One game away to just has an early lead in the AIC. They need to win that game to just level up to bring for a tiebreaker in Group A, but it just couldn't make it. The level of talent provided in this kind of matchup is out of the charts. Talent deserve this win with a couple of confidence gameplay, with the Ascent coming in for iPod Pro, and Tony with the Tane pick. That is just some finger-licking good moment for that Tane play. Tony is maybe the MVP I would give.
At this moment, I saw a lot of good things and a lot of outplays as well. You're gonna see a lot of the mechanically gifted players of KFC Talent to actually just go for the prediction, the execution as well. And there was some fight coming in from Nova. They did their best, but the problem here is that even at their best, they were outdrafted. They were always out of place in the moment. You're seeing a lot of the heroes of KFC Talent that can deal a lot of damage in an area of effect. So in that moment, it is very, very hard to actually execute if you just group up.
Yeah, I think the moment that we saw a lot of potential for Nova when when happened to be a clash between objective, they can restart the objective in the hands of Talon, but Talon knows the perfect position to be is iPod Pro. iPod Pro has the prediction of maybe a mystic art, I don't know, but he knows when to fight and when to back off at the crucial moment. Bottom side, late game, we saw they won. They take away Tony, but that is a support. Yes, a team we know currently at that position is a big win for the Nova. But when they re-engage at the Dark Slayer, that is, I think, a hard truth to be told that Nova make a mistake there. They need to defend bottom side, mid lane, but when they go for objective contest, that is the moment when Talent, oh, you are here. You doesn't have much of a skill yet at that moment. We're just going to run down one by one, be taken away, and Nova suffer a loss in game 1.
That goes to show why most of the RPL teams has the best mid laners. You get to see a lot of those kinds of plays. It's not an overstatement to say that iPod Pro is one of the best junglers. I mean, the best mid laners in the AIC 2022 right now. In terms of the quality of mid laners, it has been the RPL. Then you're gonna see the Boon of Talents and the GCS as well. But right now in the AIC 2022, we actually see a lot of mid laners actually stepping up to the plate. We're gonna see Wawa, you're gonna see Maris as well. There's a lot of players that you can name, but you know, the one that stands out for me right now is iPod Pro. And if we're going to be seeing the advent of the other mid laners, the best mid laners here in the AIC 2022, they should have this kind of performance, an MVP performance that you can actually see. And we've been back into this conversation. One of the reasons why I think KFC Talent is one of the best teams is because KFC Talent does not have one single star player. There's a lot of players that can actually step up to the plate, move. You're gonna see NTNZ as well. You're gonna see iPod Pro. You can see even the other Abyssal Dragon laner Ares to actually step up to the plate, and even Tony, who has been seeing the bulk of the work in terms of being tanking the damage for his team. That's how big the arsenal of KFC Talent is. So if this is the kind of KFC Talent we're gonna show, maybe we're gonna see another international championship being secured here by KFC Talent. That's just still a what if. We are still in the group stages. That's still early. So we're gonna be looking at this objectively. It's just a performance right now in the group stages. I'm not gonna say that KFC Talent is gonna be taking home the win, but still, this kind of performance is, for the playoffs, for the championship kind of performance.
Yeah, I think iPod Pro stands high a lot because of we haven't seen the comeback coming in for Flash. Maybe if XB plays in mid lane, we have BRU Nunu back in the AIC. That will be some fearful kind of matchup into the mid lane because we know how capable this player is, but now XB plays onto the support role, and we saw BRU is not even in an AIC. But yeah, kudos to iPod Pro, plays it really well in day 1 and also in day 3. He always has an outplay to just deliver it for KFC Talent. Plays it pretty well. Doesn't even make much of a mistakes with the Iggy plays as well as the I think the Grexy plays, iPod Pro plays really well also. So it's going to be really hard if Nova wants to play around iPod Pro. Looks the damage coming in for Hey. He gives 81,000. In fact, the iPod Pro gives 77, but the rotation and the patience that iPod Pro has, the mechanical ability that iPod Pro gives in that game is top of the charts coming in for Hey as well. But the level this team combined is far much more greater than Nova currently has.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of stats, you can see a lot of damage coming from iPod Pro, from Defoxin. All of KFC Talent actually contributed to this win. They did a lot of damage. Moop as well. He's at the 50k damage. And most of the damage in the other lanes, yes, we're going to see Nova Esports actually trailing from Pose and AA. But the other supporting cast was not able to actually do the work for them. They were not able to deal the damage. They were not able to lock in on those squishy heroes. And the difference here is that Hey, yes, he's going to be giving out a lot of damage using that Grixie, but it's a point-and-click hero. You just need to click that ultimate, which is a Moonfall. Then you're just going to be pointing out his first skill and then your second skill. But here, we're going to see the MVP of the game, iPod Pro, using Zata, who is... you need a lot of mechanical skills to actually maneuver. And he is the MVP of this game, and definitely we're gonna see a lot more of iPod Pro on the MVP stage. Let's see what is gonna be in store for game number 2 of this best of 2 series. There is still a chance for Nova Esports. It's not a one-sided stomp. I mean, we're seeing Nova Esports actually fight it out against KFC Talent. It's just that the rotations has been meshing well for them. They are able to trade, but whenever they get that advantage, KFC Talent takes it back on the other side of the map. So they need that kind of conversation as well, that hey, most of the enemy champions are actually not here. Most of the members of KFC Talent is not here in the bot lane while we're ganking this marksman. So you better be careful in the top lane. Just give out the first tier turret. But what they're doing is they're going for a forceful defense. They're trying to clear out the creep wave, even though he knows that it's 4 people or 3 people who's gonna be barreling down into the top lane.
But I just want to get back to the Zata plays coming in for iPod Pro. Yeah, if you first time playing Zata, you will know the ultimate is hard to press. You have to maneuver throughout the tornadoes coming in for Zata. And why am I not flying? I've just pressed the ultimate long enough and you are not flying. But yeah, there's a lot of tutorials how to play Zata, and you can see how iPod Pro, he knows the ultimate is available. He knows he has 2 tornadoes to just maneuver and activate a sand. So that is some skilled player coming in for iPod Pro. But coming back to what could be given by Nova, as you said, this is not the same kind of Nova that we saw versus Flash. This is the level up Nova. It's not a one-sided storm coming in for KFC Talent, but Nova still has a long way to go. They maybe sure is not going to make out of this group because they doesn't have 1 point yet. Flash has 2, Talon has 1 currently, but it's going to be possible for Nova if he can just make this 1-1 win. Has 1 point. He needs to wait for Talon versus Flash. If Flash wins against Talon 2-0, this is going to be tiebreaker against Nova and Talon once again. But if they cannot win this, maybe this is not the way to go for Nova, because Nova needs at least 1 point for that tiebreaker. If not, Nova is the one to say bye-bye to AIC.
Yeah, I mean, even if they win one on KFC Talon, they need to pray that KFC Talon actually loses out to Flash.
Loses 2-0. Basically, that is a hard hope coming in.
Yeah, that is very hard to actually see. Although, yeah, Team Flash is, resurging again with the kind of lineup that they have. But the problem is, I still think that Team Flash is already way past its golden age. It's not the Team Flash that we know that is actually very, very dominating. In fact, they have been struggling in their fights against KFC Talon in the first day. So in that regard, yeah, probably maybe if they get a 1-up over KFC Talon, it is possible. But for now, I highly doubt as well that Team Flash is going to be able to 2-0 KFC Talon.
Yeah, that is kind of a hard prey coming in for Nova if they want to do it. But if Talon wins 2-0, I do think that Flash can play it really balanced versus Talon, because Flash has the advantage there. They can just keep a lot of secrets in terms of drafts and skills, draft and rotation in the game if Talon win this a 2-0 win. But as you can see, Nova is not kidding around. They need this 1 point, bringing out the Baldum as well as the Hayate. But Iggy pick has been taken away by Talon Esports. Aya, Lorian, as well as Narcross and the Omen been taken out. Also, Zuka. Talon Esports is not giving this an easy game for Nova. They know 2-0 will precede them the best seat possible for the playoffs.
Yo, man, right now, KFC Talon is hovering onto an Elsu, and they have an Iggy. Oh, this combination is definitely going to be scary, especially with the range that they have. They're going to be definitely suppressing the members of Nova. And we see, yet again, another Illumia pick from Nova. I've actually lost for words that they actually picked up again.
This is not happening for Nova. Come on.
The first two picks was good. They had the Baldum, they had a Hayate as well. Maybe they're gonna be using the Cataclysm when the Wild Prison gets a hit.
Maybe that is the idea for Nova has, but it's too dependable for the combo. If the Wild Prison doesn't hit, so how the Cataclysm going to phase away? Now, if they want to bring the Cataclysm, they need to ban with Richter, because if the Richter's plays for the support coming in for Elsu, this is going to be something that is easy to avoid for the Cataclysm. We have the Zuka with a couple of dashes, we have the ultimate coming in for Elsu, and as well as you only can hit Iggy. That is the main problem for Illumia currently in this in this comp that it brings by Nova. Yes, you have the Illumia, you need something that could fight Iggy in the mid lane. If you pick down the Richter, that is the bonus for Nova. You have already the support, you need to play Richter onto the Baron lane and have an early jungle, maybe an Elendor, maybe a Pain to be picked here for Nova. If they goes for a Pain and Richter, that is the best possible outcome that Nova could give. They have the defense coming in for Baldum as well as Illumia. They have an attack ability coming from Hayate, but now the Scud been hovering for a finisher coming in for the jungle Scud for another. I would say Scud jungle for another is somehow a balance pick because of how aggressive Nado plays with Aoi, and this could save Nova actually.
I mean, Scud is a hero that you want to soak up damage to, and also can actually zero in onto that Elsu.
Oh,
so
no.
I'm actually curious to see. They're actually hovering into a graphic. Is KFC Talent that confident about their Grak? I'm not sure, because the last time I saw them actually use Grak is when they let iPad Pro play that hero. And Moop is actually a very, very well-known player in terms of using that Elander. Gone are the days that we're gonna see only the AOG. The AOG region to actually use the best junglers in AOV. Again, we're gonna see RPL actually have the resurgence of most of the mechanical gifted players right now. Probably in the conversation of junglers, you can put Moop into the table. You can put SGP Banks on the table as well. Used to be ADC, used to be one of the premier junglers as well that you can actually rank from 1 to 3. But right now, I don't think ADC has that kind of title. But here, we'll see if DTAC Talent, if KFC Talent is going to be able to, give justice to this kind of lineup, because it's the first time that we're going to see a Grak being used up here in AIC 2022.
As well as 21, right? We haven't seen Drag in 21, right?
I actually saw Grak in 21. It was used
damn.
by iPad Pro, and he had 100% hook rate on that hero.
It is the talent. It's a talent game, but if they give Greg for iPod Pro, I would say this is the best game possible. But I think iPod Pro will hold into the Iggy, into the mid lane. If they bring maybe a Tachi into the support, maybe the Greg into mid, will be possible for iPod Pro. Now, they have the Cricknack, they have the Scud. I think Nova bottles up their draft in terms of the third pick. They had the Hayate and the Baldum. That is the great combo coming in, but plus the Illumia, it will be hard. If Illumia on the backside been hooked by the Greg, I would say Nova will crumble faster than sand in the hourglass. That is going to be a hard game for Nova. Talent is what promising kind of draft. They have defense coming in for Greg. They have poking ability with the Elandor and the Elsu, but the Zuka top lane, Zuka Dark Slayer is a little bit of a overkill for Talent.
Yep. And let's see what's gonna happen. Although I don't like the Illumia pick, we're gonna see Hey actually use that. Maybe he's gonna be bringing the magic into the table. But let's see, this is the entire battlefield where everything and anything can actually happen. Maybe a comeback into the series for Nova Esports. But KFC Talent still looking into the power rankings. Based on logic, KFC Talent still has the advantage.
Yep, based on logic, looks the game number 2 is on the way. 2 games to determine. If Nova could take 1 point from Talent Esport, they need to pray for Flash to win 2-0 against KFC Talent, which we know that is not impossible to do for Flash, but this is going to be really hard. Again, Talent uses the same strategy that Nova do in terms of all games that Nova played, with the aggressive kind of invade coming in, but Nova trying to find a way with the Baldum with the defense he had, giving Scud into Snot's mid lane, I think, for a couple more damage. This is kind of the flex that we know that Nova's always doing. That they plan to have Hey onto the top side, but now giving Hey into mid with the helps of Snots into the Scud. So it's going to be really hard for Nova. Bottom side, again, Nova just given a sweet time for the Foxy to farm away. None of the members for Nova just happen to just give a crap about the minions on bottom side. So if he clears the minion, he just brings away a couple more damage. Now Talon Esports has gathered around to find a way to the objective, because in another 20 seconds this Abyssal will stand up.
And that's I don't know, it's gonna be difficult. Defoxen was able to get that red buff as well, so he is gonna be having that boost in terms of the gold, and definitely gonna have the advantage. Ember's Gaze is gonna be used. 3 of them are gonna be hit. Snox is dangerously low, still has the fighting power here for sure. They're gonna be hot. Tony is going to be in the backburn. That's a lot of stuns as well. Post is dangerously low. The Foxen tries to go for a kill. NTNT is not gonna be securing anything, and it is a 1-for-2 trade and a win for Nova Esports in terms of the clashes.
Yeah, in terms of if the clashes happen to be like 2 or 3 seconds, and Nova could win. If be prolonged by Talon Esports, that is a talent for sure, because of how Zuka is there, and we see Mob taken away first time. Hyperpro a little bit too late into the fight. The Foxing not even landing a couple more shots. Then it's more convenient for Nova. So Nova takes the kill, takes the lead in terms of kill, but look at how the goal is widened enough for the side of Talon Esports. They know for a fact that this is going to be really hard. If I see a couple of snipes are coming in, Wall Charge is not there, Wall Prison is not connect, but now Wild Prison takes 2 members of Talon Esports. Wall Charge from Benji takes 1. Hyperpro claims 1 kill, but now Hyperpro is alone. 1 more kill to just give a lead for iPod Pro, but Hyperpro is still alive with members 3 versus 1 on bottom side.
Yup, and you know, it's not translating well. Hyperpro actually went in hard and he's gonna be taken out. Nova Esports is gonna be trailing by 300. But you know what's kind of surprising is that even if we're seeing the number of kills into the hands of Nova Esports, the gold doesn't translate to their advantage.
Yeah, it's just really hard because of how Talon is paying more attention in terms of last hit and lanes, rather than Nova trying to find kills much more and more. Oh no! The hooks comes to connect and been taken away with the ultimate coming from Greg, and claims the kill onto Snox. Takes 1 for the team, and now 5 into 3 coming in with a couple more reinforcement with Hey on bottom side. 1 versus 3. 1 hook is 1 to take coming in for Tony. Tony finds the position here. 1 to hooks down a lot. Coming in again. Oh no! Doesn't take the lead here. But that is some Illumia play coming in for Hey. It's working though for the side of Nova.
Yeah, it's definitely working. They're trying to actually get NTNZ here, but without any kind of creep wave, you're not going to be taking it. Cataclysm is going to hit on 3 of the members of the KFC Talon. And right now, they are going to be trailing by 1.3k. KFC Talon still leading in terms of the gold. Yes, there's going to be a kill. That's a lot of damage from iPod Pro as well. He's going to be hooked back by Tony. Is he going to be able to escape this? A wild charge is going to be used. Benji is going to be taken here by iPod Pro. Ember's Gaze as well. It's going to be damaging AA under the turret. We're gonna see another in actually be in danger. The Foxen is gonna be ignoring him. There's not much that another can actually take here using the drone raptor in position. Tony is gonna be hooking.
What?
He's gonna go for that microplay, kites out that damage. Then NTNT finishes off that Cricknack with the Skyfall combination.
I don't know why another just going for that side. Oh no, been really stuck over there. He cannot do anything. No, Snox, what are you doing, Snox? You just face the wall and just face your fears, man. That damage coming in for the side of Talon. This is the punishment if you do something wrong. And Talon takes the lead, a couple glitch into kill as well as goal, and widen a little bit up. Now Banshee is the man to just carry away that wall charge, and wall prison is really needed for the members of Nova. They lost another. They lost Nox as well. Mr. Dragon has been taken away. While Josh coming in for Benji. While Prison has been taken one member from Talon Esport. Still, Tony is alive. Tony is a little bit too tanky. One hook is matters. One hook can make this game possible. But no! Wild Shots is still possible for that Baldoom. Now 3 versus 4 onto the bottom side. Here's Nox a little bit too far away from the members, and now Umbro has been killed, but none of the members of the defending team is being taken away by Talent Esports.
Oh man, we're gonna see here more. The hook is not gonna connect. The shadow bombs are just there. Look at the suppression coming in from KFC Talent. They cannot just go in safely because even before the clashes start, but we're gonna see here the Cataclysm is gonna connect. They disengage as well. The Foxen is gonna be able to flicker out, and that's gonna be safely disengaging himself away from danger. Alpha Pro going in for the duel, and the Hayate is going in hot. Is he gonna be able to take Alpha Pro out? It is still out of the open. As we can see, Emperor's Gaze is going to be used. He's not going to get a hit again. Pose is not really committing to any 1v1s just yet. Hey, might be in danger. He's going to be using the flicker to get out of danger. And still, Moop is going to be in the area. They're going to be able to secure that second tier turret here in the mid lane.
I think this is what happened if Nova just commit 5-man gang on bottom side. They lost a couple more objectives on top side. They lost 2 waves instead of kills on bottom. It's going to be really hard. If the Foxen can flicker away, running from the Cataclysm, that is not the intention to picking down the Illumia. Level 9 Illumia, meanwhile, the side with other members is already 10 and 11. This is the hardship that Nova could feel. 5 kill is enough, but a 7 kill for the side of Talent is not enough just yet. And the NZ on the backside of Dark Slayer. One more hit. Cataclysm push. A little bit too early there to go in for the anti-NZ, but now the members of Talent Esports just knocking the mid door, coming in for Nova. They takes the lead. They just happen to have a lot of damage into objective. They claims one more, and now Snipes will be connected by the Fox in one hook. What is Matros coming in? They force come. Then now Pose takes 1 kill onto 24 members of Talent is still alive. Oh, the Wamba combo for anti-NZ just chuck a lot of damage for the side of Nova, but Nova still, they have the Dark Slayer. They push away. They lost 2 inner tyrants, and only top is left. The last tower for Nova, the last hope for them. They need to survive this. If not, they are going home.
And that was a very, very fast take. They did not need the Slayer at all. It is because this is an Ellender. This is we're gonna see an Iggy, and we're gonna see an Elsu who is just suppressing the members of Nova Esports, and they're now going here onto the top lane. They're gonna be ignoring the information where everyone is still missing from the map. They're gonna go for the recall, or someone is someone gonna be able to take someone out here from KFC Talent. They're not gonna be able to spot out anyone. Tony goes for a blind hook, checking out the pushes as well. KFC Talent is going to maybe push here onto the top lane, as that's the only third tier turret that's left in the game. Wild Charge is going to be used by Benji. Hook again from Tony. Wild Prison as well is going to be used, but Alpha Pro finishes that off. Shadow bombs into their faces. Ember's Gaze as well is going to be ready. It gets a hit onto another, and that's a lot of damage as well. Look at that. One more snipe, and that's going to be the end. Okay. We're gonna see here Tony going back, move, going in hot, going to use and gets the teleportations back as well. Disengage is gonna be used. We're gonna see if he gets that Defoxen, but he gets traded out by Moop. There is a 3-man team still defending here the base of Nova Esports, and they're gonna be disengaging yet again. They still have a lot of time to wait for the Slayer and for the Dragon. 11 minutes to the clock, and everything is already open in the base of Nova.
This is maybe the rival that Nova has. He needs to overcome Talent Esport. They doesn't have any towers left. They only have the core intact. None of the damage has been taken away yet onto the core, but now the members of Talent, they know one hook coming in with a couple more damage, but the Cataclysm hits. But now Hyperpro say no, you can't run from the massacre for Talent Esports. It's giving one by one, it's taken away. Snox, Benji is on the timer. 3 members left for Nova. They are going to defend this core with their honor and their last hope possible. 5 members versus 3. What could happen for Nova? They cannot defend. One snipe, one hook is in a matter of time only. Talent Esport will claim this victory, but they couldn't have this with the orb coming in. They trade one, but still alive. Mob is a little bit too low. Outplay coming in for Nova, but now Talent is still going for the win. 3 members still. Cataclysm again takes down the numbers of health of our move, and now Snuffs is still alive. The ultimate coming in from that NTNZ. They cannot run away. Killed by the Fox, and Benji is taken away. One hook from the Fountain of Life, but Talent Esports claims the win, making a 2-0 win for Talent Esports.
Yeah, best of 2 sweep coming in from KFC Talent, and yeah, definitely showing up the caliber of KFC Talent at this game. It's kind of not one-sided, but at the same time one-sided, just because yeah, in the early parts of the game we saw Nova Esports actually taking in the reins in terms of kills, but you can actually see in terms of strategy, KFC Talent was way up there. They know the winning condition. They know how to get the resources up for themselves. They know how to get the gold. They know how to make the lane management work. And even if the kills was not onto their hands, even if the kill count was actually in deficit of them, they know how to get back into the game. And you can see here on the highlights, Nova Esports just going in hot in most of the engagements. They get most of the positional wins. They get the ganks here right, and they get a lot of kills for themselves. You can see the hooks from Tony actually connecting well with the World Devourer. Connivance as well, and a lot of outplays coming in from KFC Talent at that moment.
Yeah, I would say that Illumia making a way, making it possible for the side of Nova. The Illumia pick is not as bad as we think, but the damage from Illumia not giving it possible to win for the side of Nova. As we can see how Snox has been taking the wall for himself. He cannot run away with the damage coming from that Elendor. But Talent Esport, I would say they are currently the best team that could handle a hard position and hard situation. They could win it, but after this, Talent Esport could face away with versus Team Flash. After this, it's going to be a really hard game, and also maybe the best game for today, because both of them has 2 points currently, who was going to be number 1 and determine their seats in the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. The phase 2 were gonna say goodbye now to Nova Esports. They're not gonna be moving up since they received a 0-4 into their scoreline, and that's basically it. Even if Team Flash is gonna be able to get a 2-0 score on KFC Talent, it's already a done deal. They're not gonna be moving forward into the playoffs. And kudos to KFC Talent. They did really perform well. I think they were just having fun with the kind of lineup that they showed us. They had insane range on their lineup. At Iggy and Elsu was mostly a sure win in the AIC. And you could see why. You have a lot of damage that you can bring in the mid game, where the Elsu and also the Iggy pops off. It is very suppressive. You're always half filled whenever the Ember's Gaze is gonna hit, whenever a snipe hits, especially if you're a squishy hero like the Illumia, whenever a snipe hits, he's actually 2 snipes away from dying in most of the situations, especially if you don't have your restore ready.
Yeah, I think we're talking about Illumia pick for Nova is working for them because Illumia has the least death in that team. For the moment, aside 10 minutes, Illumia has 0 death, so it's going to be really happen because of Nova plays really well with Hey onto that Illumia. The crowd control that provides for the team is complete, and also the Cataclysm versus Talon is much more suitable than versus the composition that been drafted by Flash. So it's sad to say goodbye, but this is the reality is that Nova is leaving the AIC because they doesn't have any points into the Group A, but only 2 teams from the groups will advance. But after this, we are going to see the I think Nova versus Flash. That is the game possible that who are going to sit on the first seat. If they had 3 points, it's going to be really hard.
At this moment, we're just waiting for the game stats to actually break down the game more.
Yep.
Looking forward into this kind of matchup, it was just too one-sided. Although, yeah, Nova was doing great in the first part, but you know that something is wrong if you get the kills, but you are still trailing in gold. Because if the reason why you want to get these kills is because you want to shut down your opponents. And if you're not going to be able to shut down your opponents, because you're going to be able to look at the gold lead that your opponent has, you're going to be able to see if you are really leading, because there are what you call fake statistics where it doesn't really matter if you get that kill because you're not going to be able to shut down that player. And that's what happened in this game. We're going to see here in Cal deficit. Nova Esports was able to secure 7 kills. They have a 7-kill deficit in favor of KFC Talon. 7k in gold lead as well. In terms of the towers, Bissell Dragons, Holy Dragon Slayers, it's all about KFC Talon. They did secure 1 tower and 1 Dark Slayer for Nova Esports. But after that, you're gonna see here onto your screen in the graph, it was just one wide slope where KFC Talon was just building up their lead and it never came down again. And Nova Esports, the damage that was being dealt here, only Hey and Pose actually dealt substantial damage for their team. The MVP again for KFC Talon is going to be iPad Pro onto that Iggy. And you can see most of the matches that we're going to see, almost all of the matches that we saw in the group stages, the MVP is in another role. Usually the jungler, usually the ADC. Sometimes we see a support as well in a Dark Slayer, never a mid laner. But here in KFC Talon, you're going to see Appa Pro actually racking up those MVP points for himself. That's going to be a big boost in confidence here for KFC Talon, because everyone actually was preparing very, very well.
Yeah, because of how the rotation and as well as the energy brings by Talon is so much convenient for them. They know where they're powerful at, where the mistakes at, so they boost up onto their mastery. So that is some sort of a patient that Talon Esports has. But enough for Talon Esports. They are going for the playoff, but we are going for the next game after this. That is going to be a really hard game as well in the Group B, and we are going for a short break a little bit. My name is Mikos and I'm with Vittorio in the AIC 2022. We'll be right back.
And Borrowed Might allows you to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend you as grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain, I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. From your world, I declare, I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for.
And we're back to the Arena Villa International Championship 2022. My name is Vittorio, this is Mikos. We're in the 4th series of the day. It's one team against Saigon Phantom. Saigon Phantom did well in the group stages. Day number 1, they had a 2-0 record. And I'm pretty excited to see. One team had a 0-2 record, but they were able to have a 2-0 on the earlier series of the day. So are we going to see an upset again by one team, or SGP is still going to be maintaining that form and finesse that they shown us in day number 1?
I would say this is the game for SGP because I'm kind of like the old supporters of AOV, because we support Team Flash, we support SGP and BRU, but now we known that SGP has a couple of plays that not been shown it yet in the AIC, but one team they bring a lot of experience versus the first series that they had before this. But SGP tend to play a little bit more aggressive in the mid stages. So SGP versus one team. Long ago they saw each other that I think SGP win, but now SGP trying to bring the 2 games deficit with one team. With one team already has 2 points, but SGP this is their first game.
Yup, and we're gonna see here Cole, Redfish, Bang, and Niue as actually representing SG Saigon Phantom, and one team esports Zek, Kai, Wawa, NK, and Lunlun is going to be on your screens. They did spectacularly well onto the earlier series, securing a 2-0 and a convincing 2-0 at that. A sweep to be remembered against VCF. But SJP, we're gonna see here the key player. It's gonna be Fish with a KDA of 15, 82.5% KP damage that he's dealt, 40.3%. That's very substantial. 10% less, and 10% more, and he's gonna be dealing half of the damage for SGP. And key player introduction here for one team, it's gonna be Kai with a KDA of 7. The ADC here of one team, he has 53.5% damage. He has a role goal difference of minus 675, but it doesn't really matter because what matters is taking home the win.
Yeah, I think for the stats here is much more in terms of winning for SGP. For one team, they won before this with the suitable kind of play style winning, but now SGP their first game maybe a bit of warm up needed for SGP, because experience for SGP a little much as well, and bringing the potential with a couple of drafts. They have much more experience in the global bands kind of matchup. So SGP, what could they bring? They want to bring the Kira, they want to bring the Tachi as well as the Quixie pick. So it's in the question. But SGP doesn't want to see the Omen pick to be lost in the members of one team. The Bandit, the Aya be taken out, and also as well as the Necros and the Omen is a no-go. What happened for the talent that they take down, they take away the Necros and the Omen, makes the game looks easy for them. SGP first hovering into the Elsu. I would sure this is a lock, leaving Crixie, Tachi, and as well as Zuka in the hands of one team.
Yup, and now we're gonna see a hover onto the Elsu. Let's see if it's gonna be translating to a win, as Elsu has been one of the winningest archer. Whoever has the Elsu, as long as the shots hit, it is gonna be a hero that brings you victory. And there's a lot of counters. You can pick out Joker, you can pick out maybe someone that is very, very mobile as well. And in the AOG League, that's a 47.75% win percentage on that hero. And what one team is going to do is they're going to be hovering onto the Roxy, and also to give them a lot of range as well, the Iggy pick.
Iggy pick is the, I would say, the balanced kind of pick that one team can give, because we saw how Wawa used Iggy a little bit more aggressive rather than any other players in the league. But Roxy pick here, I think, is the best pick, because we know for that Roxy can go for a Baron, maybe a support kind of role, but the grabs coming in for Roxy needed the intention if they want to fight down the Tain, maybe the Talon to be picked here. So Roxy is the best possible lineup for one team. One more pick here versus the Tain and the Talon. They know if they want to put the Roxy into support, maybe they go for a Baron pick here, or maybe the Tachi pick for the support role. I would say Richter is the best pick also for the side of one team.
Yep, and actually, if we're gonna be talking about SGP, you know what's funny about the AG region? You only see 3 teams actually compete for the international scenes. There's SGP, Team Flash, and then you also have B Gaming. And you know, the best thing about SGP right now is that it's not all about Bang in Saigon Phantom. It used to be all about the jungler, all about Bang. But right now, we have the resurgence of the players like Iwei, who has been doing pretty well in the AOG. In the AOG League, he was crowned as the MVP of the Grand Final. So definitely, a lot of good performances are expected onto the other lanes of SGP. They are the champions of the AOG region, and one team is the champions of the GCS regions as well. So this is a big fight. The number 1 seed of Vietnam and the number 1 seed of Chinese Taipei. Let's see who is going to be the better region in terms of the champions that we're seeing. In the first 3 picks, it's a Elsu, a Tane, and also a Tulen. Tulen is a fast clear in the jungle. You have a lot of protection in the Tane as well. One team, you have a lot of protection in the Roxy. As long as Agnes Europe is going to get a hit, it is going to be a crucial play for sure. You have some late game monster on that Laville as well. And the Iggy is going to give them a lot of range.
Yeah, I think Iggy versus Elsu is kind of the OG kind of fight because of how long range Iggy has as well as the Elsu. But in terms of banning currently, they banned out the Pena, maybe a Pura, so for SGP because they know the Elsu will chunk a lot of damage with the snipes, and they doesn't want the Pena to be present in the side of one team because one team already have Roxy. Roxy may be the front line for one team, and they living a lot, given a lot of tasks for the Pena to be healing the members of one team. So Zuka been Harvard for them. They ban out Florentino and the Chi. So I would say they ban a lot of Dark Slayer lanes. They still have the Yena being taken away by SGP as well. Kilgross is still playable. Maybe Anata if they want to play so. But the Varus is still open as well as the Ryoma for SGP. Zuka being taken away by one team. I would love that to see this Panda to be played again. Aoi in the jungle as well as Ryoma. Early composition brings the magic for SGP. They have Ryoma poking, they have Elsu snipes as well as Aoi in the early matchup. Tulen will be played in mid, maybe, because of if Aoi be locked, Tulen will be mid. If Aoi is not locked, Tulen will be jungle. So the Mina here, the Baron Mina, I think this is more to sustain kind of defense setup for SGP.
And let's see what is going to be shown to us. NK of one team is one of the best junglers as well in the GCS. So that brings a lot of talent in this matchup alone. I feel like this is the matchup wherein you see them usually in the finals, semifinals. To make it exciting, let's see what is going to happen in the first game of this series, as they're going to be hovering onto the Varus pick. It's going to be bringing a lot of mobility as well. The Venom is always a gap closer that you can rely on, and also a finisher if you really want. And if the Venom actually hits on a very, very low health hero, it's usually a sure kill for that hero. And I feel like this is going to be a lock-in as the 6-second mark is already there. It is going to be a Varus pick. In terms of the composition, you see a lot of sustainability and attackability on the side of Saigon Phantom. They have a lot that can zone out the people of one team. You have the Mina, you have the Tane for the protection. The only range hero that you can rely on here is going to be on that Elsu, because Tulen is a hero that excels in skirmishes. To actually, you can actually use that hero in to be effective. He needs that certain kind of range to actually hit out all of his skill shots. And on one team, there is going to be a lot of initiator, a lot of gap closers there. You have Zuka, you have Varus. The protection is falling in to the hands of Roxy. If they're gonna be able to use Magnus Grip effectively to bring out any crucial targets from SJP, then definitely one team is gonna have a better time using that Roxy. But if it's not gonna be hitting the right targets, SJP can actually punish them.
Okay, I have to ask you, Vittorio. SGP or one team gonna take the game number 1? Which one is your favorite?
I actually, in terms of the draft, I don't have I don't see a clear-cut winner for both of them. They have the range, they have the balance in their draft, so
Come on, be biased sometime. Be biased.
no, I only get biased if I really like the composition. It's not about the players. Although I do have a lot of information on some of the players, I do have, like, I know the AOG teams better than the GCS, but at the same time, I always look at the draft that they're showing us, and I don't see a clear winner who is actually on top, especially in this game wherein everything is balanced. You have a lot of close range, you have a lot of long range as well.
Right, so we will not have an answer from Victoria, but now the clashes has been awakened with a couple of damage coming in for Lunlun, given the damage into the bottom side with the bloody kiss. But now couple of rotation that we saw a little bit too aggressive from Mina, and given the hard time for NK onto the bottom side. Now Lolun arrived with a couple more damage into the mid lane here. Wawa a little bit with trouble, but 4 members versus 3, and we saw how SGP trying to train their members to play a little bit more aggressive rather than passive a little bit. Now top side here we have a Red fighting away guy onto the top side, leaving the compilation here. Varus and NK Lunlun, 3 members of SGP, plays the couple more damage versus 2 on bottom side.
Yo, and they're going in for a share onto the script wave. Gonna be securing the Seagull as well. Bang is gonna be the earlier jungler that's gonna be out in the open for sure. NK is in the area. He's gonna be just sharing up a lot of the resources here. While Yiwei is gonna be helped out here by Koa. Lunlun is not gonna be phased at all. He's now level 4. He has the Fen, and the snipe is gonna connect here onto the top lane with Red actually harassing Ze at this moment. But we all know Roxy is gonna be that tanky hero that's not gonna be easily taken out. Just like the Tain.
Yeah, the Tain is really hard to just take it out, but now the objective has rise. SGP 4 members make it number 5 into the mid lane here. Z is still alone with the Roxy pick. Grabs is still possible, but now who are going to take away? Mr. Dragon has been pulled outside of the pit. Now, oh no, everybody get days first, but now Koa is still on the side. NK claims to the Mr. Dragon. On top side, the dragon, the Baron is still alive. Maybe the Dark Slayer not to be pushed by any members of SGP. Get a couple of push coming in for Z, trying to grab, but now Koa just trade a little bit of health with Z onto the bottom side. Dark Slayer will be taken away by SGP. They traded objective first. Now the red buff has been reset, but the damage coming in for NK a little bit too not enough. That ultimate has been pushed. Now it's time to push away, but the members of SGP just happen to look sad because of that red buff has been taken by NK.
Yo, but NK is doing his best to mitigate the effects of the invade of SGP. He knows that the red buff that he has already been taken, with Lunlun taking in the information. There's a possible gank here, but Bang is just going to be taking in a lot of the rotation. First blood is going to happen. SGP Red has been pulled by Ze into the kill zone, where Wawa and Kai is going to be able to get a lot of the free hits. And this is one of the key factors. Roxy being able to take the right targets. And one of the funny thing there was he was able to use it against Koa, and Koa was just tanking all of the damage, soaking up the damage, and he did not blink there. And Yiwei is just going in for the exchange here. He's just going to be clearing up the lanes. Koa is going to get a miss onto that stun Bang is just trying to get a lot more resources for himself. He needs a lot of resources because he needs that mid-game spike wherein he's going to be able to zero in onto Wawa or maybe into Kai.
Yeah, I would say it's just hard for the SGP because of how the momentum is for one team. A little bit too perfect right now because we saw how London play really well, and also NK with a couple more damage with the slash coming in. Now the SGP with the counter attack that takes away NK first. The members of one team just back off. They doesn't have the Zuka on hand. They cannot just play a lot of AoE damage. It depends on Lulun and also Kai into the mid lane here after Z and Wawa trying to find a way with the Thunderclap coming in for Fish into the mid lane. SGP is answering every call that one team is given. But now the goal is still trailing around 600, but SGP still managed to climb away. Venom has been called, but now Fish on top as well. 3 members. The snipe this doesn't connect from Red into Z. Z is still alive, but that is Attain. Attain is hard to be killed by one snipe alone.
Yeah, but right now we're seeing that the members of SGP are still on the receiving end. The outfoiling from one team, that's not a big substantial lead for one team as well, but we're seeing that the aggression is starting for SGP. Avalanche Fury is going to be used here. Zay is just in the area trying to get here, but Bang is going to be securing that red buff. The double trouble is not going to get a hit again, and still they're going to need to actually just rotate into the red buff side as well to maybe prevent NK from ever going for an aggressive invade.
I would say that SGP currently trying to find an open door to just take a lot of objective, but they just can't because of how one team has a lot more movement kind of ability to just find a way to just close the gap in terms of objective. They traded along with the Abyssal and the Dog Slayer, and now the second Abyssal and objective has been spawned bottom side. Now the members of one team arrive on the bottom. The ultimate has not been pushed yet by NK. They want to secure this kill, but that is a Mina with full stack. Mina is hard to kill by the members of one team. Still survived the day for Yiwei. Yiwei versus Lulun on the bottom side is a 1-2-man fight. Now the damage coming from Red, the ultimate coming, double trouble coming from Kai, doesn't even land, but now coming in with the DPS. Koa needs to run away. Charge is still available, but Wawa arrived a little bit late. This might be the first objective, but no, Bang is here. Bang's coming in, but Bang's trying to back off a little bit because not enough burst damage to kill one of the members from the other side. So SGP and one team is still on the stalemate.
Yo, Ben, we're gonna see here another duel. Just Yue and Lulun are just going in for the exchanges. There's gonna be a snipe. They might take the first tier turret here on the top lane, but it's not gonna be enough. We're gonna see Fred falling down. The damage coming in from Kai, and Wawa is substantial enough to actually last. And Red is gonna be taken out again. This is the second death of the game, and this could actually affect them. He already has some Muramasa maybe building up a Fafnir for himself, but a 5.6k already on the Lavelle, who has a 2-0 to his name. So definitely we're gonna see a boost onto the damage that Kai is gonna be able to make.
Yeah, they lost first objective on the top side. Now the Holy Dragon has been spawned. The members of SGP is not responding to the Holy Dragon. They know for a fact they want the Dog Slayer first. They need some pushing ability because they're trailing onto the objectives. Tomb of Reaper have already done for Wawa. Holy Dragon buff coming in for one team. They know they can take this bottom turret here with an easy damage coming in for one wave only. Mid lane will be hard because both teams will defend from their hearts. Mid lane teen. We see double troubles coming in. Double trouble hits. Now Z with the grabs comes. Now the damage has been registered, but Z and Koa needs to run away when the Phantom comes from Lulun from the side. Does not connect into the kill just yet. Confirms the kill. it cannot be registered. But now SGP is still alive with a couple more members. Yiwei needs to come and Yiwei needs to defend. This Mina will be the number one concern for the side of one team, because this Mina has damage, this Mina has the defense to just be a bad side for one team, because one team really doesn't want to fight down the Mina. Just a little too hard to fight.
Yep, and we're seeing Bang trying to zero in onto Kai, but he already knows that there is gonna be a Slayer being spawned in. Zay and the others are going in for the right position. Koa is going to fight the Vision War against Zay. They're going to be able to steal this. Yet the Ember's Gaze, that's going to be a nice attempt for the Steel Dragon's Claw. Is going to be used to reposition himself again. Bang is just looking for more resources to actually take. But the problem here is that 7.4k already onto Kai, and the gold lead is slowly widening up 3k into the advantage of one team as well. They're gonna go in hard, and they have caught out here. Yiwei is not gonna be able to use the passive of that Mina, not being able to regenerate any health at all. Wawa is just zoning out the members of SGP, and Zay has been doing the rough work here, using the Agnes Grip, taking in. He has no hesitation at all on using that ultimate.
SGP has the cold feet right now because SGP doesn't have the momentum in the current first game, because one team already has punished a lot of the members of SGP. 3 kills currently, but the damage coming in for the thunderclap doesn't even connect onto Z. But Wawa is here to back up. If Z having a lot of trouble into the mid lane, Wawa is there, and Wawa can defend a lot of members. Look at the damage. Now Bang is still finding a way to farm a lot. I think this is Koa will be caught up, but now the couple of Vision Wars coming in from Koa versus Z, but Z has half HP, still alive, and he needs to just regen a little bit because of the objective will come up in a couple of mere seconds. 1 second for the Abyssal Dragon, 5 seconds for the side of Dark Slayer. Now, one team, which one do you want? Do you want Abyssal Dragon? They already have been there, but none of the members. Koa arrived a little bit late, no Kiss of Glory just yet, but now the Dark Slayer has been coming with a double trouble, does not land, and the Dark Slayer will be taken away by one team. If they took 2 objectives and SGP won nothing, this is going to be hard for the SGP, because of the amount of damage they could deliver by Kai is none other than lunatic of damage could be received by SGP.
Yup, and we're seeing here one team actually pushing hard. They have an almost 5k gold lead, and they are now barreling down into control with the second tier third friend is going to be sniping up, catching up Wawa at that point. That's going to be the double trouble. Zay is going to be connecting with the Agnes Grip. He is going to be pulled down though. That is a good reaction coming in from Yiwei. If he let Zay actually get a pull onto Koa, for sure Koa is going to be obliterated yet again. But they don't have the firepower yet again to actually contest the take on this tower. Yiwei is going to do his best, but he's going to be backing off without the backup coming in from the others. Wawa almost taken there. He is going to be forced out to use the flicker to reposition himself. He's going to use the Shadow Bomb, dealing a lot of damage into SGP's numbers. They still have the Slayer up for themselves. Kai is going to be summoning here into the mid lane. They're going for a push here with NK and the others, and so Double Trouble's going to get a hit. Zay goes in, tries to box out, creates a zone wherein he's going to be scaring off the members of SGP. 2 snaps already hitting Wawa at this point. It's not translating much. We're going to see more of the action here with Zay in the area. Agnes Grip is going to get a miss. First miss of the day. Still, they are going in hot. Lulun as well misses up that skill shots with the Venom as well. But NK is going to have a free meal into the jungle camp of Bang, and they get all of the other turrets.
How a play by Bang currently, I would say it's better than another, but the goal that Bang has a little bit too same as NK. But the moment we see Kai is much more rich, than the Elsu is going to be a little bit more convenient for the side of one team. He can just give a lot more damage. They can wait for objective here, and if NK and Lunlun on top side, they wait for 1 minute for the Dark Slayer. After this, 3 kills, only 4 kills registered in this current matchup. First game is going to be really hard for SGP. So if SGP wants to win this game, they need to defend it pretty much. But he saw Z on the brush on mid lane. That is kind of a convenient if they saw a lot and they just go full on. But if they fight in the mid lane, I would say that the next Dark Slayer will be in the hands of one team, because they know 30 seconds on the clock for objective. They doesn't want to fight it. So SGP, they are trailing goal like 6k goal behind one team. So this is the moment for SGP. They need to be more aggressive in terms of objective gameplay and farming. But if they want to force a team fight, I would say that is a bad idea for SGP.
Prepare for the final battle.
And the first wave has been cleared here by NK and Lulun. They're gonna be positioning themselves, maybe trying to go for an ambush with whoever's gonna be clearing up the lanes here in the bottom lane. Aoi and also Fish. Fish and Bang is in the area. Look at the damage. Bang is gonna be left out in the open. NK finishing it off with a combination of the Skyfall with Lun in tow, and they get the opportunity to take the Slayer. They have the retribution ready for themselves, so definitely they have the opportunity to not let this Slayer be stolen. They have the retribution, and without Bang, SGP is just going to be staying back into their base.
Infinite Slayer for one team slain. Currently into the game like 15 minutes now. One team, they have the addition into team fight now. But the Venom has been caught with a couple more damage coming from Fish onto the top side here. Kings of Glory has been pushed. Then now the members of FGP that doesn't want to commit into this team fight. 5 members of one team trying to find a way, but Koa trying to find a victim into the mid lane is going to be really hard. Banks initiated with a couple more damage, but the Bloody Kiss hits, but no Venom at all. One member has been taken away, but still can resurrect it in this matchup. The Infinite Slayer into the mid lane takes 1 more damage into the target, but if this going to be a successful defense for the SGP, this is going to be really big waste. But no, the damage coming from Lonlon takes Yiwei back to the base. 4,000 hit points more for one team, just knocking to the door. Now the members of SGP really needs to defend this. Half health for the Slayer and 1 health left for Z. Couple more damage coming in with the Bloody Kiss and the Venom. Orb is still alive, but now Fish cannot do anything. But Zeke secures a kill onto Koa, and one team find it interesting for the core to be taken away one by one. Fish is the last one to fall, and the core as well. One team takes the win for the first game.
Yep, and one team did spectacularly well, showing themselves up. They had the momentum going into this match. They had a 2-0, and it's a 3-0 streak right now. Are they going to be able to sweep SGP? But with that kind of performance, definitely one team has what it takes to actually get this sweep. And it's not an understatement to say that one team performed very well. They were able to shut down Red using that Elsu, and it translated to a lot of free hits. The Laville pick was very vital, especially with the Roxy combination. Every time the double trouble hits, it doesn't matter who is going to be the target. As long as the double trouble hits, they're going to be using the Agnes grip by Ze. And Ze on that Roxy was very spectacular, very phenomenal. He knows how to use that hero. He knows the right timing, the right targets, and of course the right places to be in.
Yeah, I would say that SGP has a slow game, a pace versus one team that had a lot of momentum, despite this is their second matchup. But SGP, game number 2 will be really hard because they already invest onto Elsu and as well as the Aoi, but I don't think that kind of particular draft is going to be hurtful for the side of SGP. But then now, one team takes 1 point, but if one team could do a 2-0 sweep, that is a full 4 points for one team in the Group B.
Definitely they're gonna have the advantage to actually just be sitting pretty all to the first place. And moving forward in here, it's just that one team is just too strong right now. At this moment, I just feel like it's a done deal. Like one team already had and made a statement, and the rotations that I saw coming from SGP is that they've been funneling the gold to Bang, but the problem here is that because of a lot of recent changes, I guess the changes was even evident in AIC 2021, where you get reduced gold whenever you have a jungling item in tow. So yeah, you can actually boost some of the gold in terms of you get the better, you have the better gold against the jungler. But what happens is the lanes suffer if you do funnel the gold into your jungler, like what we've been witnessing in the AWC or even in the past events, even in the past leagues. It's not like that. Right now, you need to actually play it as smart. You need to give the advantages to your laners as well. It's not all about the jungler. It's not all about a one-man show in this type of game.
Yeah, I would say that SGP, we saw a lot of a one-man show from Bang. Despite of is a hard matchup for SGP if they funnel the all goal for Aoi. I would say that one team played it really well with the Laville pick versus a Elsu. Elsu has much of a hard game because of the range and also the potentially to be picked by Roxy is so much to bear by Red. Onto the top side as well, the DPS Laville has in the early game is too much to be handled for Elsu. Despite we saw a lot of missed double trouble that been used, it's not much of an impact if they had a lot more damage could be transferred in terms of the team fight. But look at how many damage the Wawa has, 160,000 damage in Wawa transfer. In terms of Kai, only 55,000 only. But the team picked by SGP, I would say this maybe a balanced type of pick, despite of they already have the Mina. The Mina pick is pretty well also, but London played really well in terms of how couple of matchup that maybe the MVP could be placed by London, but I would say Wawa could get the MVP because of how many damage he dealt in that game.
Yep, at this moment we can see in the game stats as well, it's a 1-4-8 in favor of one team, the 7-kill deficit. And in terms of the gold that they got, that's 10k gold advantage as well. In terms of the objectives, they get a lot and a bulk of most of the Slayers and Dragons. And you can see in the graph, not much. It is reminiscent on the matchup of one team against BCF. Once one team actually was just going uphill, there's not much that the opposing team can actually do. They're not letting it up. They're not creating the mistakes for themselves. They know where to position themselves, and that says a lot about one team's capabilities as a team. They play perfectly, and that translated to a lot of good looks for one team. The MVP of this game, it's gonna be Wawa on the mid lane. That's gonna be the Iggy pick yet again. 106. He did a lot of damage. Kill participation 87.5%. Only one kill is actually, in one instances that he was not able to help out. And you can see the damage ratio that he was able to deal out. 160k onto that Iggy. No one else in the whole game was able to deal 100k damage. He was the only player that was, the crowning achievement for one team. That says a lot.
Yeah, that says a lot if you give out the Iggy, because you prioritize away the Elsu first. But yeah, Iggy has a lot of damage to be transferred into the game, and also the range that Iggy has. But Yeah, it's kind of hard to see SGP in first game to be full on commitment, but now in game number 2 is the question. No Iggy for Wawa, and also no Elsu for the side of SGP. It's going to be something that we want to see with the global bans as well. So maybe we have to see a Tachi, maybe a Yue could be taken away as well, because it's only 2 games, so the global bans is not much of a hurt into the currency of the heroes, because we waited for maybe the best of 7, and now we're going to see the Valheim, maybe the Malok will be played as well. So second game, if one team could deliver the same kind of energy in game number 1, I would say this is a 2-0 win for one team.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be very, very possible. SCP at least needs to get a win here, so even if they get a draw against VCF, they're going to be having the comfortability to actually move as a second placers on Group B. But if they're not going to be able to take this win, then that's going to be hard. They need to get a 2-0 to not prevent a draw against VCF. So SGP needs to step up to the plate. They need to prove themselves up. They are the main representatives of the AOG region, so they should probably do a lot more better here on to the second match.
Yeah, I think they can because of how they still have 2 games left for SGP, but a couple of more games needed for SGP, because how we've seen not much for the outplay could be done by SGP. The game number 1, such as we know for a fact that Tane can make an outplay as well as Aoi, but SGP kind of has a cold hands currently, because maybe this is the first game they played, maybe the first series, but versus one team that has played one match before them, that is the kind of advantage that one team has. And SGP, if they want to prove it, the cold hands in game number 1, they have to win this matchup. They have to take 1 point aside from one team. If not, we're going to say that one team has the better chance to go through the playoff instead of SGP.
Yep, and a global ban pick again for game number 1. There's still a lot of heroes available. A lot of hero pools are still up for both teams. These guys have been veterans on their own leagues, have been veterans. Actually, I've seen a lot of one team, or one of the teams that are recurringly appearing in international events here in the AOV. So they're also one of the story teams that actually has built up the experience that they have. SGP as well, they have the experience, and definitely they have a lot of tussle with each other. They matched up with each other once or twice already in the past. So yeah, they have the total feel here. The lineups that we have for one team and SGP are almost the same, so to speak. So these are the same players that has been matching up with each other. Let's see what is gonna happen. They banned out the Omen, they banned out the Roxy here for one team, while on SGP they banned out the Elsu and they banned out the Aya.
Yeah, kind of looks. Oh, this time the Lorion has been big. Lorion has no intention to be the game, but now one team has the potential for the Lorion. Maybe this is, I think this is the first Lorion to be played in AIC 2022, because I haven't seen it yet. But if Lorion been given to Wawa, yes, Lorion with kind of overpowered, but now the counterattacks coming in for Crixie and Nakros for SGP. I'm hoping that SGP has a strategy to just counter down the Lorion first. Roxy is unavailable for SGP. Now, Nakros, they still doesn't have the Omen, but now the early games coming in with the Elandor, the Lorion. I think the Richter, yep, the Richter will be played as well. Early matchup for one team. This 3 champion is a powerhouse for one team. If one single mistake made by SGP in the early game, one team could finish this game for like 15 minutes. is going to be really hard if the Varus is not being picked by SGP. So Varus pick is one heroes that can provide some balance with attack and also defense. So I would say one team has the better draft currently in the 3 picks because of how Lorien, Elendor, and Richter.
Yeah, looking at this, there are a lot of things that they can pair up with an Elendor. A lot of the archers, Violet is out in the open, and also looking here, One Team Esports is actually looking scary because of the mobility that they have. They have the Lorien who can actually just teleport up and down and go to sticky situations with a lot of the capability to actually knock up his opponents.
Yeah, it is really hard for a couple of SGP members if they want to deliver a lot of movement into the game, but if they want to bring away, I think they need the Joker instead of banning it, because they doesn't have enough burst damage into the Elendor, maybe Lorien, but Yena ban is much suitable because of how they already have the Richter onto the support, jungle onto the Elendor, and Lorien into mid lane. So Grixie, Nakroth, and also as the Varus, they want to pick one more support. Maybe the Baldum pick is the best, but Baldum is taken out by one team. Tain is not available for them. So if they want to pick the Tachi for the support role, I would say yes for SGP, because they could have a lot of passive play by Tachi, but it's currently happening for the side of one team. They ban up the Baldum, they ban up the Ryoma, doesn't want an early composition poking for the side of SGP. That doesn't have the Elsu yet, Elsu more for SGP. So poking ability is only for Varus with the Venom as well as the Nakroth. So what could be bring by SGP? They bring the Kafni into the late game. They have Red on the hands of Kafni, is a safe kind of bet for SGP. But one team, I would say I like the way overpowered is the 3 heroes that could be picked by one team. SGP, the balanced type of composition, I like it as well. So less support. Who's going to be the support of Kafni? Maybe a Krezix, maybe a
Paina.
one more. Yeah, maybe a Paina I think is good as well. But it would be fun if a Zip could been taken by SGP.
Yeah, and they're overing into a Torn or a Hayata pick. Let's see what is going to be the lock-in for one team. Florentino as well has been hovered here. It is going to be a dangerous one. I've seen Lulu before on that Florentino, and it has been spectacular. He knows how to use that hero as well. So it's going to be a big step here that Iway needs to fill in. He needs to actually fight it out with a very, very good Florentino player. SGP's last pick is still up for grabs. Maybe a support. Thane is not going to be available for them. They still have a lot. Maybe they're going for a Varus support. Are they going to go for a Varus support?
I would say yes, Varus support. Yeah, I would say Varus support, because of if they want to go for a Krixie, because it's hard to say Bazooka support, because that kind of ludicrous if going for a Zuka support. Varus support is much more stable and balanced for the SGP. They had an aggressive comp with the Kafni and as well as the Krixie, but I kind of like one team draft more with the Lorien and the Florentino, man. It's kind of 50-50 to pick which is the best team currently in match number 2, but the draft is overpowered by one team. They won the draft with the 3 picks with the Lorien and the Richter.
Yeah, I mean, even with the Elder pick, it is a very, very big pick for one team esports. They're not sparing any kind of heroes here. Thorn is gonna be the biggest factor here for one team. If that Thorn is gonna be able to scale very, very well into the mid game, then definitely one team has it for them. A lot of the early heroes are going to be spotted here for one team, and every hero here that has that advantage in the early part of the game can scale very, very well to the late game. The Ellender, the Florentino, and the Lorian as well. So in terms of the draft, it is going to be hard for SGP. But if SGP is going to be able to execute well their mobility type of composition, then anything can happen and anything can change, and that is for sure.
Wow, looks like we have a lot more powered heroes in this kind of matchup, because I would say SGP give a lot more potential for one team to win the second game with the Lorian pick. We haven't seen a lot of Lorian to be playing in AIC, but what happened is that they ban out the Elsu rather than the Lorian, gives away for one team. Is going to be really convenient for the side of SGP. Now they have the Varus onto the support. We know how slow is Varus into the support, but still has the mechanism to play a little bit more aggressive. Crixie will support that, as well as the Cafty. If they play a lot more aggressive in the early game, Cafty will have a hard time for farming. If one team punish away the early matchup, it will be more heavy into winning for one team, because if they have the Richter for early game, Torn for the mid game, Elendor, and as well as the Lorian, early matchup is big for side of one team.
Yeah, and one of the biggest factors here is how effective Koa will be onto that Varus support. We all know Crixie is a point-and-click hero, so in any regards, as long as it actually brings out the Moonfall, he's going to be dealing a lot of damage. That is what you can expect for that kind of pick. And Wawa actually has been harassing here the members of SJP using his orb, and Koa is going to be able to stun Zay. He's not going to be able to use that fire to get a slowdown at all. And 5 seconds on the clock. We're gonna see here a smart Fish is gonna be using the Moonfall. A lot of knockups. Jury Fury was used by Peng as well, and as well onto that Thorn. He's gonna be using his ultimate to get some damage in. Musalan still ready for the taking. Judgment Blade is not gonna be available. Wawa might be using the Star Sky, but he doesn't have it anymore.
Yep, Lula just solos the Dark Slayer on the top side, living NK just takes a lot of objective. They trade Abyssal and Slayer, but yeah, SGP, they played really well in terms of objective trading, but when it comes to team fight, it's all over one team. One team has the better position. One team has a better engagement coming in with the first blood. I just said it, that one team has the better composition and damage. They claims 2 kills in the glimpse of an eye, and one team has the lead in terms of goal and kills.
The open, one team had that up. Flicker wasn't ready for Fish, and even if Red had that sprint up, he's not going to be able to just get away safely against Richter, who got that double knockup for himself. Fish was trying to get away, but the range coming in from the other members of one team was just too insane.
I would say this is going to be really hard for SGP. Been taken away like that in a couple of seconds, bare seconds for one team to claim the 2 kills. But one team a little bit too disciplined on the bottom side here. 2 matchup coming in from Richter as well as the Varus. Takes a couple more damage, but they try to take away the turret now. Retribution coming in with a couple of damage for Elado. Ultimate has BU. Metamorphosis coming in, but now claims the number 4 kill. Kai kills on the bottom side. 4-0. One team is still has a good game despite SGP claims the first kill on the top side here and makes it not looking worse for SGP, trailing a bit by bit to try and find a way to close in the gap in terms of goal and objectives.
Yep, and the advantage again is on one team. They're not gonna give this kind of advantage. We've seen it a lot on the graphs. Whenever the advantage is being built up by one team, they're not gonna be taking it. They're not gonna give it back easily. And for now, Bang is in the area. He is gonna be harassed here by one team. Sorry Sky is gonna be used. The Judgment Blade as well has been procced out to actually not suffer from the Starry Sky if ever the ground control is actually gonna get hit.
Top side, bottom side has a little couple of insecurities with fuselage has been pressed by red. No ultimate presence for the members of SGP. Now the dragon has spawned. None of the SGP has reacted yet because they want the Dark Slayer on the top side, Lorion in the mid. SGP currently trying to find a way to be relevant into the meta, but one team is still having the game of their life. They currently control the game in the hands of one team and make it hard for SGP. SGP still has a lot of mistakes that they made and also lack of energy delivered into the game. So if SGP has the question in hand, it's going to be really hard for the SGP because how one team played it really well, they transferred a lot of momentum. Fusilat again to just clear away the minion wave, and it's going to be something that one team finally trying to find because no Fusilat, no team fight for the side of SGP. Top side, a little bit of a trouble for the Yiwei, but still managed to deliver and run away.
Yep, and you can see how good they are in the Vision War. They just control the bushes. They're not letting any rotates to happen. Yiwei might be in danger. We're gonna see the Metamorphosis being used up here by NK. He's gonna be able to secure that, and NK does. Bang is gonna be falling down yet again. Consecutive kills onto Bang, and a lot of shutdown is being felt here by SGP. As the main jungler, the one that is one of their lifeline, Bang has been shut down all throughout this game. There's not much that they can do. Red is doing his best. Mark of the Hunter is going to be used. Venom is used by Kova to reposition himself to get safety. And another objective is going to be open to them. We're going to see here Kai going in ham, getting some stun in. He's going to be using the sprint, but he is going to be slowed down by Zay. And that is going to be the end of it as they get 2 kills here onto the bottom lane.
Oh, now 8 kills for the side of one team, only 1 in respawn. Nacross could not do anything. Curly Bang really needs to run away with the vision control. They had mid lane with the Judgment with the Jury Fury coming in, but the members of one team, they need to run away. They takes 1 kill. Fish currently takes. Now Nacross will be taken away here, but now Retribution comes in with the Z with the backup, but they lose 2 members, and this is SGP with the answers. They need to follow. They create 3 kills and make it happen. This is a little comeback is much more hopeful for the side of SGP. That team fight alone gives hopes for the fans, and SGP currently trailing again and make it possible to make a comeback.
Yeah, they get that double knockup with the Jury Fury, and also the knockup coming up from the Crixie as well. And a lot of mistakes here for NK, not being able to utilize that Metamorphosis to get and secure that kill, at least onto Fish. If he was able to get the kill on Fish, at least the death would have been worth it for one team at least. It's not going to be spiraling out of control just yet. One team still has the 3k gold lead. Bang is just in the area. Maybe he's going to be using the Judgment Blade, but NK still has a stable hand. He's going to be able to secure that with the Retribution as well. And they're just going back into the lanes, trying to go and get all of the resources that they could. NK and Kai is going to be starting here on the Slayer lane again. Are they gonna be able to contest? SGP does not have any idea, but Varus is gonna be having a vision onto that Slayer pit.
If you look at how one team is maybe crumbled a little bit in terms of they had a 3,000 gold lead in terms of SGP, trying to find a way Richter with Man of Mark, trying to silent away Koa onto the top side. Fusilas a little bit too far, and now the Starry Knight takes the kill with Kai. With the confirmation, takes the kill into 9, and the members of one team could take the Dark Slayer with no respawn. SGP trying to find a way to bring down London onto the bottom side, but now, as we can see, Yingwei as well as Bang is the one who's running away from the Florentino. The second counter-attacks come with the Judgment, trying to find a way with the damage coming in for Wawa. Strongford in the side of SGP, they still find a way with the Metal Forces coming in for NK. Top side will be in vain for the side of one team. SGP really defend this pretty well. 4k gold need to find, and SGP looks like they are going to lose, but none other than defense is need to be solid here.
And right now they're going to be summoning here the Slayer onto the mid lane. The second tier turret might be the next objective that they're eyeing. Metamorphosis is going to be used by Enki to reposition himself. He's going to get Koa here with Wawa's help. They get a lot of damage in while Bang is in the top lane going in for the 1v1. Lulun is going to be trying to go and catch up Bang, but Bang is going to be dashing up. 2 turrets are going to be firing him up. He's going to be ignored by most of them. They're going to go for a push here to the 3rd tier turret. A slow buff is going to be felt here. Bang is going to be taken out with NK going back into the face. And not much are we going to be able to expect from them. Star Sky is going to be used to zone out Yiwei at this moment. Are they going to be able to finish this? We're going to see Koa going for a Venom play, but he is not going to be catching out any member of one team. Full force, 5 of the members here. Lun, NK, Ze, Kai, and also Wawa are in the area. They're going in for the GG play, and Koa gets a kill. NK is going to be obliterated here, and the Richter as well is not going to be able to parry that tower hit.
Yeah, one team tried to force the win for SGP, but it just can't because none of the members would give a lot of minions to march away inside of the base. So one team trying to find a way where is the winning threat, because they doesn't push on the bottom side, giving SGP a open window to just one single team fight. If they win one team fight for SGP, they would push bottom side as well as top side to win an opening for them, because we know that Bang is using the Necroth. Necroth has the most fun movement speed ever. He can just jump along with the Jury Fury, but his side is going to be pretty hard. Opening some slots for the side of the SGP, they can make a comeback. 3k gold, maybe 4k gold card leave with the Moonfall has been activated. Fusilade as well. No ultimate left, only Venom as well as the Panda ultimate is still alive. But now the members of one team really need to run away. But Yi with the ultimate has been pushed, need to run for his life. But the dragon will be taken by side of SGP, but the Slayer will be taken by the hands of one team. Now they had better help to just win this game, but you can see how Bang is focused onto the objective first, despite taking the kill. Bang down, no. Okay, Bang has been chased away, but look at the damage can be transferred by the SGP members. They lost 2. They maybe lost 3 as well, but that Lorion can just solo the members of SGP. Koa really needs to run away with no Venom left. Now taking a couple of damage. Yiwei and Bang taken away by NK. Open a gap in mid lane. None of the members of SGP is still alive. They have the Dark Slayer, they have the member, and as well as the core of SGP. They won it, they win it with 2-0 lead.
That's gonna be a sweep for one team, taking in all of the perfection here in Group B. They have a 4-0 record. Now it's in the ball game where one team is showing their dominance here on day number 3 of the group stages. If this is a sign, then one team definitely is a team to beat here in the playoffs. And looking at the performance that they showed, they showed us a lot in the cohesiveness of the rotations, the drafting as well. We already knew in terms of the draft that one team actually won that hard. They were they're one of the teams that are very, very confident on using heroes that are unorthodox, heroes that are gonna be that you need a lot of mechanical skill to actually pull off, just like the Florentino, because you need a lot of confidence if you're gonna be using that hero in the Dark Slayer lane. Because if your combinations don't hit, you are just gonna be a sitting duck in most of the contests, and that is gonna be clearly felt. We're gonna see here the highlights on how good the rotations of one team always getting the right position for themselves. Although there was gonna be a turnaround play from SGP, it was not enough. The gas that was accumulated here by one team is just too much. It's not enough for SGP to just get that kills. They need the wipeout to actually win this game, and they were not able to deliver.
Wow, this is a convincing win by one team, because they currently has the best draft in that particular game. But Lorien has been taken into toll to be played, and SGP has been punished. They leave alone the Lorien. They didn't even pick the Lorien itself. So yeah, one team deserved the win. So if the Lorien has been picked to give the Elsu, I would say this game will prolong a little bit, because of how Elsu is not the same as the Lorien power spike. Elsu can provide a lot of long range, but in the team fight, the Lorien is one of a powered heroes that could win with the Starry Night as well. So, lesson learned: just ban out the Lorien.
I mean, you also need a lot of mechanical skills to actually pull off a Lorien, and that says a lot on Wawa's skill sets. And it's not just about the Lorien, even if it was an Elsu, the way they played this game, it was just different. They had a lot of protection, they have a lot of good looks, they always commit in places wherein they have the advantage. And in those kind of situations, if you have that kind of decision making, of course you're going to be having the better time over your opponent. You also choose the battlefield where you fight on, and that's usually what happens for one team. They actually pull and bait some of from SJP, and there was a lot of mistakes from Bang, always in the enemy. He was always in enemy territory, and he was always taken out. He was being punished. He was shut down all throughout the game, and that is one of the facts that we saw in this best of 2.
Yeah, I think if Bang doesn't do the aggressive kind of farming, the game will end it a lot more fast, because we can see how Nacroth already has the damage in terms of that late game. He can just punish somebody onto the bottom side with NK as well as the Pharah, so it's going to be pretty much of a help if Bang trying to stall the game a little bit longer. But if Bang do it like another, trying to find a lot of buff, I think it would be end up pretty soon, because that is kind of a risky farm coming in from Bang as well. So kudos to SGP, they still have one game left to play in the Group B to just determine who's going to be in the playoff. But yeah, one team, they are the first seed, and none other than none of the teams could overthrow them. Or maybe if SGP win after this, it's going to be a no tiebreaker. If one of the team has a tiebreaker, it's going to be pretty hard. But yeah, one team already secured their spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, and definitely we saw here the game stats, there's a lot of things that you can actually look out for. Especially in the kill section, there is a 9 kill deficit in terms of in favor of one team. In terms of gold, not much is seen, because of turnaround kills, but that's a 5k gold lead in terms of the objectives as well. One team has been showing it. In the graphs, there is some kind of downswing, but it is not substantial enough for SGP to get back into the game. It's just too much that one team already built a mountain. So even if they are being taken out in some of the clashes, it didn't really affect much the game, since SGP was really more of a punching bag all throughout. A dominant display coming in from one team, and whenever you build that kind of goalie, it's just very, very hard to mitigate. And the MVP of this game is one team, Ze, on that Richter, getting a lot of good luck, giving a lot of opportunities to the carries for one team. KDA 119, the KP is 62.5%. The damage that he's taken coming in from SGP's lineup, it's 35.9%, and that's just too substantial. Zay has been an effective member for One Team Esports, and that's going to be continuing still as it progresses from the first game of the series, from the Roxy that he's used, to the second game where he has used Richter. He has been progressing well. He gave a lot of good looks to his teammates, and that is translating well for his team, as when you give oil to a machine, it runs smoothly, and that oil is there for one team. A lot more that we're gonna be able to see as the day progresses, as they are going to be facing up. We're not gonna see one team anymore, but we're gonna see more of SGP. They have a chance to take it back when they face up BCF. Is this gonna be a 2-0, or are they gonna be tying it up? That's a lot that you need to think out for. But the next game of the day is actually going to be KFC Talent versus Team Flash, and it is gonna be a big thing. I'm pretty curious to see what is gonna happen against KFC Talent, and also on
it will be more interesting though if they had 1 point for Nova though. If Nova had 1 point, it will be more interesting for Talon versus Flash. If not, it's going to be pretty much a hard time for currently being. But yeah, but versus Nova is the first team to say bye-bye for AIC in the second phase. But now question is, we're going to say bye-bye for the second, Valencia or SGP. So one of them will be taken out by the Group B, and the rest will be proceed for the playoff. So next game will be pretty hard. Talon versus Flash. We saw in the first phase that Talon wins against Flash, and how performance that Talon shows for today is very much convincing for them to win against Flash. But yeah, you can see Flash takes down Nova like 8 minutes and 9 minutes into the game, but Talon wins 15 to 14 minutes. So Flash has more fast pace rather than Talon, but we need to check what happened in that game after this, because it's going to be really hard to predict. That is some good game.
Yeah, I mean, the two next series that we're going to have is very, very exciting. To see the top 1 and top 2 of Group A to actually face up each other, Team Flash and KFC Talon. We're going to see who is going to be the better seeded team for this. And also the last game for the day is also going to be pretty exciting as well, as we're going to see we're going to see SGP facing up VCF. We're going to see who's going to be the second placers for the Group B. Is it going to be SGP still, or is it going to be VCF? But SGP did have a better record than VCF in day number 1. So it could be possible that in terms of logic, SGP is going to take this. But in terms of the gameplay that we saw, it's not the SGP that we expect. And before anything else, before we move on to KFC Talent versus Team Flash, my name is Vittorio. This is Mikos. We'll be going for a short break. This is the AIC 2022. See you right back after we come back.
Understand the basic knowledge of Arena of Valor. Let's review what you've learned. Use your left hand to move your hero. and use your right hand to attack. Easy peasy. Now, raise your weapon and smash that crystal. No! God! Please, no! Well, maybe your gaming life is not so smooth after all. Don't be nervous. I know you think you have learned everything about winning, but your enemies are not sheep waiting to be slaughtered. To get your game victories easier, you'll still need to learn some little tricks. First, you need to know about the 3 lanes. In AoV, there's the Abyssal Dragon Lane, Slayer Lane, and Middle Lane. Don't forget about the Vast Jungle, which is a special path between all 3 lanes. Now choose your lane and march onwards to victory. No, stop! I know you're trying to be different, but as a rookie, you should begin by learning the most common and easiest ways to start the game. Once you're partially in the lane, you'll face an equal opponent. Do your best against them and level yourself up. Of course, there will always be enemies coming after you. Don't worry, AoV is a team game. This means you must focus on team fights, fight alongside your teammates, and eliminate your enemies. During team fights, you must cooperate with your teammates to find every opening and opportunity to kill your opponents and ensure the survival of your own team. Victory lies ahead of you after you wipe out all of your enemies' defense towers standing in your way. That is, if you are still standing after the team fight. Oh, dear Lord, don't ask me what to do if your rivals have respawned. Just repeat what you did earlier until you have won this match. That is how you win a game in Arena of Valor. You must be in harmony with your team every step of the way. Understand, rookies? Okay, I know that you cannot communicate telepathically. To be more effective at each stage of the game, maybe you need to know some terminology in order to communicate with your teammates. Carry, leading or majorly influencing leadership on a team.
Double kill. Bloodbath.
Gank, a surprise attack on an enemy hero. Buff, status effect that gives a beneficial boost. Debuff, status effect that gives negative impacts. Farm, gaining levels and gold by killing creeps. KDA, kills, deaths, assists. CD, skill cooldown. Poke, to damage enemies from range with minimal risk to you. DPS, damage per second. That's all the rookie training for today. Let's start a match and get fully absorbed into the world of Arena of Valor and win glory with your teammates. What could be more enjoyable than praise from your team?
Arena of Valor is a popular mobile MOBA game with a total of 200 million players worldwide clashing on the battlefields of Athenor. AoV has top-notch graphics, featuring over 100 unique heroes, excellent balanced battles, rich underlying lore and story, and a well-established global esports scene. AoV has had so many highlights, but let's pause for a moment to return to the original question. What is AoV to you? Arena of Valor is a mobile-based multiplayer online battle arena where you control heroes in a fair multiplayer competition on a battlefield known as Athenor. In the game, each side will occupy one side of the map through constantly attacking the enemy, destroying their towers, until the eventual destruction of the enemy's crystal base to secure victory. The extremely large number of unique heroes, filled with the imagination and creative skills, the excitement of confronting real players in real time, and the uncertainty that comes with teamwork are all factors that make every game you play a refreshing and unique journey. The thrill of the warriors' brutal attacks pummeling defenses, the mage's arcane abilities that control the flow of battle, the agility and fatality of an assassin ambushing from the shadows, the marksman's incredible long-range burst damage, the support's incredible offensive buffs and team protection abilities. There's a hero for every playstyle, with the amazing variety of classes in AoV. On top of that, your growth as a player is something even more exciting. Operating skills, the number of heroes you can comfortably play, game sense, situational judgment, split-second decisiveness, and courage,
The accumulation of all this growth will give you a stronger ability to win games. Maybe one day, you too will grow up to be a professional player on the stage of AOV's global tournament and become a star that everyone looks up to. Welcome to Arena of Valor.
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain. I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back. I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline. I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing phase me. There's no hold up delay. I still survive. I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light. It's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, the both ways, hold pace. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always new rivals everywhere. Bomb your order, I declare. I'm riding to the air.
Welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. I'm going to be your caster for today. My name is Vittorio. This is Mikos. And we're down to the 5th series of the day. It is going to be KFC Talent facing off against Team Flash to see who is going to be the king of Group A.
Yeah, the kings of the kings coming into the play. The new power coming in, and as well as the rank that we have finished for Flash before this with the unstoppable kind of composition that they bring. But now it's time maybe for Talent Esport, but Flash is not going to bow down easily in terms of matchup. We have 2 games to be played for Talent and Flash. We have seen one team had 4-0 win in terms of Group B, but now who's going to be determined to be the kings of Group A? Who do you support, Flash or Talent Esports? Say it in the comments and we're going to read it.
Yeah, but if I'm gonna be just going for the objective, not about being biased at all. In terms of the performance, yes, Team Flash is steadily improving. We saw it against Nova Esports, but they did give us a lot of convincing wins against Nova. KFC Talent as well. Although I did not see if they were very, very serious on their matchups, but you know, I felt more excited in watching KFC Talent. But in terms of them matching up, I feel like it might be a 1-1 at this point.
Oh,
instead of
I would love, I would love to see 1-1. But if they have a 1-1 point, maybe we have to see a tiebreaker in terms of the position into a playoff. So I'm not convinced into a tiebreaker game. I would say that Talent Esport could win a 2-0, but I'm still ADC. Yeah, we know we love Team Flash because of ADC. But yeah, in terms of how drafts and also the energy that Flash brought in this in today's matchup, it's too much to be handled by Nova, and I would say Talent will have a lot of trouble in the game. But yeah, it's going to be something of a trouble to be played in terms of in that matchup. Wow. So probably has something to watch out is how Flash has the potential to bring much more of a game, despite they beat down Nova in a couple of minutes, like 9 minutes and 8 minutes into the game. Not enough time to be bring into the late game. So Talent Esport really need to think about how to just keep the anger coming in for Flash, so it's not to be overpowered for Talon Esports.
Yep, and looking forward to what kind of things that they're gonna show us, especially for the last matchup that we saw from Team Flash facing up an RPL team, and also in the day number 1, KFC Talon stopping on Team Flash. I hope that they actually learned, just like how one team actually evolved their gameplay here on their second day of the AIC. So if it is gonna be like that, then Team Flash definitely is gonna be having the better time in this matchup in this best of 2 series. But anything can happen. There's a lot of drafts, a lot of things that can happen in the draft, and we'll see soon enough. You can see in your screens it is XBK's Pikachu, ADC, and KT representing Team Flash, and I'm pretty sure these guys are very, very ready. They've seen the match of KFC Talon just before this match, and I'm pretty sure they've already seen what KFC Talon is actually capable of. Tony, DeFox, and Ipa Pro, Mupin, and TNZ is gonna be there to represent KFC Talon. DeFox is still gonna be the ADC, and I'm actually missing errors on their lineup, but still, maybe there is gonna be substitutions whenever there are things that you want to execute in different types of lineups. You're gonna see the key matchup here. KDA of 10.3 for KFC Talon and Pikachu 5.3. It is gonna be a sight to see who is the better mid laner. Is it still gonna be iPad Pro, or Pikachu is gonna show us something new?
Yeah, I would love how we had a lot of potential onto if Pro is back onto the support role. We have XB into mid. The matchup will be much more happening in terms of a lot of pro players being played. Talon Esports, they have the II, they have the Crixie, and as well both with Pikachu has the Crixie as well with the Iggy pick. Now the damage is not so far to be compared with 27 and 33, but the KD taken for iPod Pro is so much valuable for KFC Talon, and it makes KFC Talon has a lot of potential and has a lot of new capabilities to win the game versus Flash. But now winning the first matchup with Flash, they has a convincing matchup versus Nova, that Nova is the first team that say goodbye to AIC 22. Now banning started. They ban up the Elsu first, the Aya been taken away, and as well as the Omen. Omen is needed to be taken out, as well as Lorien, because if Lorien is not taken, it will be the same kind of composition that could bring Lorien, Richter, as well as the Elandor to be played for Flash and mimic a way how one team played before this. But now the question is, Elandor has been banned by Flash. Now Lorien or a Omen to be taken away, and it is a possible hard to just find which one to be banned by Talon Esports. They ban up the Lorien, they hover around the Lorien, and Omen has been taken for the side of Flash. Do you want to take the Omen or not? They hover onto the Zuka first. If they give Omen and the and also the Omen and the Varus for the side of Talon, it would be hard, because sometimes if we saw a Omen and a Crixie and also a combo wombo, if they want to pick away the Crixie, the question is iPod Pro plays a lot of Crixie as well as the mid lane for Flash. It is Pikachu. So Pikachu, if the Crixie has been taken away, it would go for the Iggy pick. Iggy and also Tachi for the side of Flash. They have the Zuka, they have the Tachi, and as well as Iggy to be played in a matter of minutes. If the Roxy as well as the Crixie has been taken for the side of Talon Esports, they lock it away and Flash with the respawn. They still have the Hayate, they still have the the Kafni to be played by Case. Maybe the same kind of composition played versus Talon before this is the Florentino for KD, Zuka for ADC, Iggy for Pikachu, Hayate for Case, and also the Tachi for XP. So if they want to pick the same kind of composition, they have to have a lot of more composition to be played, because if they played the same kind of strategy, it would be much easier to read by a side of Talon. They have the Grixie, they have the Roxy. Maybe we came across of a Nacross pick coming in for the Talon Esports, but Omen is still alive to be picked by the side of Talon Esports. Nacross or Omen is maybe the first man to be picked here. If they pick it on Nacross, Omen will be banned for the side of Flash, because this is the third pick for Talon Esports. If they want to ban it out, it's okay. Omen versus Florentino, maybe Omen has a little bit of a hard time because of how the damage been dealt by Florentino is much more greater than Omen. Omen has more sustainability, and as well as the lifesteal damage that Omen has. Now Omen might as well as banned by the Team Flash. They have to ban the Yena because support Roxy is a thing for the side of Talon. They ban out the Tachi. That is the best ban that Flash could receive, because of they already know. We know how SB played the Tachi. SB could play the Krezix. SB could bring away the Varus support if he wants to, but still need the Kafni to be taken away because of how the Glass Cannon with the Roxy pick is the wombo combo that Talon Esports want to proceed. So there happen to be much convenience to ban maybe after the Tachi they need to ban the support role one more. The Joker is quite big to be banned because they ban out the Kafni. Kafni has a late game capability, so Joker banned from Talon is quite understandable, because if they ban out the Kafni, they doesn't want to be secured onto late game. They want to win in the mid and early phase. So Joker ban much appropriate. Now Hayate, look on the face of Case. He knows when Hayate is hovered, he knows the Hayate need to be banned out, because we've seen a lot of composition that played around Hayate with the Kunai Blitz and the Agnes Grabs is much more reasonable to be in this kind of matchup. So Omen is still open for the side of Talon if they want to. They want to fight around the Florentino or Yena to be picked for the side of Talon Esports. They had Roxy to play them with support. Maybe on top side, I would say support is kind of noticeable to be played at Roxy. So Talon needs some Irie pick, because they want a lot of movement speed as well as crowd control for the side of this team fight versus the Florentino with the Shuriken toss coming in for Irie. I would say that is the best kind of matchup they can give. Varus could be picked by Flash if they want to put XB on the Varus. We still had the Laville and the Krezix if they want to. A couple of champions more, maybe a Lumber or a Baldum to be picked by XB. Kind of makes sense if they want to go full tank. Yep, Lumber, as I said, Lumber picked by XB. We saw it enough to be played around with Flash, and possibly has the potential to scale around with the Laville, with the passive that Lumber has, and also the Splitter coming to rescue with the members of Flash. So they are going to just lock into the Laville as the Lumber as well. Complete 5 champs to be picked by Flash. Now Talon Esports, who are they going to respond with? Do they want to respond onto the AD role? They doesn't have the Yati, they doesn't have the Joker. The whips is much more convenient instead of the Violet. Maybe an Elsu has been taken away, so the whips is kind of a reasonable pick for the side of Talon Esports. They have the burst damage. He has the escape mechanism, as well as the burst killing capabilities and the DPS could be provided by the webs. I don't think that the Morin or the Slims is one of the best pick to just replace down Whips. And Whips is the man in charge for the side of Talent Esport. They make it possible, and they have Roxy onto the support, Whips onto the AD carry, and have a couple more champs to be played. Whoever going to be played in this first matchup versus Talent Esport versus Team Flash. This is maybe the new kind of El Clasico between these two. Iggy in the mid lane for Pikachu and Crexy for iPod Pro. Both of them has the suitable champions on #1 heroes that they want to play, and they could boss it around in the battlefield. So question is, whoever going to win this is going to be #1 into the group A. They are going to force the 4-0 win, or maybe split between them. 1 to 1 point is a draw for stage day 3 match #5. In the group stage is Flash versus KFC Talent, VCRE versus the Florentino, as well as ADC and the Necroth onto Mop. iPod Pro and Pikachu is one to be in the spotlight. Who are going to be bossing around into the mid lane, who's going to win the trades into the first objective, who's going to be inside of the jungle invasion coming in for both sides of the team. Whips pick is one of the interesting pick made by KFC Talent. Not long ago we haven't saw Whips to be picked, but now I'm interested to be in this game #1, Team Flash versus Talent. Whips or Laville. Maybe we saw a lot of games played by Laville that is much more great rather than the first time we saw Whips in this matchup. But Roxy with the Tony pick here, I would say Tony had a better games for Roxy. Living into the mid lane here, I gotta say that Tony and iPod Pro has the potential and momentum to bring down Team Flash. So I would kind of not knowing that the Foxin tried to bring away the Whips into the game because of Hayate, and the Elsu has been banned, as well as the Joker. So look at the damage coming in for Pikachu. 3 attacks in a row. iPod Pro is going to beat down, but the Foxin a little bit too aggressive here. ADC on the backside. iPod Pro receive 1 kill. Pikachu takes the first blood, and now Retribution coming in. Tony needs to run away with Mop into the mid lane. Act to be a little bit too aggressive there, but that is a Necro. Necro can run away and open some doors for ADC to take on the red buff onto the top side.
Yup, and we're gonna see here Move going in hot. He's gonna be spotting them. The Retribution is going to be ready here for Team Flash, and they get a successful invade with ADC being able to steal that out. More of the action is going to happen here with KFC Talent actually trailing in terms of the gold. They are actually left on almost 500 gold lead from Team Flash, and Team Flash right now is going for a rotation here. The Dragon and Slayer are going to be spawning in the map, which is going to be maybe a signal for a start, but they're just going to be maybe trading some objectives for themselves. Double Trouble is not going to get a hit, and they're going to be starting the Slayer already for KFC Talent.
Yeah, it's going to be something that Flash trying to prove right now because of how KFC Talent, Tony is there. Tony with the grabs is still available, trying to find a way, but then now with a couple of days coming in for the Abyssal Dragon, but now ADC secures onto the Abyssal Dragon. So Mop is still finding a way. They take down the Dark Slayer first, and Flash played a little bit aggressive in the early game because they had the Lumber, they had the Iggy on the Pikachu. Now the Foxin really mad because he knows he needs this kill. Now Splinter coming in, big pull away, but XB is still alive. Pikachu has his back. He's just giving a lot of damage, and now Pikachu is 1 the man who need to be saved. Bottom side here, Case with the Laville giving a lot of DPS. None of the members of KFC Talent needs to be near around Case.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing that KFC Talent was actually able to get some of the lead up for themselves. They actually zeroed in to Team Flash, and they're trying to create some space for themselves. One of the key here is Tony being able to use that, but XP is there. He's going to be able to reposition Defoxin, and that is a clear and clean pick off here for Team Flash.
Flash. I would say the easiest logic is Talent Esport won against Nova with the winning average of 13 minutes, but Flash give it an easier game for Nova. Their win average is 9 minutes, so that is some easy calculation, easy mathematic, quick math to be played by Flash. They know they had an early composition, they can play. They gave Pikachu onto Iggy as well as Case has onto Laville. This is what we are wanting from Flash, bossing around with the team fight they had, but still they had 2 kills. But Flash is not going so far in terms of goal. So XB a little bit too scared to go on bottom side because Tony is still in the vicinity. So 4 members coming in for Talon, trying to find a way. Oh, the double trouble doesn't connect with the ultimate from Lumber, but Defoxin really giving a hard time for XB. XB really needs to run away, but into the mid lane is still safe and sound. None of the members of Flash has been taken down.
Yup, and right now, KFC Talent needs to make some plays. We're seeing Case actually being aggressive. Pikachu almost gets taken out here on the mid lane as well. ADC is going to be zeroing into iPad Pro. iPad Pro is in danger for sure, but he's not going to be committing because the turret is still there. Tony, Defoxin against XB and Case there. The Earth Splitter is not going to get a hit at that moment. He gets pushed back. They are going to start here. They know that a lot of the ultimates are not ready. The Skyfall is going to be connecting here, but ADC is not going to be able to secure that red buff. Defoxin is now going in for the push. They do get that, and a lot of the advantages are now pouring into KFC Talent. They still have the objective in mind as well. Not much that Team Flash is going to do for any contest right now.
Yeah, as we stated earlier, that Talent Esport has the most potential to want to win the AIC, but what happened for today is that Flash really shown that they are the boss, they are the mob currently running down to win this current matchup. This is the first game, so it hasn't told a lot. Despite of 2 kills that Flash has, Flash is still trailing in terms of goal. Now, Agnes grabbed where it is for Tony to find a way into the mid lane. A couple of stuns coming mob into the backside. Orb is still alive. Defoxin secures the tower further and now kills on the ADC, as well as the members of Flash cannot just cope with the fastness that has to be delivered by Talent Esports. Case takes on the onto the top turret first. They trade objectives as well, but not enough. They need one more target mob. Oh my god, the Judgment as well as the Fury coming in, but Case is still alive.
Yup, and going for the Jury Fury, dashing out there. Gonna see Defoxin in the area. Case might be in danger. At this moment, Team Flash is the one looking for a lot more, and that's gonna be Agnes Grip connecting to XP, but XP is just too tanky at this point. Double trouble again is gonna be hit, hoping to get iPad Pro for a kill, but it's not gonna connect. Pikachu is in the area. Defoxin might be in danger. Goes in with the flash. The Gentleman's Duel. He gets a dodge there, but KT's still gonna be finishing it off. Moop is gonna be trading Case at that moment, and Moop is doing his best to get out of the way. Tony has that Agnes Grip again. Ember's Gaze is gonna be used. Moop is not gonna be hit by the Ember's Gaze, and a complete disengage might happen. Skyfall is gonna be used here, and a start again. And TNT goes in with the fray using the Ryu. They secure and win that trade.
I was shocked that the one who lives that team fight is KD, despite her ADC being taken away on top side. That is some outplay coming in from Moop. When ADC press on the ultimate, he just orbed himself up. That is kind of a cheeky movement coming in from Mob. So the outplay Mob do is giving a lot of potential for the side of Talon. Talon has 3k goals. Talon has leveled up the amount of kills. And now Tony faced down ADC on the top side. Case is still trying to find a way to double trouble in. 100 and a couple more damage hit points coming in for Dark Clay, but Mob secures it all. None of the members of Flash trying to take down the Abyssal Dragon, because the Foxin onto the top side does happen to take a lot of objective with whips. We know for a fact that Talon Esport playing a lot more objective gameplay rather than fighting along with Flash. Flash is trying to find a team fight, but Talon says no. Talon just do a lot of counter attacks rather than, you want to fight, let's fight. It's not the way to go for Talon Esport.
Yeah, I mean, if you are gonna go and engage on them, they're gonna be fighting back, but at the moment they're not focusing their rotations onto the kills. They're trying to get a lot more of the objectives. They're trying to get a lot more of the towers, trying to create a lot of pressure in the lanes as well. ADC is going to be the top lane, but it's a 4-man comment here onto the bottom lane. They're going to be going hard and taking that second tier turret. While on the top lane, NTNZ is going to be entering the fray. ADC is not going to be having the greatest time in a 1v1 against an Irie, that is for sure. He's not going to be committing the Skyfall, and even in a 1v1 scenario, we all know that Zuka is just going to be falling down against that Irie, who is at an advantage in terms of the golden XP. Earth Splitter is going to be used, slowing down the creep wave and also deterring the push here onto the mid lane. The top lane is going to be crashing down soon. Is this going to be a commit for KFC Talon? XP is going to be spotting out the members here. There is going to be a lot of information that NTNZ and Tony is going to be in the area, and they're going to be able to clear that as fast, but the pressure is still mounting onto the side of Team Flash.
10 minutes into the game, Talon Esport had the advantage currently with the amount of damage that it can give as well. Oh no! ADC be taken away with 1v1 bottom side with Mob with a secure and confident kill onto ADC. Flash, 1 man down, 4 members trying to defend this top turret as well as the bottom side being pressured along by Mob. 2 lanes has been pressured by the members with double trouble hits. None of the members has enough damage. Pikachu cannot do anything just yet. The artillery charge coming in for Talon Esport into the mid lane. Focus now coming in with the Judgment and the June Fury, but the Muramasa has been more into Mob. The Foxing secures the turret rather than the kill onto the members of Flash, and this makes 7 turrets versus 1 for the side of Flash. This is a game for Talon Esport. Flash cannot do anything.
KFC Talon now is knocking into the doorsteps of Team Flash. Empress Case is going to be starting that. Earth Splitter gets a lot of that up, but there is going to be an underplay with the Agnes Grip actually hitting one of the members. KT is dangerously low. 3 of the members of Team Flash are still alive and healthy, but is this enough for the stop here? They're going to wait for the double trouble. Again, it's not going to be translating to any kills. No commit at all from Team Flash, and all of the lanes are open for the taking. We're going to see 3 powered minions marching down here in the mid lane.
I would say that Flash has a convincing early game. They played it pretty well, but in terms of how farming and also the Foxin played much of the objective gameplay pays pretty well for the side of Talon. They takes a lot of objective, 9 turrets to 1 that was on the top side that been claimed by Case. So it's going to be something that Talon Esport is good for. They played objective, they know where to take the fight. They had a lot of goal lead. They marched around for a centerpiece, but now the members okay. Now there's Splitter coming in, but Holy Dragon onto the backside here. Mob is trying to play really well, securing the objective first, but members of Talon say that this is not the fight we want to take, because we want the Dark Slayer on top. It's still manageable. We still has a lot of a couple of minions to be played around. We have the Tiny Toro marching inside of Flash bases. Now coming in with the Jury Fury as well, claimed by the Fox, and none of the members of Flash could not make it. Only 2 members left inside with the KD as well. KD's fighting for his life, but no is no. Talent Esport onto the car, trying to dive the Fountain of Life, and takes the game number 1 and makes his dream win for today. Talent Esport takes the win.
Oh man, we're seeing who is gonna be that. This might be the sign that KFC Solid might be taking this in a 2-0. A very dominant win for KFC Solid. Not much that we can say against Team Flash. They did well in the early parts of the game, but when strategy and the clashes were starting, it was all about KFC Talent. That they had the better cohesiveness in terms of the team play, and it showed very well in game number 1. If this is the thing that we're gonna be watching till game number 2, then pretty sure it's gonna be a sweep from KFC Talent. Let's see if Team Flash is gonna be able to jump back right into the game, but let's enjoy the highlights of game number 1.
Yeah, a couple of great plays that have been made by Flash in the early game is being paid off a little bit too fine for them, but Talent Esports said, oh, we are not on to the early composition. We played along with objective. We have the whips on our side. So if we win in terms of objective, we can win the game for us. So they take a lot of turrets mid, bottom, and also I would say all turrets has been cleaned by Talent Esport, despite of Flash only have 1. That kind of crazy play coming in from iPod Pro is still the best mid laner that we had in AIC 22.
iPod Pro showing himself up. He is still the premier mid laner that you're gonna be looking out for. There's a lot of pressure whenever you actually match up with mid laners like iPod Pro, because if you have someone that has that kind of skill, you can actually rely on that player to actually win the 1v1s. You actually relieve pressure for your teammates if you have that kind of skill sets. And that is the brilliance of having iPad Pro, having Nunu, having Wawa even, who has performed very well today. To actually, you want teammates that you can rely on, and teammates that can pop off with you. The people that could be the MVP. Those are the people that you want to be your teammates. It's not all about single players, just like what we're seeing like in the past, where we see solo plays coming in from Yuzon, coming in from Soar, coming in from ADC. Those kinds of times where you all rely on one player is bygones. Right now, it is more about team play, and that is evident even in AIC 2021 when V Gaming didn't really have someone that was shining for V Gaming, but still they made it work because of the team play that they are able to show us.
Yeah, I think after that performance that I really miss is the combination in Team Flash is when we were going to see that Gao Pro E is coming back to play in the league, because that is maybe some of the component that Flash is missing currently, and making the way for other teams to win. So Talent Esport played really well with the teamwork that they had versus the energy and synergy that they give inside the game. Whoever thought that picking whips is trying to play a lot more objective rather than finding kills after kills really pays the price, and the forcing do the task pretty well, takes a lot of objective, played it really well, and getting the first win for Talent Esport. That is some kind of strategy that Talent had not been read by Flash yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the Team Flash that we're actually accustomed to. If you actually watch out 2018, 2019, Team Flash was a premier and storied team with a lot of success as well. You can see here in the game stats before we expound on that. There is going to be in 8 kill deficit in favor of KFC Talon. That's very, very big and very, very big, substantial. And we also can see that there is an almost 7k gold advantage for KFC Talon as well. You can see in the graph that, yeah, there was some kind of fight. They had a 0.6k peak lead in terms of the gold, but definitely it was just, it was not enough, because if you only have a peak lead of 0.6k, so if something went already, if something went wrong, you're not gonna have a leeway to actually get back. You don't have any cushion to actually take your fall. And you're gonna see here, once KFC Talent was building up their lead, it was just way uphill. They did not create any mistakes. They did not commit any kind of openings for Team Flash to actually open up. The Lumber pick, not really that big of a pick. Yes, they get a pick off whenever Double Trouble gets a hit, but at the end of the day, it is not really that effective yet again, because at this moment it's just so hard against the Roxy. You're just gonna be pulled up. Even Attain has a difficulty to survive, and that is a fact. We're gonna see the MVP of game number 1. It's gonna be Moop on that Nacron, both putting a bulk of the KP onto himself, only not participating in 2 kills, and that's a big thing. KFC Talon performs very well. Not just one player is going to be popping off for sure. That's a lot of the players that you can rely on. Moop, you have NTNZ, you have Hyper Pro, you have Tony, you also have Defoxin onto that Wiz, who was just, as you said, was just focusing on the objectives.
Yeah, the objective gameplay coming in for Defoxin is much of a help for Talon, because how we saw in the early game played by Flash is much more aggressive, rather than Talon Esport doesn't know what to do. When after they have the Slick Sting, after has the Clivosanti, that is the moment when Whips has the potential to melt the towers alongside that, picking up some kills. And yeah, Talon Esport knows what to do versus Flash, but Flash still has the question how they want to draft in game number 2, because they already have they want to bring the same kind of composition they played against Talon in game 1, but it's not working because they doesn't have the Tachi has been banned. They happen to pick around the Lumber because they doesn't have the Teen as well, so it's going to be pretty hard for the side of Flash to win against Talon. But if game number 2 been taken away by Flash, we might have to see a tiebreaker maybe, because of 3 points the same. But yeah, I would say Talon Esports still has the much potential to win with a 4-0 win today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they need to go for a tiebreaker. One of the reasons is that Nova Esports were already eliminated. They had no wins. So maybe if Nova did get a win, I think there would have been a tiebreaker. Remember, in the group stages, we have 2 teams that are going to be carrying over from the group stages to the playoff stages. And definitely Nova is already out of the table, out of the equation, nada. But, you know, what excites me the most is that Team Flash they have new faces on their lineup. Case, the others like Pikachu. These are new teammates for ADC and XP. Yes, there is a veteran leadership onto the jungler and also the support, but it is still not meshing well for Team Flash. Although yes, we can see that there is going to be success. They are the 3rd placers in the AOG, so they beat out a lot of their opponents in AOG, and definitely at this moment they need to find their identity. They need to find how they're going to be able to mesh well, because right now I don't see how cohesive they can be in terms of the plays. I still see a lot of solo plays coming in from Team Flash, and that's not.
Yep.
That's basically a no-no when we go for pro plays, because if you're going to be facing up experienced teams, players who has been playing with each other for a very long time, they're definitely gonna have that chemistry that your team doesn't have, which has a lot of new faces. Yes, I do miss the golden age where we see Gao, we see Pro E as well, but one of the reasons why they had a shift on their players is because Gao and Pro E was not performing well for Team Flash already. They always get eliminated in the international stage early on in the tournaments, and they needed a breath of fresh air, and I guess Case and the others are the answer for Team Flash. Let's see if it is gonna be still they're gonna be able to mesh up in the duration of the AIC 2022.
Yeah, I think Flash really needs time to just bring back the glory days, to just happen to win international games. But yeah, if we say that we miss the old kind of Flash, we kind of miss it already, because we also miss the old Nova. We have Darkbreaker, we have a couple more names, but in terms of time has come, maybe we also have, we have Rush, we have Hawk, and a couple of members left. If you watch AIC in the span of 5 years, you will have reduced some tiers in terms of how the world is changing, as well as the time has changed. Now we have to move on. We have to crown the new champion for AIC 22. This is the game number 2, global ban pick coming in. It doesn't have the Iggy yet for the side of Flash. They can't pick up the Crixie. Crixie is not playable for Talon, so if Pikachu really needs to bring the game and wants to play it really well, as what Per mentioned that Victoria said, Flash currently has a lot of one-man show. If they need to just put a lot of teamwork, communication really is the key in terms of Flash needs to win this game. Talon Esports one game away to be the number 1 in the group stage, and also same point as one team in Group B.
Yep, and we see here the ban for QC Talon. They actually banned out the Nacron. Nacron so far has been one of the premier junglers for the AIC. He's the face of the junglers here. And from day 1 and day number 2, you've seen Nacron actually being first pick. And it's not an understatement to see, because Nacron right now is one of the most mobile heroes, and you want that kind of mobility if you want a fast-paced game.
Yeah, a fast-paced game is much more suitable if you just happen to just pair it up with the Richter, and also if you got the Lorion if you want to. But yeah, Nacron is still a powerhouse if you play a lot of split push. When we saw Nacron, we saw Omen as well. One lane is Omen, one lane is Nacron, so it's kind of more convenient to play a 2 and 3 type of composition to play around the Nacron. So it's going to be really fun if you know how to play Nacron. And yeah, some of us do want to play Nacron but doesn't know how to play the Nacron, so just learn how to play Nacron, and it would be so good. So now Zuka has been taken out, Aya has been banned, Omen and Nacron has been banned for the side of Talon. Open up for the Iggy pick here, maybe a Lorion pick for Talon Esports if they want to, because of none other than member of Flash want to ban down the Lorion. Lorion pick is good. Richter is open for them as well, and also the Elandor. But if Flash is a little bit too smart, he just picked down Richter as well as Elandor for the first 2 picks for Team Flash.
Yup, and it's very, very scary. It's a scary prospect that we're gonna see another Lorion being picked out here on Best of 2. We've seen most of the Lorion picks actually has I haven't seen a Lorion pick lose out in the AIC 2022. Although this is just day number 3, but that says a lot already, because a lot of teams have already seen what a Lorion can actually do. But Team Flash is now opting for a suppressive archer on that Elsu. It's gonna be interesting to see if Case can actually hit his shots.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Elsu play coming in for Case, so that is kind of I would say that in terms of group stage, much of the teams just trying to open up one of the overpowered heroes. Just want to see if that team know how to use Lorian, if that team knows how to use an Elsu. So if that team knows how to use it, in terms of the future in the playoff, they will not open it up. So this time Flash want to know if Talon knows how to use a Lorian perfectly. Of course, it's Talon Esport. So in terms of how Lorian could be played here, but the Slims hovering is not looking good for the side of Talon Esport. If they want to bring down Tain, is much more suitable with the Lorian compatibility, with the Lorian compact. But the Slims here kind of maybe trying to just synergy around with the Tain. So Elsu and also the Talon pick. I would love this kind of matchup. But in terms of mid-game, it'd be won by Talon Esport. They have the Slim Tain and also the Lorian. Early game matchup is Flash. Flash, though, they have a lot of damage in the early game with the Talon level 4 as well as the snipes coming for the Elsu. But none crowd control has been hovered yet by Flash.
And I do agree in some of that points, especially we have heroes that scale very well into the late game. Early to late game, you're gonna see dominance on that Lorian. That is a fact of the matter that we've seen in a lot of the games. Also, Tulin, pretty solid picks. Fast clear if you're gonna be using that on the jungle, but I don't know if they're gonna be using that in jungle or is it gonna be in the mid lane. Elsu as well has that suppressive fire. The late game Elsu though falls off, especially if you're not going to be hitting your shots, if you're not going to be able to get a lot of free looks as well. A lot of the suppression is here for KFC Talon. They have a thing to soak up the snipes of that Elsu, and definitely that's going to be playing a big part for KFC Talon. We know Tony as a support is always proactive, always looking for to create opportunities for his allies. And at this point, when he is going to be in a sniping position, a flying spear could actually hit that Elsu from afar.
Yeah, I agree on that because of how the spear is always targeting Elsu. So if Elsu has the potential to be seen with the position, he needs to play really well with Elsu. He needs to play on the passive. He needs to be near a structure to be seen around the team fight. So it's going to be much more helpful side of Flash. But now they have the Tachi, they have the Talon. It's going to be much more it's not so much a crowd control because we've seen Tain, we've seen Slims, and also Lorian. So much more as an all-in kind of composition because they have Talon and Tachi. With the Elsu pick, is not it's kind of works, but in terms of late game, yes, we have an Elsu, but Flash, they ban out the Aya as well as the Varus. I would say Aoi has been taken away as well, so Grixie and the Elendor been taken away by Talon Esport. ADC could play the Kira if he wants to, because he doesn't have the Zuka. The Elendor does not as well. Necros is not there. But a lot of champs is banning towards ADC. So Ryoma kind of for KD doesn't have the Florentino just yet. So I would say this is a Ryoma and maybe a Talon jungle. I say maybe a Scud jungle for side of Flash. He doesn't have to flash away Scud yet. But if they pick down the Scud, I would say Talon Esport with the last two picks, they need to pick someone that is to disengage pretty fast because they already have team fight composition, the three main characters to be played. if they want to pick something like a maybe Yep, Scott pick doesn't want to give to ADC. If the Scott pick is the best kind of possible pick for the side of challenge, Scott pick and also the Volcath. ADC could play the Cricknack.
Yeah, there's still a lot of options, or they could actually use until it. At this point, I think there's a lot of non-sustainability on Team Flash. They're all squishies on their composition. Only Tachi maybe is gonna be able to last, and probably they're gonna be adding another tank Dark Slayer lane. They can actually convert the Trioma into the jungle. The draft of Team Flash, I'm actually kind of confused right now because it lacks that sustainability, that they lack that zone control as well. They do have some range on the Elsu, but that's basically it. Only the Elsu. They're gonna be relying heavily on the Elsu and the Thunderbird on the Tulin that can also be blocked. But on KFC Talon, you're gonna see a lot of big heroes in the front. A Scud, a Volcat, and a Thane to boot, and that's pretty difficult to burst down.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see Flash composition is kind of not what Flash used to be, because they have the real amount of jungle, let you say it. Then they brought the Kilgra. Split push is one of the main strategy that Flash could do, but in terms of team fight, I would say that Flash is having a hard time. Is going to have a hard time because the Lorian Volkov as well as the Thane is not penetrable by any members of Flash. They have the L sub mid, they have Ryoma side lane, and as well as jungle Tolan. Ooh, this is confusing, man. But I would say that this is maybe the first L sub mid we saw in a couple of days, and also Ryoma on the side lane, Tachi as well onto the support, but now Talon in the jungle. I don't know how to say this, but I kind of like it. Flash just, flex a lot of champs into any other lanes and trying to make it work. But as you can see, KFC Talon has the most possible win rate with this kind of composition. They know they have to win, but Flash is do or nothing. This is kind of draft that if you fail, you still can try, but this is going to be hard for the side of Flash. They know the composition is the hardest way to win.
Definitely looking at a composition, the more balanced composition is going to land on KFC's Talon. Team Flash right now is a lot of mixture onto their composition. Doesn't make sense in terms of wombo combos. You don't see a lot of combinations there. Maybe they're going in for a lot of I don't know, maybe they're gonna go for split pushes as well on their lineup. It's just so hard to mesh. Although we've seen an Elsu mid before, it's nothing new. In fact, Hyper Pro is gonna be hit by that snipe. He is gonna be harassing XP though. He is gonna be spotting out the Volcat here. Move is gonna be starting on the red buff. Blue buff is gonna be open as well, but because of the mirror start, not much can we gonna expect on the aggression here. But the Foxen is starting to get that small camp, but he's gonna be pushed back by XP.
Yeah, I would say that this is kind of the first time we saw Pikachu onto the Elsu in mid lane. It's not the Elsu for the first time in the history of AIC, but kind of known to be an early aggressive composition for the side of Flash, because they had ADC onto the Talon into the jungle, and also Case with the Ryoma. This is kind of, if you're known to do a better draft, this is kind of a backup plan that maybe a couple of picks, like maybe the first 3 picks, and It's been countered a lot with the second draft. So positioning for side of Flash, they bring up the side lane Ryoma kind of long ago. We haven't seen it a lot. But XB with Itachi, we've seen a lot of great plays. XB play with Itachi, but they goes for a Dark Slave first because they know in early game they has a lot of potential damage to just fight along. They can't just go for Abyssal Dragon, but the Lorion is much to handle for the side of Flash. They cannot fight down. They need to wait for a couple more damage coming in for their members. So maybe one items for Case and for Pikachu and also ADC. If ADC doesn't have more damage to just team fight along, it will be done for Flash. Talon will have an easy game.
Yeah, but not much. We're gonna see any action. They are just farming up for both sides. The sniper from Pikachu is gonna be hitting up on Moog. He's gonna be regenerating. He's not gonna be firing that second shot just yet. He needs a lot of visual to actually perform the things that they want. And because of the Foxen picking up the Slims, they actually went for a mid Elsu. And it's understandable because in most contests, that's usually a very, very easy shot to actually execute. Especially that most of the time, Elsu is going to be stationary. The Cliff Breaker is going to be used here as well, but it's not going to be translating to any kill. But Pikachu and the others are going into the bottom lane to maybe bully up here the Slims. They don't have the capability though. The Cliff Breaker has already been used by XP.
Yeah, a couple of more rotation that Flash are doing in this game is they're trying to find a crack onto the bottom side when the Defoxin using Slims, because we saw if Defoxin not using Hayate or maybe Kafne, he will play all objective all along. So that is kind of one of the teams that okay, Lorion secures the kill on top with the first blood, and Katie here is the man in charge to be taken away. Now the counter attacks coming in for Flash. They still need to just defend top lane rather than take a killing because they lost one member. They doesn't want to lose any more damage in terms of tower health, but look at how Lorion is securing the damage and as well as the position on the top side. Couple snipe hit one, but it's not enough on the members of Talon. He's a little bit too aggressive here for Talon. Flash, exactly nothing they can do because of how focusing on objective for Talon Esport is, because they're waiting for one items for Slims to just melt another objective on the top side, maybe bottom side.
Yep, right now Cliff Breaker is going to be starting here. He's going to be going for the Bone Slicer. He's not going to be able to kill Tony though because of the regeneration on the passive. He is always going to be able to take most of the damage unless they go for a commit here. Case is doing his best, but he is still not going to be committing as well as Tony is hovering himself there. On the bottom lane, ADC is trying to go for a push for himself. He is going to be able to take maybe there, but IFA Pro is going to be entering the fray. He is going to be able to destroy the bottom lane first tier turret.
Yeah, ADC trying to give some answer for the game number one. If you want to play objective, yes, we can play objective as well. So look at how Flash play. Flash just defend and attack objective. They not going to just take a fight. His only XP is he is heavily busy with the members of Talon Esport currently right now, and it's a little bit of busy for Pikachu, just trying to snipe away. Now with the dash coming from Tain, no ultimate just yet for the XP, but now they cannot do anything because Hyper Pro has to lock the members. ADC has been taken out, no damage coming in from Pikachu. He needs to run away. He received much more damage. Now Volca with the ultimate, trying to find the kill, but does not connect. But the Lorion Orb is too much to handle, and now takes the kill on the bot on on top side to take the first turret, the second turret for the side of Flash, and they trailing on kills, but they are in front in terms of objectives.
Yo, but right now, Team Flash is looking more to actually find ways to get the game back to their control, but with the 2K golding from Talon, they are going to be in a rough time in terms of the itemizations. Definitely KC Talon, it has the one up over Team Flash. They need to get a kill, they need to play it as smart as they could, they need to play it more aggressively if they want to secure a kill, because the lineup that they have, it's not for the late game. ADC is going to be getting that Abyssal Dragon. KFC Talon is now moving to maybe get the top lane objective. Devoxin is going to be having a free pass. He is going to be securing that tower. They are going for an efficient rotate here. Moop is in the area. Is not going to get a hit on ADC. Still, iPod Pro right now is going to be trying to harass ADC. The range is not there for that mage. Cliffbreaker might happen. He is going to be using it to safely disengage Moon Slicer as well. Tony does not flinch from the pain. He knows that he can tank it just yet. ADC has his passive procced up. No one is coming near him as well. Tony is just soaking up the damage. Thunderbird is going to be used up 1,500 magic damage. He's just going to be regenerating it with the passive of that team.
Yeah. Flash is just rejecting a lot of team fight. He can just play it away. Look at how many damage that the that KT and Z could give in terms of KD. It has a lot of life still, just cannot work with a couple of burns that NTNZ could give. Now the Mr. Dragon is on contained. A couple of damage has been received with the members of Flash. He needs to run away because he cannot handle much of the damage that could be dealt with. Now Lorion is the problem. How do they cope with the Lorion pick here? Because it's too hard to recognize that Lorion has the potential to pick a lot of members of Flash. One turret lost on the bottom side, then lost two turrets, same as what they give. Now coming in, Lorion with a couple more damage, was there with 9, but still doesn't even connect. Darkseid into the mid lane here, coming Lorion on from the side as well, but ultimate coming for XP, but XP is first one to fall. Coming in, 4 members left for Team Flash, but they are all still alive, but the chase still goes on. Please call the police, because not is illegal. Coming in for Talon is just taking the life for the members of Flash.
Yeah, we'll see the kill ground here on the back lane with KT looking to actually go for a cut onto the waves. He is not going to be able to successfully shove the lane on the top lane, as there is going to be a mirror by NTNZ. He goes for the clear and the cut wave as well. Here on the bot lane, they're going to be shoving up. Maybe they're setting up a push into the second tier territory on the bot lane as well. NTNZ is going to be spotted out. Even with the damage of Pikachu, it's not going to be substantial enough to push anyone here. And yeah, we're seeing here that KFC Talon is going to be taking it with a lot of information that most of the members of Team Flash is actually here on the mid lane. I think this is going to be detrimental to their chances. Another outer turret has been taken in Scuds. In a 1v1 scenario, he's not going to be able to take. But we see iPad Pro taking XP under the turret. And that's a big thing. A snipe is not going to connect to the Foxen. At this moment, they're going to be able to go for a push. ADC is doing his best. Thunderbird is going to catch out Tony. He's going to be regenerating with his passive as well. Case does his best. Moop is on his ultimate form. But they are actually going in hot. They're going in for a push here to the mid lane as well. ADC does his best to clear up the wave. Tony is still there. The passive is not available anymore. And the Flying Spear is going to connect. Savage Potion is up for the Foxen. He is going to be relocating. And again, Snipe is going to be there. He's not going to get a hit. iPad Pro is going to be catching up. He goes for the second outplay. And iPad Pro goes in ham. He is going to be able to take out Case. And TNT does finish out Case at that moment. It's a 4 versus 2. Are they going to be able to defend? Or is it already going to be KFC Talon crowning themselves on a best of 2 sweep? move he's going to be doing, especially as his ultimate form. Ultima has been there, but he's not going to be able to release that Flying Spear as well. XP is going to be taken out. The Cliff Breaker is not available. KT is also going to be doing his best. The anti-region is there, and the Nexus has been taken as KFC Talon closes the series with a best of 2 sweep.
Woo! The 2-0 win for KFC Talon. Takes the win, takes the lead into Group A with a 4-0 win in the Group A. Flash really need to think about what happened in that matchup, because they know they had more ways to go with the matchup, but it's going to be really hard if they are progressing. They are progressing into the playoff. That is one thing, but is that performance from Flash is enough to give them a stay in the playoff? Because we know that Talent Esport has the most potential. We have one team, we have Talent Esport. Woo! We had a game, guys. We had a game. Flash has rejecting a lot of team fight, but happens to be caught up a lot, but it's not going to make up with them. It's going to be hard to see the members of Flash has been taken away. This kind of counter-attack nearly been made by Flash. They can take a lot of kills, but that iPod Pro play, man, that is the best play with the Serenade. Wow, I would say I just say it that I'll have to agree with you, Vittorio. iPod Pro is the best mid laner in the AIC 2022, and maybe he will receive the best player in the final. Oh,
I mean, if KFC Talent is going to be entering the finals, there's a lot of teams to look out for. Like one team who had a 4-0 sweep, but in Group A, we saw a 4-0 sweep as well from KFC Talent. So looking at the playoffs, I'm very excited to see when these teams face off. Those teams that hasn't blemished phase 2 group stage experience, because in the first day of the playoffs, we're going to see a best of 3, and that's where strategy comes in mind. And I think, you know, in game number 2 here for KFC Talent against Team Flash, one of the problems that arose actually onto for Team Flash is the draft itself. I think a lot went wrong. We used to see a lot of Elsu mid lanes, but right now, one of the reasons why we don't see an Elsu mid lane is that you can't really rotate very, very well with an Elsu mid lane, which is one of the prerequisites on the rotations that we're seeing from a lot of the teams who are sporting a lot of mobile heroes. Lorian can actually rotate well, he can clear the waves easily, not like Elsu who needs 2 shots to actually clear out the wave. You're gonna be there's gonna be a lot of waiting game as well when you're using Elsu. He's not that suitable for any type of rotations, and that is a fact. Even if you have a help from your support, it is not always going to be enough. It's not always that you're going to be able to clear out the waves easily, not like when you're using mages in the mid lane.
yeah, I think for using Elsu in team comms in general is that you need to have the upper hand. You need to play more aggressive. You need to have a lot more space for Elsu to play, because we've seen a lot of good Elsu plays. And if Flash want to play down the Elsu, they need to know that that game is on their hands in the early stages. Because if Elsu is in the defensive state, is kind of not suitable for Elsu. Like if you play a Malok, you use the ultimate for Malok is to attack rather than to defend or run away. So that is kind of the principle of using Elsu. You need to, in a winning phase, just have a lot of space to just move or reposition with its snipes and everything. But if you're on the defensive state, it will be hard to play an Elsu, because not much of an attack that you can make, and hard to just kill away with the Tain for the side of Talent Esport. It's too much to handle by Elsu. If you have the Hayati, maybe you can chuck down a lot of health coming from that Tain. But yeah, Elsu, we know he can just finish the job with a couple of kills, but yeah, in terms of DPS, not so much for Elsu.
Yup, and KFC Talon was just too cohesive for any of the plays, and the mishmash of the draft. On the drafting phase, it just didn't make sense, and Team Flash did their best on the cards that they were dealt, but yeah, definitely, if you actually lose on the drafting phase, it's already an uphill battle, and that's what happened here onto game number 2. Even with the kind of skills that you have, even if you are very, very mechanically gifted, it's not about it. It's about making your composition work. The reason why I was confused, I don't know if it's an early game, mid game, or late game composition, because in every aspect I think that they actually lost the draft, because in the early, mid, and late game, KFC Talon had the better hero composition, and it actually showed as the game was progressing, as the items were building up for the heroes of KFC Talon. It was evident it was just KFC Talon that's gonna be winning most of the contests, and of course a lot of spectacular performances coming in from Moop, coming in from iPad Pro, Defoxin as well, Tony, and of course NTNZ. All of them had peak performances. There was no weakest link that you can actually exploit onto their lineup. For now, I think they're one of the most likely teams to actually win out most of the matches here in AIC. Most likely power index, but it can always switch. One team as well has been doing well. They are very, very dominant, even against big juggernaut teams. So
we're waiting for ADT.
Waiting for ADT. I'm actually not excited.
Yeah, I'm waiting for ADT, man. It's just take down Talon.
Oh man, I don't even know if they're gonna be able to actually get past the group stages against Dewa, but you know, anything could happen. But looking at the stat line, it's a 7-kill deficit. KFC Talon just dictating everything. You can see on the graph as well. In towers and objectives, there are some fights happening here for Team Flash, but it's all about KFC Talon. They had the gold lead, so definitely looking at the graph, we reached a 7.6k mark. That's so big.
Yeah, I just want to say that Flash is still kind of left behind in terms of meta. They're still living in terms of they have Tachi. That is the one of the new added. The draft that Flash bought is kind of, you have to look at AIC 2019. That is kind of the old kind of Flash. They've bought Ryoma side lane, mid lane Elsu, and also the Killgroth top star Slayer. That is kind of the old school of Flash. Then I think that is the thing that needs to be evolved for Flash. They need to just let go of the past.
Yeah, let go of the past and move forward to the future. And iPad Pro was the MVP of that game. Not surprisingly, It was a perfect game for him. 100% KP as well, 22% damage that he was able to deal in the whole game. And I'm pretty excited to see more of the performances of the iPad Pro. You guys are gonna be able to see it more on the in the playoffs. And before we go to the last game of the day, it is going to be Saigon Phantom versus Valencia CFE Sports. But we'll just be going for a short break. My name is Victoria. This is Mikos. This is the Arena Bell International Championship 2022. We'll be right back. Don't touch your browser.
To move your hero, and use your right hand to attack. Easy peasy. Now, raise your weapon and smash that crystal. No! God! Please, no! Well, maybe your gaming life is not so smooth after all. Don't be nervous. I know you think you have learned everything about winning, but your enemies are not sheep waiting to be slaughtered. To get your game victories easier, you'll still need to learn some little tricks. First, you need to know about the 3 lanes. In AoV, there's the Abyssal Dragon lane, Slayer lane, and Middle lane. Don't forget about the Vast Jungle, which is a special path between all 3 lanes. Now choose your lane and march onwards to victory. No, stop! I know you're trying to be different, but as a rookie, you should begin by learning the most common and easiest ways to start the game. Once you're partially in the lane, you'll face an equal opponent. Do your best against them and level yourself up. Of course, there will always be enemies coming after you. Don't worry, AOV is a team game. This means you must focus on team fights, fight alongside your teammates, and eliminate your enemies. During team fights, you must cooperate with your teammates to find every opening and opportunity to kill your opponents and ensure the survival of your own team. Victory lies ahead of you after you wipe out all of your enemies' defense towers standing in your way. That is, if you are still standing after the team fight. Oh, dear Lord, don't ask me what to do if your rivals have respawned. Just repeat what you did earlier until you have won this match. That is how you win a game in Arena of Valor. You must be in harmony with your team every step of the way. Understand, rookies? Okay, I know that you cannot communicate telepathically. To be more effective at each stage of the game, maybe you need to know some terminology in order to communicate with your teammates. Carry, leading or majorly influencing leadership on a team.
Double kill. Bloodbath.
Gank, a surprise attack on an enemy hero. Buff, status effect that gives a beneficial boost. Debuff, status effect that gives negative impacts. Farm, gaining levels and gold by killing creeps. KDA, kills, deaths, assists. CD, skill cooldown. Poke, to damage enemies from range with minimal risk to you. DPS, damage per second. That's all the rookie training for today. Let's start a match and get fully absorbed into the world of Arena of Valor and win glory with your teammates. What could be more enjoyable than praise from your team?
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I tasted glory, tasted pain. I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back. I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline. I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him and get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain. And I got it in my genes, I pass through anyways crisis. No matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. From your order I declare, I'm riding to the end. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go, I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit. My mind's on city mode, I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wild. I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded. My destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Yeah. Winning street, my dubs elite, I bring it. Yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to speak my G out with it. Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. My name is Victoria, this is Mikos. We are now down to the last series of the day. And it's going to be Saigon Phantom against Valencia CF Esports.
Woo! Both of this team has no points yet in this Group B. So is it going to be SGP? Or maybe VCF? Because if they just split points, if they had a draw, we might have a tiebreaker, but no. this is SGP versus Valencia. They work it out before this in phase number 1. SGP has a couple of moments that they bring into the game. They had a suitable gameplay and have a lot more potential into drafts. But now Valencia FC, do they want to follow the steps of Nova for just saying goodbye to AIC? I think that is not going to happen. So 2 games to be thrown out. Who's going to win this, VCF or SGP?
Yep, and VCF right now, gonna see Talos, Pichu, QQ, Myra, and SRY, or we can say sorry. But we're gonna see the key player here for SGP. It's gonna be Yue with a 1.5 KDA. Not surprisingly that this is going to be the KDA that we're gonna be seeing, since it was a one-sided stomp coming in from One Team Esports. They were merciless in massacring they were merciless on massacring SGP, and they were also merciless on massacring Valencia CF Esports. So probably we're not gonna see a better KDA coming from coming from Valencia CF Esports as well.
Yeah, I think this is the maybe the villain coming in for Group B is One Team. He just gives a bad beating for both of this team, and just happened to be a lot, not much of a KD. 1.5, maybe 2.0 coming in. Yeah, 2.7. Look at that. Pichu is not a great KD to be present after he just get beaten up by One Team. So yeah, possibly that we're going to see a hard game between these two, because none of them has a point just yet. So I'm lucky to see either one of them going to survive in AIC. So Valencia CF, they had the most potential, but we are not going to oversee that, because SGP won against Valencia before this in the first phase. So maybe had a lot, maybe some of them has a lot of beliefs that SGP gonna win this.
Yeah. And we can see here Valencia CF Esports Pichu 2.7 KDA. A better KDA, I think 1.2.
Yeah, a better KD, man.
It's a better KDA. So, moving forward, I think they need to step up more. They need to show their dominance after what One Team has done.
Yep. This is the new rivals, I think. If one of them loses 2 points, it's going to be them. We're going home for today. But now Omen has been taken away by SGP. SGP really needs one game for warm-up, but has been taken away their hope because of One Team takes the 2-game lead. Now Omen as well, maybe a Nacross ban here for the side of SGP if they want to. But if Pichu trying to play a lot more like a Laville or a Cafney pick, is going to be something that really to look up for SGP. Yep, a Nacross ban coming in for Saigon Phantom, and also the Lorian ban. Whoever just left the Lorian out, that is the moment that we know that's the game that we're going to be one-sided. That happened a lot. Today we seen 2 Lorians, and it happens to be the best game of Lorian yet. And it gives to One Team, it gives to Chelon Esport, and both of them has 4 wins in terms of their respective groups. John Elsu has been picked up by the side of Saigon Phantom, as well as Iggy and Roxy. Oh, Tachi Elsu. Kinda like it. I kinda like it for Saigon Phantom. They need the Crixie. Yes, they need the Crixie onto the mid lane. And if they want to bring down Zizuka onto the jungle, it's also can Florentino or Ryoma onto the Slayer lane. So it's much possible. But if they have the Hayate on the side, it doesn't need to pick maybe a teen, maybe to put Tachi onto the jungle. Is going to be something that need to be looked up for SGP. Valencia, they pick up the Hayate, the second ban. SGP itself ban out the Zuka. Okay, I'm just trying to say that Zuka will be taken by them. They ban out the Zuka. Okay, SGP, okay.
Yep. And we're now gonna see the entirety of the first 3 picks. In terms of movability, of course, there is gonna be mobile heroes on the side of SGP. They do like this, especially in the AOG meta. In Valencia CFE Sports, they have a range, and of course, Roxy being picked out. So far, it's 100% win rate for that Roxy pick. So I'm expecting a lot for Valencia CFE Sports, so not spoil that win rate.
100% win rate from Roxy. I think that is some win rate. It's not been terrible right now for the side of Valencia. They bought a Hayate and maybe a Scott onto the jungle, and I kind of like that because the Scott can just drive Crexy along the way. But if FGP bring out the Ari and maybe a Elendor into the jungle, but Elendor has been banned, they had the Kira if they want to, still have the talent for the jungle. But if they bring out the Ari, I would say a hard game for SGP, because if they brought the Varus, I think it's more suitable onto the draft that SGP has currently. So SGP is still thinking about it. Who's going to be the jungle? Maybe the Tachi or Varus, I think. Well, SGP has a couple of strat that is hard to explain. Ari and the Varus. I would say either of them to be picked, but they picked them both. So kind of a bonus point for the side of SGP. Last pick for Valencia. I would say they already have the jungle Scud. They need one Baron lane and bring out the they bring out Aoi first into the jungle because they want to flex the Scud onto Slayer lane. That is kind of brilliant if they want to, versus Ari, maybe a Varus on the top side. I think this is kind of a game that is hard to predict, man. Valencia with 100% win rate on the Roxy, but Varus on SGP. This is something. But if Ari jungle, not so long, we haven't seen it. But yeah, SGP drafts kinda shaky, man. I think kinda shaky in terms of what is the playstyle that they want to go. They have the team fight composition, but still with the Elsu. Elsu currently has no reason to be picked in terms of the fight composition. So maybe Valencia had a great game versus SGP. So I would say I will going to side it along with Vittorio with the Valencia pick. But yeah, SGP still has a long way to go. Jungle, Varus. Last time I see Bang use it is in 2019, the last time I was here. But it's okay. SGP versus Valencia. Whoever take the game number 1 will have the momentum to stay in AIC 22, because both of them really need 1 point to just proceed into the playoffs. 2 games will decide who's going to stay, who's going home.
Yep, and for sure, Valencia CFE Sports does win the draft, but SGP is very, very well known for their very, very mobile plays. And the composition that they have is going to be totally relying on how good Red is going to be able to spot out the targets. If he can shut down the squishy heroes like the Hayate and the Iggy, it's going to be a big thing for sure. Shadow Bombs are starting, Red and Bang are going in hot. Look at the damage coming in from SRY. He's going to be able to zero in on the Red. He is actually surprised at what happened there. He was not expecting that Scud in the front.
that is a literal sorry, I'm here, sorry that I kill you. But yeah, that is Valencia had a couple of advantage in terms of early game because we saw Varus really needs a lot of farm to be dependable into the game. So possibly Valencia would win the early matchup against SGP because SGP said that they in terms of energy they're a little bit lacking right now. But yeah, SGP has a lot of chemistry. That's a problem for Valencia. If SGP could bring the game like after level 4 and the first objective to be taken away from Valencia, I think SGP could make it happen because the mobile kind of composition really needs a lot of space to be played. If not, Valencia could just punish along the way.
Yep, and definitely SGP has that that local championship vibe we're in. They have been playing pretty well for SGP. Because if they're not playing well, they're not going to be the first places of AOG. But still, BCF has something that, they have that capability. They have that drafting capability as well. They have that advantages that they could probably use to get the one up over SGP. So for now, we're seeing here that the Dragon and Slayer has been faded out. Dragon for BCF, Slayer for SGP. Not much is gonna happen. It's a 4-man engage. Good thing there was no clash here. There was no surprise waiting to happen. The Moonfall was being used and the Agni script did not connect. VCF, that was a good attempt. Flickers are already out for Taos, and also Fish was able to preemptively get out of that sticky situation.
Yep, currently SGP trying to trail away in terms of goal, and also Valencia had much more comfort in this kind of matchup. It's going to be fine for Valencia, but yeah, it happened that Iggy wasn't picked by QQ. We saw a lot of Iggy plays and happened to be the best of Iggy somehow. But I'm trying to find a way to think about how do Bang has the Varus onto the jungle, because he has a slow kind of rotation, and as well as the kind of clear. So somehow SGP make it work, but the goal has been leaning into Valencia a couple of minutes. But look at how Kiku trying to find a couple more damage to be land on top of Fish, and yeah, these both teams doesn't want to make the team fight to be as crucial as possible. They need to find a way to just have a level 8 maybe, and then they go for a couple of fights. So SRY on the top side, trying to on to the back, trying to proxy some lane. Now Yiwei, bottom side as well. SRY really needs to run away to take a couple damage from the tower, but Yiwei still not interested much onto SRY, playing a lot more dashes and aggressive with the rotation. Pichu already have the couple items to be slayed on objective. 30 seconds left to be respawn in this matchup. Look the damage from Red. If Red can land a lot of snipes, it will be detrimental for the side of Valencia.
Yep, QQ is just saving up his Shadow Bomb. Fish is going to be spotted up here onto the bottom lane. They're not going to be committing anytime just yet. SRY is just distracting Bang at this moment. There is going to be a commit here. Fish is not going to be able to reach QQ, but he's going to be forced to recall. The Slayer has been taken here by Myra from VCF. He's going to be continuing on to farm up himself, and the Dragon is going to be the objective of choice now. They exchange there. Both of the teams have one Dragon and one Slayer each. We're seeing Fish slowly shaving off the health here of SRY. There is going to be the Dragon Trap being used. Bang might be in danger. Agnes Grip is not going to connect again. Taos is actually creating a lot of mistakes for himself. He's not able to capitalize on his skills, and that is a waste.
Yeah, I think a waste coming in, ball to the mid lane, fight still on with one attack left onto Bang, but Myra doesn't even want to fully connect into the kills, but now the members of SGP a little bit too low to fight against Valencia. On the top side, we has Yiwei versus SRY. SRY has a lot of potential to just roaming it out, but still need to find a way to shut down Yiwei on the top side. Ultimate from both the members is still alive. I would say this, that SGP a little bit shaky currently because they know they had a mid-comp position, but they cannot just play it really well. They cannot just hold the early game much, and given the fact that Valencia has a lot of goal differentiate right now, and Living QQ just happen into the mid lane, just bossing around and not have a good game for the SGP. Now faced with a couple dashes coming in, Bang secures the kill with the Venom, but now Myra is still there. Myra giving support, but he lost her member, but now they're coming in. Bang has the lifesteal, secures again with the Venom. Bang is still alive. One more lifesteal, one more kill for Koa. Connect into SRY. SGP is still alive and warm up enough to take this middle tower.
Yup, that's gonna be the active script being used by Taos, but it is a little too late with no teammates to actually capitalize it on the active script. It's just a matter of time. SGP now has the upper hand on K Gold lead for now. He's going to be using the Moonfall. Taos is still going to be able to live. He is going to be a very, very tanky support. And they are just going to be repositioning themselves. The Irie is in the area to actually just hunt down the Pichu onto the top lane. He's going to be having a mistake on that Shuriken throw though.
Ooh, SGP played it pretty well in terms of the counter-attacks into the mid lane. The Valencia played on their own mistake. They didn't want to just invade the jungle of Bang, but Bang is in the mid lane. They jump away into the face of QQ, and it's not a favorable moment for side of Valencia. That kind of mistakes just sold out the mid-game potential for SGP. What happened there is a little bit too alone here for Koa. Koa is still alive, but then giving damage coming in for Crixie. I would say Crixie has a couple more potential, but now SRY into the middle, but stuns doesn't connect coming in from Fish. SGP really needs to try this again. Members of Valencia really need to think about it. Now the Dragon Slayer has been taken away with a couple of health left, but Koa is still alive in that pit. But the members of Valencia is still eyeing for the counter-attack. Koa trying to bait it out, but Koa a little bit too low here, but the ultimate has to be spent on. I think that is the big mistake coming in for Koa itself. He has to just burn down the ultimate without any contention coming in from Valencia.
Yeah, I mean, better to actually use the ultimate than to actually give out a free kill. In this moment, we're seeing VCF actually creating some space for themselves. They are equalizing in terms of the objectives. SRY is going to be in the fray. Is he going to be able to attempt a steal here? Let's see if that is going to be the case, but without the Power Glove, he's not going to be able to take that dragon easily. But in the mid lane, they are summoning here. The Slayer Taos is going to be taking Koa. Koa is just running for the high heels. The Emperor's Case is going to graze Koa, and they take that secure kill for themselves. QQ is now getting hot.
Yeah, this is hard to say who's going to win this matchup, but now the damage coming from Red is not connect to anybody. And it happened to Valencia had a lot of possession into the jungles of SGP. They can roam it about. They has Tails onto that Roxy bottom side. Yiwei is alone, and happened. Oh my God, the damage has been transferred for SRY. A little bit too much for Yiwei to handle, and Valencia, they had a comfortable game, but oh no, this element has been steal away by Yiwei on bottom side. doesn't want to give much more goal for the members of Valencia. 3 kills into 2 for Valencia. Still trailing goal by a couple of hundreds. Valencia is up front. In terms of kill is SGP. The objective of the tower is still Valencia. Not much of a killer, but objective gameplay is commendable for Valencia.
Yeah, pretty commendable. As we are going to actually enter the mid parts of the game, there is going to be some power spikes here for SGP, but they are now on the receiving ends as Iggy and the others are slowly being able to build out the items, and we all know Ember's Gaze is one of the best AoE damage that you can actually start the clashes with. He's going to be forcing down the Cliff Breaker to push out the Hayate from taking down the second tier third. But in the mid lane, we're seeing a lot of convergence. A 5-man commit. Iway might be in danger. The Dragon's Claw is going to get a hit. Iway is going to be forced to dash out. And that is going to be a scary prospect, as most they know SGP is not in full power just yet.
Yeah, SGP is trailing on the battle with the body kiss also as the Venom from Bang. He needs to wait his ultimate to be on, but now SRY already have the Rock Stone, but going in with a couple more damage, he can just survive. 2,000 damage to the face of Pichu versus a Hayate currently, but now we've seen Koa a little bit aggressive with the push check onto the bottom side here. Oh my god, QQ just delivers some emergency lining here because he knows late game, Iggy is much of a monster here. Null and also the Tomb of Reaper and Barrels already finished is going to be really hard. Finding a way for Myra to open up a couple. Is that ultimate coming in for Myra?
Yeah, he did it. And I don't know why Iway is going to be able to get out, uses the Ryu, has a lot of dashes, damage reductions as well, creating a lot of space. Pichu and the others are pretty much damaged here. VCF is currently in the receiving end. Are they going to be caught out? Fish is going to actually hit Taos there. The Shuriken is not going to get hit. Ember's Gaze is going to be the answer here by QQ, dealing and shaving off some of the health of SGP's members.
Yeah, trading a lot of health, but now off position coming in for SRY. The members of Valencia is here, but none other than SRY is still alive. He can just escape nonetheless. But no, 2,000 damage coming in for Red. Pichu, Rillian, and QQ needs to run back off because one snipe from Red is maybe a sign of help coming in for SGP. Couple of damage left for SRY on bottom side. Both of this team, I think they trying to find a way to just go for a team fight, but none of them really wants to commit 100%. That is the problem. They doesn't want to make mistakes, and now bottom turret, one more attack. 5 members of SGP already been here, but needs with the Agnes grip, but still has the R. But Pichu secures the first kill. Mara a little bit too low here. SGP lost 2 members with that clash, and Valencia can go for the Dark Slayer kill because they have taken 2 lives from SGP.
Open right now. We're seeing here Dark Lord Slayer take. Are they going to be able to contest? Well, that's one of the biggest what if. The problem is they are not going to be trying just because they are going to be lacking a lot of manpower. They need Iway and Koa to actually sustain the clash for them. And that's not going to be possible if they are still going to be responding into the base. They're just going to be taking all the out there turrets. With the Dark Lord Slayer on the next in the next wave, it is going to be difficult. And that was a big play coming in from Taos, finally getting the right targets, using that Agnes grip, and Bang might be taken down. He is gonna be pulled here by Taos. He knows that whatever he does, he's not gonna be able to come out unscathed. And look at the damage. We're gonna see Fish running for the eye heals. One more Ember's Gaze, and he is gonna be taken out. That's a big and substantial damage. And we're gonna see the Dragon's Claw here being used by Myra to reposition himself again. Good thing a wave is there to actually deter the push of the Dark Slayer. They're not gonna be able to damage the mid lane turret. But at the end of the day, they are just gonna be pressuring here. Bang still has 10 seconds left for his timer. Pichu is going for a push here, but it is going to be very, very difficult. Moonfall is going to be used, and SRY is just relishing, showering from the damage. Dragon's Pride is being used. Koa almost taken out. They're going hard in taking this turret as well. SRY is just on the bot lane, limiting the movements of Yi Wei.
Oh, the members of Valencia really want to win this. He doesn't want to give to SGP. One more clash will determine the winner. They have to wait for the Dark Slayer, or this is the time to initiate to the members of SGP. Bottom turret and top turrets left. Double attacks coming in. 2 members on bottom, 1 in mid. Another 2 on top side. Which one will have to open the gates first? Top turret is a couple of attacks just left. Now SRY on to the back side here. Maybe one knockup really needed for that objective. Bottom turret, couple more attacks left as well, but still healthy nonetheless. Remember, SGP still defend the last honor into this base of they had, but Valencia is looking for the win here. One more Dark Slayer, maybe one more minion wave to win this matchup once and for all.
Yep, and it's just a matter of time. But SGP can still turn this around with a clash of their own. But I'm pretty sure Valencia is actually waiting for the next Dark Lord Slayer. But it might be hard at this moment. They're going in for the push, and look at the damage. Good Influence is going to be used as well, but I think it was a premature hit. Venom is going to be used as well by Bang. He is going to be in the onslaught on the damage. Look at the damage that the Sniper Red was able to do. SRY is going to be able to finish that. Rock Shield as well is going to be procced out. He has his Resurrection ready, and they get that top lane turret. And just in time, 9 seconds left, and they're gonna be able to wait for the Dark Lord Slayer.
Yeah, the Dark Lord Slayer will spawn, and the members of SGP, this is the moment of truth. Do they want to contest, or they want to wait inside their base? But now the Agnes Grips coming in into play, but Koa a little bit too far coming in for their members as well, but still managed to live. SRY onto the backside, finding a way to go in. 40k hit points just left for the Dark Lord Slayer. None of the members of SGP really can bring the fight into contention onto the Dark Lord. Still, Valencia has the upper hand with the 2k gold lead. SGP really need to defend this. If it's not the defense is solid, this might be the team for Valencia. They can't go for the core. They need to penetrate it better. SRY finding a way to go onto the back line, still be founded by the Elsu. Oh no, a little bit too early there with the Agnes Grip, but the Dark Lord in the middle side with the damage coming in from QQ is scouting away SGP members. Wait for the right time to win, Valencia.
Yeah, man. I think there was a slight hesitation of Myra clearing up that bottom lane. There is going to be a lot of information, though. We're going to see here Pichu actually falling off here. They're not going to commit yet on clearing up this wave because they want to actually crash the waves at the same time. Now, they have the capability. We're going to see Myra coming in hot. Taos are actually going to be locking in. into Fish. Fish is going to be taking down Dragon's Wrath being used here. Red is going to be spawning up again. He still has the Death Sickle ready. He's not going to be able to buy that in time. Bang is actually trying to go ham. He's going to be using Venom, doing a lot of damage, but he's not going to be able to last. Yue does his best, but it's already a Nexus lock, and BCF takes game number 1.
They are still alive in AIC. One more game to just proceed into knockout stage for Valencia FC. SGP really need to bring the game up to their standard, because we know if 2 wins, SGP is the one to say goodbye to AIC 2022. Valencia, congratulations, you take the first win. But the second game is much more of a journey. If you're sharing 1 point, it will be one more game, I think, for the tiebreaker.
We'll be going into BCF taking game number 1. The momentum is definitely theirs. Let's see if they can keep this up against SGP. SGP looking lost in their rotations, in their gameplay, and you can definitely feel the fear of being eliminated early here on AIC 2022. They are definitely that's gonna be a very, very sad day for the AOG fans, as their champions are being bullied here by Valencia CIV Esports.
Victory number 1 taken by VCF. I would say this game had a lot of potential for SGP as well, but the picks and bans is all along Valencia. They had a better draft, they had a better damage, and as well as the coverage into the team fight. So Valencia had to win that game. If not, the resources has been taken away. And as we mentioned, Victoria said, if the Agnes Grip is connected, Valencia could win, and we saw a couple of pulls coming in for Teos really made the game for the side of Valencia. And if the ultimate is missed, that is when SGP takes the punishment back to Valencia. And yeah, thank God Valencia won that game. But yeah, SGP game number 2 is much more crucial than game number 1. If they could level the game up, I would say this might be the kind of the best situation that Valencia and SGP could handle in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, definitely. If this is the kind of performance that we're going to be seeing, BCF is definitely on top of SGP. SGP needs to bounce back, needs to channel their championship prowess. They need to channel their old side, wherein they're gonna be very, very dominant, very, very aggressive as well. And yeah, it's pretty hard. It's a pretty hard thought that, you know, the last game of your AIC journey is gonna be the next game. It's gonna be a pretty daunting. It's gonna be a pretty daunting and distracting thought that this would be the last.
Yeah, if you look at Nova, we know that if Nova win that one game, the last game for Nova is if they won, it doesn't matter. But for SGP and Valencia, if you won that game, you have one step further to your playoff. But if you lost the game, it's going to be really hard to just acknowledge that you are going to leave AIC 22. In fact, that you have a great history because of SGP or Valencia had a couple of runs in AIC that had better runs from this. But yeah, it is what it is. Get one more game to determine who's going to be the playoff, Valencia or SGP. Is SGP takes one game away, we have another game for Group B, I think.
Yeah, I guess they have something. They have a rule in place. They're not gonna be playing that best of 3 I think there is a rule in place, like the number
Is
of
it
kills that
hit-to-hit?
you've done. Yeah, there's like a kills that you've done. That's the assists and stuff. So it should be a very very dominating win if SGP wants to come back here. Since we're seeing a higher KDA from VCF.
Yeah, VCF has higher KD and highest charts to be taken away, as well as the harder VCF give fighting against one team. So the momentum is Valencia need to win this second game if they want to just complete their journey into the playoff. But SGP, it would be sad if SGP does not put a fight into this group stage, because we only take 2 from the groups to proceed for the playoffs. So if SGP is the one to join Nova, it's kind of hard to just feel it away.
And I'm pretty sure that these teams are going to be showing their best. It's just that it's so hard, especially they're going to be facing teams like this that are definitely laser focused on getting the win, bringing out their best heroes up into the draft. And as well as it has been saddening that SGP has been getting a lose streak right now, 3-0. They are suffering a 0-3 from one team into now, and that's definitely going to be affecting their morale.
Yeah, the morale is going down, the mentality is going down. But yeah, one last game just really needs to bring the fire. They need to bring the demons out of the break, because if they can bring the game into Valencia, game number 2, it would be something that they show us that they are still relevant in terms of how Valencia to kick their ass in terms of game 1. So yeah, too much of a mistakes coming in with the drafts from SGP. They need to change it a little bit. They need to play a kind of a basic kind of drafts if they want to win more, because they happen to play like Flash, trying to flex around much of a hero, so it's not going to work for them. It's kind of hard for SGP to win like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna see here on the stats, 5 kill deficit in favor of Valencia CF Esports. We're seeing the gold not that big of a lead, almost at 4K towers. Missile Dragons, only Dragons. Actually, we had some fight coming in from SGP, but in the latter parts, they actually were falling off. See the damage being dealt here by QQ, 174k damage onto that Iggy. Insane stats here for VCF. No 100ks are gonna be found for SGP, even on the Elsu and also the Quixie that usually has tons of damage, because it's a point-and-click hero. And we've reached the 20-minute mark wherein there was a seesaw on the leads, and you can actually see in your screens that there was a moment in time wherein SGP was actually with fighting power. But VCF, once we reached the latter parts of the game, they pushed back SGP in their efforts, because the winning condition here is with VCF. They had the late game capability, not like on what we saw from SJP. MVP of the game is gonna be SRY. He's gonna have a 316 KDA, 90% KP, damage taken 32.7%.
Yeah, I would say that SRY played really well in terms of rotation and objective taking, in terms of how he rotates when it needed, and also the flanks that he played pretty well. So SRY had a better games, but I would say this, that the main problem that SGP currently facing is that Iggy pick. We know for a fact that from day one it's Iggy versus Crixie. none of the hero will be placed with that. It's Iggy versus Crixie. Who has Iggy, who had Crixie, will play it much better. Other than if you pick a Tulan, if you pick a maybe a Varus mid, Lorien. If you have Lorien, that is the problem, because Lorien has been banned, and sometimes you get a little lucky because of some of them ban onto maybe a Nacroth, maybe an Omen, but yeah, if you got Lorien, you have to win. I would say though, if we saw a lot of patterns today, Lorien will be taken out in game number 2. Some of them will have Lorien in game number 2.
Maybe you're gonna see a Lorien again in game number 2. Maybe.
Yeah, if Lorien can be played, I'm hoping it was on the hand of Valencia.
I mean,
kind of biased.
That's kind of biased.
Yep.
That you know, in the conversation, if it is open, yeah, definitely first pick Lorien is understandable. It's a hero that's hard to actually beat up. Hero that has a lot of outplay potential as well.
Yeah, if Lorien got picked, but yeah, I would say the Crixie and the Iggy is swappable in terms of the teams. But if also given pick again, it's kind of hard. But I would say Valencia will go for the same type of composition with maybe Yena or Varus in terms of the matchup that they can have. So I was hoping for the best. If the Yan can be played, sometimes Yue maybe to be played by some of them, because if Valencia really needs to win, they know this game is the most crucial game. They have to win the second game to just proceed easily into the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. Probably we're gonna see them in a best of 3, best of 5, best of 7, but right now it's all about Lorien, Iggy, Crixie as well. Until then, being picked out. Not much of the other mage heroes. Azenka's never coming out.
But I think I sense Volkath for SGP. I don't know why. I sense Volkath for SGP though.
Really?
Yeah, I sense a Volkath to be picked by SGP, but if you say it along with Azenka, yeah, maybe Azenka will not go through, man. It's going to be really hard. You have Yue, you have maybe you have a Malok to be played in mid lane, you have Hitachi. It's going to be really hard for Azenka in the current batch. But now, game number 2, draft picks. Who are going to win this game in terms of drafts, in terms of energy? Is it Valencia or SGP? First ban, maybe the same. Oh, Lorien's been taken off. Okay. No chance at all to play Lorien, but it's okay.
Yeah, and you know, the second ban is definitely gonna be the Aya. I feel like it's gonna be the Aya. If they don't ban Aya, I don't know. All I can say is it's gonna be a sure win for Valencia CF Esports if they do get
it. Could be a Nacroth first pick, man. If Aya got banned, they need to ban Nacroth or Aya. They should pick it.
I mean, that's the benefit of
Come on, ban an Nacroth. Aya pick. Let's go for Valencia. I told you, man. It's either Aya or a Nacroth pick. That is the best ban SGP could give.
Oh man, I feel like.
What? Okay.
Liliana first pick. They're not going for the Naya pick. They actually went in for a Liliana pick. That shows them a lot of confidence on their pick.
Dirac
for SGP.
Huh.
I'm actually perplexed. I'm actually very, very perplexed if they do lock into that Dirac pick. I haven't seen Dirac being used that much.
Yeah, I think Dirac is one of the best champions in AIC 19, but in 21 it's not a lot of direct as well. So it's kind of hard to see direct with the composition that most of the team has, because direct has a slow movement, so it's kind of not much of a help. But now SGP, they doesn't want to get the Aya as well as Valencia, but I saw the Tain though. Tain could play with Aya as well. You need some tankiness. Yeah, this is the moment when Guryang Gaming is still kind of praying about it. It's still none of the team want to take down Aya. Aya is still open though.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they don't want Aya as... Maybe we think that Aya is really not a strong hero? Question mark at that. But anyway, since we're already here, it's already a clear cut. There's no Ayas that's gonna be appearing in this match for sure. There's already a support. There's also a mage already ready for both of the sides. SGP though is gonna be definitely aggressive, only on the Elder pick. You can pair it up with a Baldum with a Wild Charge, but we also see a Tain being picked up here. One big tanky hero. So even if he catches up that hero with a Wild Charge, he's just gonna be laughing and pushing you back into the kill zone of Valencia.
If it's still possible though for Valencia to take down Aya, because they had a Tain, and they can play a maybe kind of non-Baron. They pick down Yenna into the jungle, or Yenna Baron, but the Aya is not going to, I think it's not going to be picked at either of the teams, because they already have much of a component. SGP has Baldum and Tain for the side of Valencia, so maybe none of them want to pick down Aya. They think about it. They maybe sense that either of these team knows how to counter down Aya, so it's going to be really hard, because Hayate is still open though at the moment. So somehow both of them just scared to play the hard-earned champion. So SGP pick up the Joker, Hayate maybe for the side of Valencia if they want a Kafni, also legitimate. But Akira, okay, late game, Hayate. Oh, Laville, alright, for Valencia. Kind of reasonable to go for a Laville, but SGP is an early composition. The substitute maybe a direct on top of Illumia, kind of same, but Ryoma into the early phase with the Joker combo with the early poking ability. I would say that Valencia had the better draft here, but SGP still has the mid-game kind of potential. It's too dependable on the Wild Charge and also the Wild Prison.
Yep. We've seen a Joker versus Laville matchup before where Joker actually won, so let's see if it's gonna be a repeat again. The lineup that we're seeing here is that SGP has the capability to go hard. They has a capability to go for the defense as well. They have here the Genesis barrier coming in from the Dirac. They have a lot of crowd controls as well. So let's see how this plays out, because in terms of the pickoff though, I think Valencia CF Esports is sporting something that is going to be difficult for the Elder and Joker.
Yeah, because they had the double trouble as well as the Tain to be played around the when Kira is on his ultimate. So the Yenna kind of and a diversion for the Ryoma, because we know how Yenna has most speed in terms of Slayer lane. So maybe Valencia really eyeing for one secret tactics to be played in this last game for today. So SGP, with the draft they had, could they win this to bring one more, to bring one draw into AIC, because SGP has been underperforming instead of Valencia has overperformed in this kind of matchup.
Yep, we're gonna be starting here. Game number 2 of this best of 2 series. Will we see a sweep, or are we gonna see a reverse with SJP taking up the reins? It's a 5-man commit for SJP, and no one inside for VCF. They know, maybe they've already witnessed this kind of strategy from Saigon Phantom. They're going in hard for the invade here. SRY, and the others aren't there. They're trying to go for a killer Yue, and SRY is gonna take that kill yet again. This is a repeat of what happened in game number 1. They get the advantage as soon as the game has started, and that is going to be fairly difficult pill to swallow.
Yeah, this is what happened if Nova played aggressive as well. Has no discipline and patience. Is going to be step their backs with a couple of kills, and it happens in game number 1, day 1 versus Flash, and SGP just hoping to just commit into what Nova do. Maybe SGP could be the one that joining Nova is living AIC. Now the members of Valencia, they know they had the upper hand in terms of goal, and as well just happily hiding and not giving any points for the members of SGP. SGP plays aggressive. They know this is the last game. They need to win this. If not, they are going to say goodbye.
Yeah, Pichu right now is level 4. Double Trouble is going to be ready. Bang, and the others are going for a 4-man rotate. That's a killing joke. No info has been propped out here. Because if the killing joke actually hits, you get a lot of info. 2 of your passive shots are going to be there. Myra is going to be able to steal while Prison is there. Genesis Barrier is going to be ready as well. But Bang is going to be taken out by SRY. Going in now. Goes for the Crescent Moon. Triple kill for SRY. He's going crazy on game number 2.
SRY says sorry to the fans of SGP. Make it to 4 kills to none, and Valencia CF has the most potentially to go for the playoff instead of SGP. Early game is owning, early game is mentioning, but SGP is crumbling. That team fight is not on the favor of them. That Abyssal Dragon has been still coming in from Valencia. Myra is taking the lead in terms of jungle game.
Yeah, him being able to secure that Abyssal Dragon under the noses of SGP, that's a very, very big thing. Taos is going to be harassed here by Red. Gets a hit as well onto the level. Double Trouble is going to get a hit. The answer is going to be no. He's going to be missing that Double Trouble right now. It doesn't really matter. Not much. That's going to be lost here, as we're going to see Koa going blindly with a wild charge here into the bushes, trekking, and maybe trying to hope for someone to be taken. Taos is going to be hit again by Red by that killing choke. He is going to be harassing the Thane in multiple instances. The QQ is going to be using that blinding light to actually get some stuns and get some damage into Red.
There is some gear still coming in for SRY. SRY is overperforming. He gives a lot of credits to the Valencia CF team. Now onto the top side has been punishable, but the Double Trouble doesn't land. Oh no, SRY is still holding on. He's still alive. That beam doesn't connect, but onto the top side here, 3 members of SGP, a little bit too low with health. Still takes 1 kill, giving it to Mara. Mara takes the kill, living with a couple attacks left. Mid lane has a lot of potential to be killed by the members of Valencia. SGP is really crumbling, and they need some pace to be played. Still focusing on the aggressiveness with the lights coming in. SGP cannot defend top turret. He is going down. Valencia is promising. They know this is their game. The confidence level is up. The moments and also the momentum is striving to win this matchup.
Yeah, but right now it's a 5-0 by VCF. The confidence is there, the aggression is there as well. Taos is gonna go for a push, and the double trouble gets a hit. Bang might be in danger. Metamorphosis is being used up here. He's gonna be waiting. He's gonna be waiting for Bang to go there, and that's a secure kill again for VCF. QQ is gonna be securing that kill. Not much is gonna happen here as VCF is currently pulverizing Saigon Phantom in most of the contest cells. Gonna be entering again with Myra. They're gonna and the overall dream is not gonna be enough. QQ as well is gonna be entering the fray, but with Bang entering that bottom lane defense, they're not gonna be committing just yet.
We can hear the excitement coming in from Vittorio. Knows that Valencia had the upper hand into winning this early game. 6 minutes into the matchup, 6 kill for Valencia, 0 in return from SGP. What happened to them? Bang, a little bit too aggressive with the 2 deaths currently. SGP has no answer, for the question has been asked from Valencia: where is the team fight? Where is the securance onto defense? Mid lane will crumble a little bit more into minutes, but 25 seconds left for the Dark Slayer, and the Abyssal will be taken away if Valencia really commit into objective gameplay.
Right now, VCF is actually going for a 3-2 kind of conversation. SRY might be called out, but Fish actually misses out. Mira is going to be entering here, but not much can be done at this moment. He knows that without any kind of support, he's not going to be committing just yet. Pichu is going to be able to get away from the wild prison. That's going to be the cat laughter yet again, but Pichu is still in advantage here. Avalanche Fury might be ready. There is going to be a stop here by Togs. He's not going to get a hit, but Pichu as well is going to get a kill for himself. QQ and Pichu right now are leading the charge here for BCF. Bang and the others are not going to be engaging because they are actually going to be in grave danger in the 1v1 scenario.
They are banging on the door. Mara a little bit too lucky there. He's still alive, but still has the potential to die. But the double trouble coming in for Pichu on bottom side there. That is to perfection for Valencia CF. 8 kills, 1 respawn, only 1 death coming in for the side of SGP. This game is on the brink to lose. Mid turret has been pushed away for the SGP members. The wild prison on the back doesn't connect, coming in with a QQ from the side. Still has the death cycle coming in from Myra. This kill is for SRY. Double kill for the QQ and make it double for SRY as well. None of the members of SGP could respond to the aggressiveness of Valencia FC. SGP is calling their home because they are going back home. This is going to be a hard moment to relieve because SGP cannot pick up the phone.
Fish right now is doing his best to commit his best. He even committed Genesis barrier, and look at the double trouble, always getting a hit on someone that is very, very valuable. Bang has been the target of that double trouble all throughout this game. Number 2, we're gonna see here Pichu is gonna be stopping himself, resetting that Slayer, as Koa is not going to be able to maintain that. They're not going in hot. Bang.
They are going.
Well. Oh, they are going to get a hit on the double trouble. Fish might be in danger. There is going to be a spark here, but going and committing onto that narrow space is just going to be detrimental for them, as we know that Iraq excels in those kind of situations.
Yeah, a small alley to be played here that Dira will sell, but that kind of aggressive just been deflected by the members by Koa. That wall prison stops the momentum that Valencia had. If the Wild Prison doesn't connect to 3 members of Valencia, I would say that is the end of the game. Maybe a couple more damage coming in. Bottom side will be pushed. Mid lane as well, who's going to be taking the first kill into the Dark Slayer, who already had a couple more damage coming in from QQ. Kills doesn't confirm just yet, but Yena on the dead side here. Towers will be taken away. Still slows, couple more damage, but the barrel is there. Fish been taken out first. Middle tower is the next to fall. Koa will follow his members, yet is Fish with the timer as well. SGP only one in respawn. Valencia is a monster right now.
Yeah, 14-1. If this is not a one-sided match, I don't know what is. Look at the damage coming in from Pichu. He's just going and trying to get that mid lane situation. Bang could not even scratch the surface of Zhao's health. They were only able to shave off half of his health even with the turret help. And that's a very, very bad sign. Fish will do his best with the Genesis Barrier, but he only has one. And after that, what is coming next? SRY and the others are going there. And Bang has been obliterated in a matter of seconds. Only 1 second to be intact.
Bang has been blowing like a big bang. In the bottom side with a couple of Valencia members trying to find a way that's knocking on the door. That doesn't have the metamorphosis. The double trouble doesn't even connect. 4 versus 5. Still waiting for a Abyssal Dragon. Maybe because of Bang with 9 seconds to live. It's not kind of situation that Valencia can provide, because of how Valencia is so much disciplined. Okoa a little bit too far away here, has been pushed, has been killed. Mara on the backside here. QQ find a way to the blinding light, doesn't even connect to the members of SGP. Abyssal is still alive. 35 seconds for the Dark Slayer. This is a Holy Abyssal Dragon. QQ is giving much more damage and also attention to the member of SGP. If this going long enough, SGP will say goodbye.
Yo, but definitely here, we are going and progressing here. 3 minutes entering the late game. There's just so much of a stop here right now. BCF is just creating a clinic, showing us how to dominate champions. BCF right now is just a total beast in terms of the plays that they're showing us. They're not creating mistakes. Double Trouble is not gonna hit. Avalosphere are being used here by Tiles. They are gonna be disengaging immediately. They have an objective in mind, and that's gonna be the Slayer. They're gonna be summoning that for sure to take the top or bottom lane turret.
Now Valencia had said BRU check, SGP check. Maybe after this will be one team with the redemption they need. Living SRY on the bottom side, pushing into the last tier turret on bottom. In the mid lane with a couple of damage. Koa is still a bit alive, but now Teos finding a way onto the wall. Still has Mara with the ultimate. Bottom tower will be taken away for members of SGP. Just cannot deal with the damage that they had. Laville on Pichu is one of the best Laville we saw. Bottom tower will be taken down. Top tower as well. It's been taken away. 1 turret left. Bang. A little bit too low on health, but still had the metamorphosis to run away. Kiku is still alive, but a couple more damage could be dealt. But now Valencia really needs to run away because they lost Mara in the process.
Yep, and right now SGP is trying to make some place for themselves. There is still a big margin though in terms of the gold. Not much that they can do at this point. 0-5-0 on to Koa, the main tank that they're going to be relying on. And probably a difficult path for them, even if they do get a lot of advantages, a lot of the kills. The problem here is that they're going to have a hard time. They're not going to be able to get one of them. And this is it. Taos is going to be in the area. He's going to be pushing out Fish, not letting them get that up. Avalos QQ is going to be obliterating that T-Rack out of this map. Bang is doing his best. Myra's going to be using the triangle maze to get away from the damage. The SRY is going to be doing his best. He's going to zero in. Taos is going to be entering the fray. And they're going to be able to skill Koa. It's 3 versus 1. Yue is doing his best. He's running for the high heels. And I guess this is the victory run for the VCF. And that's the earliest timer is going to be Fish. 15 seconds on the clock. Will they be able to get this? Or is it going to be already a GG while playing 10 seconds? And I guess we already know what's going to happen. Taos is going to be tanking some of the damage into Nexus Lock. VCF is going to be taking this with a sweep, getting up over the champions of the AOG.
Don't worry around, the Dark Slayer has transcended because the game has ended for the members of Valencia. Takes the 2 full match, 2 full points coming in for SGP. SGP is struggling with performance and been let out by Valencia. SGP will accompany Nova Esports in the airport right now because Valencia will proceed into the playoffs and joining one team, and they had one more revenge to take away from one team. It's a barely made into the playoff for Valencia. If they lose this one, it's going to be much more difficult. But Valencia takes the kill. Valencia takes the task perfectly to win. The second game is a stomp onto SGP. The members from AOG is not happy about it. Maybe Team Flash will just happen to see with Valencia. They need that redemption on.
Yup, and definitely it's going to be a hard hit to the Vietnam region as their champions have been buoyed here on Group B. It's going to be a very, very sad day for the AOG fans as we see here on your highlights on how big of a monster VCF was. They were showing us a clinic on how to beat up the Tiger Phantom.
Yep. AOG champion done. AIC champion done. Buram United, of course, it was a done deal. Now VCF is still alive and doing great. If they push their luck to play like this versus any other teams, it would be much better in the playoffs because we know Valencia has the potential as well as one team and Team Flash, and also with the other members like KFC Talent. But yeah, congratulations for Valencia CF. Make it with the slither of a health is making to the playoff, but SGP unfortunately will stop their journey in AIC 2022.
Yeah, it's a very, very sad day, so to speak. I mean, it's representatives and a lot of the flag here. I think Vietnam right now has the curse. The AOG region has the curse in the international events. V Gaming has been consistently the second placers of the AOG region, and they are the only team that has been consistently working their magic up into the international scene. But I don't know what's wrong. SGP, in terms of the draft, I think the meta that they have has fallen away from the current meta. I think even the rotations, it's not the star-studded plays. It's not there. It's not.
Yep.
Team Flash, Tiger Phantom, I don't know. Team play isn't really the core play, but at the end of the day, it's just about how cohesive you are on how to actually have this decision making to actually go for kills, to go for the objectives. I felt like there was something lacking onto Saigon Phantom in most of their contests today. They were not decisive enough. They don't know when are they going to be retreating, when are they going to be engaging, and that affected them a lot. And even in their early aggression plays, where they made a high risk, high reward. Of course, we could see they had the damage, they had the confidence to go, but they didn't expect that VCF was already waiting in the bushes and waited for an ambush for the right moment to get that first blood. And it has been a repeat in this best of 2 series.
Yeah, it happens when if you played a lot of aggressive and not paying attention to the surroundings, you will be taken out from AIC a little bit more early than any other teams, because it happens to SGP. It also happens for Nova and Starry Night. So this is kind of not aggressive kind of gameplay that is much of a high risk, high reward. It's kind of need more perfection into the aggressive gameplay. But nonetheless, SGP in this kind of matchup, they deal a lot of damage, but the aggressiveness and confidence that Valencia had is too much to be held in this kind of matchup. Look at how Pichu is not giving a lot more damage than Red, but QQ is much more a monster with Mira and SRY. I would say MVP for this game, I will give for SRY because of how the position and also the flanking the SRY do is too much to be handled by Yue. Yue cannot just mimic the movement that SRY has because of the Yena pick. We not seen a lot of Yena, but when Yena could be picked, is much of the convenience that Valencia had due, making SGP the champions for AOG, taken out from AIC.
Yeah, and a big part of here is how SRY was able to maneuver himself into the map, securing a triple kill, and rightly so, he is the MVP here with a 10-1-3 KDA. That's phenomenal. Who says Darkslayer laners cannot carry? Who says? And SRY proves that the Darkslayer lane can definitely be a big factor in the matchups that's gonna happen.
We are back in 2018, Vittorio. Darkslayer is carrying all other teams. This is maybe the AWC 2018. We are back.
Yeah, we're definitely back. VCF showing a solid front. Although the kudos to SGP. It's just that the draft was nonsensical. Just like what you said about Team Flash, I do agree that SGP does not know what kind of game, what kind of identity are they going to be showing us late game, mid game, early game. They don't have a clear-cut win in most of them. And there are a lot of compositions that's strong from early to late game, mind you. But in terms of what they are showing us, it's just that they're putting in a lot, they're mixing in a lot. Not all of the heroes can actually mesh well, and that is a fact. And we saw that. They have a lot of ability. They had the Ryoma, and having a Ryoma pick against a Yena pick, it was just, too one-sided. Usually, like I say, Ryoma versus Yena, Yena will always come out on top. Even in instances that he is going to be having to jump, because there's a big gap closer. When you play Ryoma, you want to actually match up with heroes that doesn't really stick to you, because you have a lot of skill sets that you can use to actually disengage. And we're gonna see here the rankings of the group stage. Day number 3, we're gonna see KFC Talon having the first place here, Group A, and then we're gonna see Team Flash as well. They are the ones staying for the playoffs, and Nova, we're gonna say goodbye already to Nova Esports, who lost all of their games here in Group B. A perfect game for One Team Esports, mirroring what we are seeing in Group A, and then Valencia CF Esports, of course, also moving up into the playoffs. We're gonna say goodbye to the AOG champions SGP. A very, very sad day indeed for the Vietnam region.
Yeah, I would say SGP and Nova, they need to put a lot more training and understanding what is the meta that could be played on AIC, because how one team, Valencia, KFC, and as well as Flash, they played a lot more timing and also their teamwork to be made out into the group stage. But yeah, this is the qualified teams from Group A as well as Group B. We have KFC Talent, Team Flash, one team, and also Valencia CF. Tomorrow we're going to see Group C and D. It's much more entertaining to see whoever going to entertain them to the playoff stage. So it's kind of hard, but nonetheless, 2 teams has been said goodbye. We already have maybe 6 teams say goodbye to AIC. Tomorrow will be some of a day because it's going to be really hard to see. Maybe ADT, maybe Dewa we will proceed into the playoff. Come on, I'm too biased right now.
Nah, one of those teams are definitely gonna be falling off. I'm not biased or anything, but Bikertopia is in their group, and I'm pretty sure Bikertopia is gonna be knocking them all in a 4-0. That's my
First
prediction.
game!
Prediction for tomorrow. And we're already seeing it. Whoever wins on Dewa and ADT is gonna be staying. I'm not saying because I know they're not gonna be able to score on Bikertopia. That's gonna be that's my prediction for tomorrow. A perfect 4-0 on Bikertopia.
I think it would be like a mimic for Group B, because how how SGP and Valencia lost to one team, that Bikertopia could win that 4 matches, and also the last possible game, Bikertopia versus Dewa, we see about it what happened. But ADT will play 2 games earlier, so ADT has more kind of waiting game to know when they are going to proceed into the playoffs.
Yeah, and definitely I'm pretty excited. I'm not biased or anything. I'm just going in for the logic. I'm going in for how big of a gap Bikertopia had during the first, on the second day of the group stages, wherein they were just putting them into their places left and right. And it's not a joke where I think that PRO is there. But anyway, before we see a lot more of the action, the last day of the group stages is going to be tomorrow. I hope you guys are going to be able to join us, but it is going to be, I'm going to be very, very sad as we are going to be bidding goodbye to you for this day. And we thank you for staying into the stream. Your caster for the day, my name is Vittorio. This is Mikos. In behalf of the production team, Tencent, Level Infinite, Garena, and VSPN, we are very, very thankful for you guys on tuning in on the Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. Good day and good night to everyone.